attention Tradin Faves viewers, I'm here to make an announcement, and it's not a Snapcube reference before you say anything. I just want to say, there is no opening joke this time. I just have something important that I want to draw everybody's attention to. On January 4th, 2022, long before we knew much of anything about Sonic Frontiers, on a podcast episode we did about Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which, mind you, was recorded before the end of the year, that's just when it went up, I stated something, paraphrasing, to the effect of, gee, I really wish Sonic would take a page out of this game's book. It would really benefit from the sense of style and action. They should even attempt something similar with the soundtrack. And here we are.
We're here.
Reaching far across these new frontiers.
Oh, man. Yup.
Alright. Welcome back to Tradin Faves, where we play games on our own time and talk about our favorite parts book club style.
Yep.
Let's get into some Sonic Frontiers-y goodness.
Oh, boy. I am so excited to talk about this freaking game. Let's go.
Yep. For those listening in, the first couple of points I want to get out, just for people that are listening into this, we're going to call our spoiler warning out ahead of time, so that way you're not, concerned about how much you can listen to before experiencing the game for yourself. We'll just give some, very general thoughts on, our impressions of the game, our opinions about things generally, and then we'll get to, a story segment and be like, okay, now it's spoilers. Skip ahead.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, the other thing that I wanted to start doing on these episodes is, how do I say this without sounding like a greedy shill? Ask our audience engagement questions at the start of the episodes. Just for the reason that, I don't know, some people might be interested enough to hear a little bit of our banter, but not, have time to hear the whole thing. And, in my case, I don't really care about audience interaction or, getting famous on YouTube. This is the thing we do for fun. But I do like discussion, and I want to hear people's thoughts, so I figure it'd be best to, start with an audience engagement question. So that way people who don't have time to listen to the whole thing can still, say something about the game,
Make they're already in the comments typing before you even said that.
Yeah. Wow, this guy thinks he's some kind of prophet talking about Metal Gear Rising and Sonic, whatever. No, my question for the listeners out there is, for this game, Sonic Frontiers, what is your favorite song or songs from the game's soundtrack?
Ooh.
Because, the music is just the most mind-boggling part of this game, which is already a mind-boggling game. So, people in the comments, please tell me what your favorite songs are. I want to know what everybody's bopping to. And there's a lot to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but with that, shall we get to history?
Yeah, which this is kind of interesting because we just barely did a big bit of history on just Sonic in general.
Too big.
Hey, Sonic. Anyway, so we talked about this, about maybe talking about just kind of our history with this game being announced, since it's a more recent title.
Mm-hmm. We kind of did the same thing with Metroid Dread, where we'd already talked about our history with Metroid, but that was a new game that came out while podcast stuff was in the works. So we can just talk about pre-release.
Yeah.
I imagine your experience is very different than mine.
Yeah, because I know... Well, why don't you share yours first, then?
Since I can get out of the way quicker. After about, the first, IGN first look at the gameplay, which showed us basically nothing about the video game, I pretty much went on, an internet fast, avoiding all Sonic media altogether. I think I saw, the announcement video for the song Vandalize, and that was going to be in Sonic Frontiers. But basically, like, everything else Sonic Frontiers related, I just completely disappeared from the internet, never looked at, so I had no clue what I was going to get into with this game, other than, like, the minute and a half of gameplay that I looked at.
Oh, man, yeah. And what were your thoughts, I guess, just based on that?
Based on that, I kid you not, like, everyone from every corner of, like, every friend circle that I'm in was just like, oh, you like Sonic, right? What do you think of the new trailers? And I was like, I haven't seen them. And they're like, okay, well, you'll probably like the game, and that's all I'm gonna say. And I'm like, okay, then.
Yeah, for me, I mean, like, I remember back when, like, the first tidbits of it got teased, and people were like, oh, it's gonna be called Sonic Rangers, or whatever, like...
That's right, yeah.
You know, and then, yeah, we got IGN's horrid, like, just drip feed of information of, like, look, this is what the game looks like, and here's us walking at a moderate pace. And it was just like, you know, and everyone judged it based on that, and I'm like, okay, here's the thing. They didn't show us anything. Like, they just showed us the environment and a little bit of, like, you know, us running around. It'll be fine. What got me really excited was when the news dropped that Ian Flynn would be working on the story, because for those that do not know, yes, I am a colossal Sonic nerd. I adore the comics, especially the IDW run, and so hearing that, I was like, oh my goodness. I don't care if the gameplay sucks. I don't care if the story is kind of meh. The dialogue, at the very least, the dialogue won't make me want to rip my heart out of my chest and just beat it against a wall just to feel something. Like, we will have actually good dialogue in this story. I'm already buying this day one.
Yeah, we may end up covering games from, like, the Colors era, but, like, generally, our opinions of those games, like, gameplay-wise, it varies from game to game, but, like, story-wise, neither of us are really a fan of those game storylines. No.
I've found things that I enjoy from those eras, and I just kind of learned to accept that, like, this is what Sonic's gonna be until a later date. And this game definitely marked the end of that, and I was so ecstatic. Like,
yeah, I was definitely ready for a change of pace with the writing as well.
I
appreciate that you were priming me with, like, Sonic comics, because I started to get, like, a bit of a taste for, like, oh, this is Ian Flynn's writing style, and then it wasn't as jarring of a shift going into Frontiers, because I got used to, like, oh, this is how he writes Sonic characters.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention, this was a big year for Sonic, and so as the year rolled on, there was a lot of pressure for this game to succeed, and so, like, a lot of people looked at that IGN, like, that month of coverage, and were just like, oh, this game's gonna suck. And I was like, I think we're judging this too prematurely. And I think it was a Nintendo Direct had, like, a trailer, and it genuinely, like, showed off a lot more of the game. Yeah. And had, like, so, you know, some of the really slick music in this game, and everyone was like, okay, like, maybe there's something here. And I was like, I told you people that this would be cool. You didn't trust me, you didn't listen to me. I told you.
Right. Well, and that was I think that Nintendo trailer was, like, the exact cutoff point for me, because I remember the IGN thing came out, and everybody was making the biggest fuss on Twitter that this is going to be the worst Sonic game in years. And I'm like, you guys do this every single time. Just wait till we see more. And then the Nintendo trailer came, and everyone was like, this is going to be the best Sonic game in years. And I'm like, it's the Sonic cycle. It's unbreakable. Fans will always be this 2000 and late, like, stupid cycle of the same opinions over and over. And I just, like, shut off Twitter. I was like, no more, like, talking to people about Sonic until the game's out.
But yeah, and, like... The other thing, too, was we got some of the promotional material. We got, like, a short little, like, 2-part... It was, like, an 8-page comic. That's, like, you know, hey, here's kind of the prologue to the story. And it wasn't much. But it was just kind of like, oh, yeah, you know, events are moving on. But also, like... Gosh, Ian's so clever, the way that he was, like, slowly shifting focus so that, you know, when this game came out, we were ready for it. Because, like, he'd been doing the Tails tube and stuff. But then we got the Knuckles, like, prologue animation.
Yeah, and that animated short was just, like, the best marketing.
Oh, my goodness. Like, this was, as much as this was the year of Sonic, this was also the year of Knuckles. Because, like...
yeah, a little bit.
You know, Sonic 2 movie, like, Knuckles... was so good in that. And then this little animation, oh my goodness, I've watched it so many times. It just, like, zeroed in on little details. The animation is gorgeous. I need to highlight this specific shot, where, like, Knuckles is fighting some of, like, the enemies. And he, like, does this little spin dash on, like, to the side, jumps in the air, and then turns and punches one. And it, like, it's so fluid and slick. And I was like, if this is what we have to look forward to with this game, like, it is going to be a masterpiece.
Mm-hmm. And they use stuff from the Sonic Frontiers soundtrack in the animation.
Yeah.
They picked some great songs. I'm particularly thinking of, like, the fight scene.
Mm-hmm. And that shot of Sage, like, at the end of the trailer, just yeah. It's so intimidating. Mm-hmm. And, like,
for those wondering, this is just available to watch on YouTube. It was uploaded by the official Sonic YouTube channel.
Yeah,
you just search, like, Sonic Frontiers prologue.
I think it's Divergence,
yeah, it's got a little picture of Knuckles on it.
Convergence was, like, the promo comic. Divergence is the Knuckles animation. And also, I know we just barely talked about Sonic Adventure, but, like, all of the nods to Sonic Adventure with, like, the ripples in the water that, like, Chaos and the light spirit to call and all the chow, like, it is just, I adore animation, and this is just peak animation.
For the longest while, Sega had been very distant to the vibes that the Sonic Adventure games had, and they're like, okay, we're gonna get those fans of Sonic back with this one.
Oh yeah, and they did. And that was the thing too, is, like, this was such a big year for Sonic as a franchise. You know, like I said, we had the movie, we had the Netflix series coming out, we had Sonic Origins, we had the comics going strong, and, like, all of this just one after another coming out. And so there was a lot of pressure on this game to succeed. And I was like, if Sega can just stick the landing with this game, like, this will be the best year to be a Sonic fan.
Yeah, definitely as far as, like, their pre-release stuff, the thing I appreciate most is the supplemental media. Mm-hmm. I was having a fun time, like, going back through it and, like, rewatching trailers and promotional material. And there's so much cool stuff there. There was that one trailer that had the "Don't Stop Me Now."
Oh, that was the release day trailer. That's right. Oh my gosh. Which, you know, that might be my favorite Queen song, and so the fact that they used it in this trailer was so good.
It's just funny to me because like it makes for a great like super entertaining trailer. It does not fit the vibe of Frontiers in the slightest.
Yeah, but like it's such a funny trailer, and it's such a like Sonic's social media team would do something like that.
Yeah, they're a bunch of memers,
which is like it's perfect.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, any other pre-release?
I think that's more about
stuff.
it. If we want to shift into like first impressions.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm being so like preemptive about like spoiler warnings and stuff, but like I get that like this is a newer game and people are going to want to try it for themselves. So if you don't want to hear us talk about like anything about the game, then you can use like the little timestamps at the bottom to like skip to you know, like just what we're doing next time in the wrap up and all that. But as far as like actual spoiler stuff, we're just going to talk about like first impressions with the games, very general opinions, and then like I said again, there will be a more specific like timestamp skip to this spot to avoid spoilers.
Yep.
But yeah, first impressions.
So for me, like, it's Sonic. Of course I'm gonna love it. like I knew from the moment that they announced it was gonna be a thing, like, you know, okay, I'll admit I'm like one of like the 5 people in the world that didn't hate Sonic Forces.
Right.
I found things that I really like about it. It's not perfect, but like I still found things that I enjoyed about the game. So like I knew going in that I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna like it. The thing for me is that like I'm not huge on open world games. Just because like they tend to be very long and kind of waste your time a little bit. But like at the same time, like Sonic is so good in this game, and like I guess I'll talk about this a little bit more in the gameplay section. But like Sonic is such a good fit for an open world. But what about you?
That was a voice crack. We're gonna cut out that voice crack that just happened. So for me, so you said you were one of the 5 people that liked Sonic Forces.
Mm-hmm.
I was half of one of the 5 people that enjoyed Forces.
You poked your head into the room and were like,
I walked in and was like, I don't hate everything I see in here, but I am going to leave.
We might, and that's the thing too, I've kind of been thinking about it. We might do a Forces episode one of these days.
Right. Once we run out of a ton of stuff to talk about, then like absolutely we'll just be like,
yeah,
what else you got in the trash pile?
And and that's one of the things too, is that like this game kind of recontextualized a lot of my feelings about the game, and so I'm currently having to like re-examine them.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I will say, going from that to this, there's a very different tone here.
Oh, yeah.
And even though it's very different than Forces, which I was mixed on, this game is weird. Like, this is one of the weirdest Sonic games I've ever seen. I was just so... I don't know how to describe it other than, like, I was completely weirded out by, like, the first cutscenes and, like, there's, like, the melancholy, moody atmosphere. There's... deep manly man voiced Sonic. It's like boost gameplay, but it's not boost gameplay because you're not like stuck in a corridor, except you are when there's cyberspace. So it's like, what? Why is this game so strange? And as we talk about the rest of the stuff, we'll talk about how I adapted to it. My turning around on this, because you know, as listeners of the previous thing as listeners of the previous thing we released know, we both considered Sonic Frontiers to be our game of the year. So how did I go from like, this is weird, I don't get this, man, to to Game of the Year. But I'm just saying that was what immediately stood out to me. I was like, this is so different than any other Sonic game. Yeah, all the voice actors and like their performances and stuff, they sound very tired. It's very intense. It's very, I don't know. We'll talk about it more once we get to everything. Let's talk about presentation.
Presentation. Oh man. I think honestly for me, like the graphics, it looks good. I know one of the big things that everyone talks about is the pop-in.
Yeah, it's really bad.
And for this, like, I played the Switch version. And it's one of those things that, like, has never bothered me in video games because, like, that's kind of just, like, I don't have, like, a high-end gaming anything. Like, I'm a Nintendo guy. I'm used to things being a little on the lower end. And so I just kind of am like, okay, this is just the way the game is. And I just move on. Because I just... More so, I find enjoyment in, like, other things. So... That's just kind of, like, I'm probably, once again, one of the few people that just feel this way, that I'm like, it didn't bother me. Like, it is weird that, like, you look out in the distance and, like, you can't see stuff. I've also played games with, like, worse pop-in.
That's true.
looking at you, Scarlet and Violet.
Looking at you, Balan Wonderworld.
Yeah. And so, it's one of those things that I'm like, it's fine.
Yeah, so as far as, like, my opinions of graphical stuff, because I started by playing the Switch version as well. That was what I got, at launch, and, like, the pop-in thing is, like, universal to all versions of the game. That's not just a Switch thing. And it's pretty bad. It's, like, let's be honest, it is a pretty noticeable thing about the game. But kind of like you said, I don't really care. Like, a game cannot completely hold up graphically well as long as, I'm just playing the game and having a good time. But I will say, having had the chance to play it on PC, it looks a lot better there. And so it's like a really good looking Sonic game. Especially, they had to go for, a lower poly model for Sonic on the Switch, obviously, just to optimize it so it's running smoothly. And I really appreciate that they did that, because you can still have a fun, cohesive gameplay experience on the Switch. It's well optimized. But when you see Sonic on PC, the textures, like, you can see his fur on his character model. Like, this is not a plastic-looking boy. This is a good, happy, healthy blue hedgehog, and it makes me happy.
Oh man. Something else I've just, like, scrawled in my notes is, like, all of the Evangelion references.
That's
which,
yeah,
it's so weird. Like, it's like, why it does lean into, like, what you're saying. This game is weird. Like, why this game and why Evangelion?
I mean, why Dragon Ball Z? Like,
I know it's so weird, but it also really weirdly works with this game.
Yeah, especially for the tone they're going for. The thing, I think, the art direction for this game, it's pretty solid.
Yep.
Like, sometimes there's graphical glitches or whatever, but who cares? Like, in terms of just, like, the style, the sort of visual design that they're going for, I think this game looks great.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I agree.
Maybe the one thing I could personally critique about the visuals is the character models, and mainly, like, their animations during cutscenes.
Yeah.
I've been iffy on those for a while. And, like, I know a lot of other, like, animators and people who do, like, animation breakdowns have talked about, like, problems with, like, oh, Sonic characters are just proportioned in a way that they're hard to make expressive and really fun. And I get that, like, the game's also got to use, like, in-engine cutscenes where the character models, like, have to do all this stuff, so they can't always animate everything super smoothly, and it can't, look like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, even though I would love for it to look like that. Like, some of the facial expressions look a little hokey, especially Sonic. He has a lot of he gives these weirdly, like, smug glances that's like... That looks weird.
They are very funny though, and like
yeah, and there is more of an attempt to give the characters a range of facial expressions than there used to be. Because like even just in Forces, like one game ago, they were pretty bad.
Yeah.
And here it's like, okay, they're at least trying to have facial expressions for the characters. They don't just feel like clunky mascot suits anymore.
Yeah, well, and I think part of it too is like the way the story is presented with like stuff you can miss and stuff. Like most of it is the characters just kind of standing and discussing things, and not like the more like actiony cutscenes. Like I feel like those are where like the cutscenes really stand out.
In terms of the animation, everything looks good in motion. It's more so just when the characters are standing and talking that you notice the cracks.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it.
Right. Well, and it's also like we just got Sonic Prime.
Yeah,
and the characters are so full of life, and their eyes and eyebrows move, and their mouths,
their ears.
They got like crazy facial expressions and reactions to things, and Sonic's all like hawked up on sugar and like bouncing around the room everywhere, all hyperactive. Whereas this one, like, he just kind of stands, he'll give like a stupid smug smirk and then be like, yeah, okay, let's get to it. It's like, I just want to see the animation get crazier in Sonic.
Yeah. Well, and it does in certain aspects, like,
right.
More so in some of the gameplay and stuff.
Oh yeah, of course. Like during gameplay, during combat, during all the crazy stuff they have planned, it looks fantastic. It's just the standing around and talking that bothers me. Let's see. Well, another aspect of the presentation is the sound.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I know we're both just chomping at the bit to talk about this gorgeous soundtrack, so I'll go first and just say, this is one of the best soundtracks in any video game, Sonic or otherwise.
Completely agreed.
Like, I think we mentioned this in our, like, 2022, like, review, but, like, you go into this with, like, the expectation of, like, oh, like, it's Sonic, if nothing else, the soundtrack's gonna be good. But this soundtrack stands, like, head and shoulders above everything that came before it. It's so good.
And that's crazy to think about because, again, Forces, not too far away from that, Forces had a great soundtrack with, like, a lot of bops and everything. But then you just hear this and you're like, this soundtrack changed my life.
The soundtrack is so good.
Things are different since I've heard this soundtrack.
It's also, like, genre whiplash. Like, there's so many different sounds in this game of, like...
There is, like, we were talking about the genre variety and stuff like the Sonic Adventure games and everything. And there's, like, plenty of other Sonic games, like Colors and Generations and all of them. But this one really, like, they go, like, hard in these really opposite directions. There's all this, like, moody, somber, mellow, like, rainy day piano music. And then you just go to, like, Cyberspace, and then it's just, like, the hardest EDM you've ever heard in your life.
And then you go fishing, and it's, like, lo-fi beats to fish to.
Yeah.
And then you get to the boss fights, and it's, like, metalcore, like...
It's unbelievable. There's so many different styles, and they don't mesh, but that's what makes them awesome when you experience them.
Oh, yeah. No, the music is just perfect.
And that's why I opened by asking you guys about what your favorite tracks are from the game soundtrack, because, like, I think the music is my favorite aspect of this game. There's a lot of things I like about this game, but the music really is just what sells it.
Oh yeah. It's so funny because, again, calling back a little bit to like that IGN drip feed where we got just like the tiniest taste of like the more somber music, and people were complaining left and right about like, oh, this sounds nothing like Sonic. And I'm like,
this is a ripoff of Breath of the Wild.
Yes, no, all of that. And I was like, okay, again, we've seen barely anything of this game. It's not coming out for another several months. Sega's gonna give us more information. And sure enough, it was that Nintendo trailer that had like the tiniest piece of the main theme. And everyone was like, whoa, that sounded cool. And we're like, trust me, they know what they're doing. When it comes to sound, I have the fullest confidence in Sonic Team.
Yeah. Because it's, I don't know, like, Sonic Team and Sega companies in general always just put their all into music. But this one is just so, like, it grabs you more than, like, Sonic music already grabs you.
Yep.
I've probably listened to at least one song, but most likely more than that, every single day since the soundtrack released.
Yeah,
like,
I've been listening to the soundtrack a little bit. And that's the thing too. There's so much music in this soundtrack.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm still barely in because, like, you know, they knew, like, oh, hey, this isn't going to be like one of those short little boost levels, so we need to make some of these tracks a little bit longer so that they're not like looping so repeatedly. And they're just gorgeous pieces.
Mm-hmm. And the music is adaptive as well.
Yeah.
Something they did that I really like about this is, like, again, because it's open world and you can go in any direction, you have these huge sprawling worlds with, like, different objectives. Based on the amount of progression that you make playing the game, the background music changes to suit the mood. So you'll start in an area and it'll just be like really plain, really mellow piano music. And then you'll get your first major plot MacGuffin and be like, okay, I got this now. And then the music starts picking up tempo and intensity. And then with each MacGuffin that you're picking up in a level, it's like, oh, the music's building. It's like really crescendoing. And then by the time you've collected everything, you're ready to face the boss, the music just reaches like this peak where it's like really dramatic and triumphant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's...
And that's not even talking about like the vocal tracks in this game that are just...
Yeah.
Gosh, I could fill like hours of just talking and gushing about how much I love the vocal choices that they did for this game.
Mm-hmm. We just might.
Yeah.
Another aspect of the game's soundtrack that I don't think as many people talk about is just the regular like battle themes with like enemies when you're on the overworld. They're surprisingly cool. They have this very like tense like pattern looping, like techno kind of sound to them. They sound very alien.
Yeah. Well, and they wrote different ones for different enemies, which is
literally every enemy type in this game has its own background battle music.
Which is, and you know, I love Sonic Unleashed, but like it does have the problem of like the jazz arrangement just cutting out the level music. And so like having just something different and unique like all of a sudden kick in when an enemy shows up, like
and more importantly, something not repetitive.
Yes. Again, I adore Sonic Unleashed, but
it's a noticeable flaw.
It is a noticeable flaw.
I guess the last thing to comment on, since the music will kind of take up the bulk of what we want to say about like the sound and everything, the sound effects.
Oh yeah.
I actually like the sound effects quite a bit, and how they're utilized in this game. Some of them are a little better than others. Like sometimes like a lot of like the explosions and stuff are a little too loud, which is why when I usually play a Sonic game, I always turn down like the sound effects and the voice a little bit and then just crank up the volume so that way the music blasts most prominently over everything, but then I still get to like enjoy the action sounds. But there's some fun little combat sounds of like Sonic punching things and whatever sound really nice.
Oh yeah.
There's that one like balloon enemy where like when you destroy the little pods they pop like a balloon.
Yep.
That sound effect is really nice to listen to, especially when you do like a super fast attack and they just like pop 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 pop. It's
oh yeah, and even like
feels good.
Like just the sound effects of like the Psy loop or some of Sonic's attacks, like they just have like this very nice pleasant sound. Like the hits have this nice crunch to them, whereas like the movement sound, like the sound of Sonic going fast sounds good.
Or like the little when like you approach a mini boss, how the little HUD thing will say the name of the boss and there's that little like whoosh sound as it slides out. I really like that sound effect. It sounds super cool. Just some very good sound design. And again, I will scream it from the heavens every podcast episode, every opportunity I get, adaptive audio. I love when the music dynamically changes to suit the situation. It's playing one thing, and then something about the situation changes, and then you're like, oh, now the music's different, and it gets you more excited to keep playing. It's great. And Sonic's doing it too now, and it's great.
It's so good.
All right. But now we want to talk about gameplay. This will just cover kind of the general systems of how things work, not... We might cite like a specific example of something every now and then, but like mostly it's just like the different aspects that make up gameplay. So let's start by talking about the open zone. How do you feel about that?
I really like them. Again, like I said earlier, I'm not huge into open world games, and one of the reasons is because it feels like it takes forever to get anywhere. But, like, Sonic is built to traverse big landscapes. And that's another thing, too, is that, like, Sonic feels good to control in this game. One of my favorite things is the amount of very detailed options they give you and how Sonic handles.
Yes.
Because when you boot up the game, it gives you the option of, like, hey... there's the action style, which is for people who've never touched a Sonic game, and they're like, I can't go that fast. It cuts Sonic's speed dramatically, and it just kind of is like, yeah, just play like this platformer. Or it gives you like the speed style, which is like, this is more what Sonic fans know and love. But they also let you know, like, hey, there's more options, like, once you actually boot up the game. So maybe turn those on and mess around with them. And like, so I did, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I can adjust so many things about Sonic. I can customize him to my personal tastes.
It's crazy. You can adjust like his top speed, acceleration, his turn speed. There's a different turn speed while he's boosting. They just have all these like sliders in the menu so you can like tweak everything and make it feel like how you want it to feel.
Yep.
I will say, even with all the customization, I wish there was a bit more you could do to control Sonic in the air. Like his jump and double jump don't quite feel that good.
Yeah, it's
like their first time trying this, and you can tell it's kind of like coming from the boost engine, but then being tweaked so it can work better in a 3D space. So like it gets a pass. It was never so bad that I was like, the game's unplayable and stupid. I hate this. I never got to that point. It was just kind of one of those things I would notice when I'd try and like precisely land on a platform.
Yeah.
Or like climb my way up a structure. I'd be like, oh, this isn't as good as I'd like.
I have a very specific complaint that I'm going to talk about more when we get into cyberspace.
Yeah.
But like on the overworld, on like the big sprawling islands, like Sonic feels great.
I will say, as far as my opinion on the open zone stuff, I definitely agree with all that. It's super great. Most of all, just being able to go that fast in an open world thing is such an important thing. I used to kind of be like you, where I was like, oh, I don't much care for open world. And then I started playing enough open world games that I liked, where I started to realize, okay, I do like the genre, I just need a hook. Mm-hmm. As long as there's something about it that interests me, then it's good enough and I'll want to play it. And in this case, being able to go fast is the best format for an open world. I've said this many a time in like other things, especially like stuff on Snowview's channel, but like I don't know how well I'm gonna do with other open world games. There's a new like Legend of Zelda coming out, and I'm just like, I won't be able to move as fast as I can in Frontiers, and like I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy that anymore.
And to quote Snowfee specifically, like something he said that I totally agree with is how like you can eventually get like, you know, the fast travel warping, but it's like, why would I do that when I can just run there and get there equally as fast in the time it takes to load that? Like, I'd rather run and explore.
Yeah, it's so true. And they do it in such a way that, like, it's fun to move around as Sonic. It's fun to happen upon things as you're moving about. It's fun to, like, set a location, be like, all right, I'm going to head over there in that direction. And then just, like, and then in 3 seconds you're there. Like, it feels amazing to do. Most of all, as far as like the open zone gameplay goes, I will say it's most fun to just kind of go from place to place and find what you find. As I like to call it, like ADHD style.
Yeah, but it's funny. I was actually about to say this, is that I was listening to somebody talking about the game, and they're like, this is so good for, like, this game is amazing for my ADHD, because it's like, oh, what's that over there? Oh, what's that over there? Like, there's always, like, for as big as this world is, there's stuff to do in there. Like, yeah, it looks kind of weird having, like, the rails or, like, the ramps or the springs just kind of there in the environment. But, like, to me, like, I look at it and it looks like a big jungle gym of, like, oh, man, like, how can I get in there? And they have, like, set obstacle courses that's like, hey, this is the path you should take. But because it's open, it's so much fun to try and, like, break into, like, the middle of an obstacle course and get to the like reward at the end, like through just cheesing it.
Yeah, without like having to do it, just being like, well, if I get high up on this cliffside and then like boost off, can I just like skip all that and get right to the end?
Yeah, it's where it's like, you know, okay, so there's like this whole like thing that you're supposed to climb up to this like spring floating in the air. But if I can just get the right angle and lock onto it, I can just homing attack, skip all of that, and then jump right to, like, the reward at the end.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun.
Right. Going back to my comparison, it's like action style, speed style. I'm saying there's like ADHD style and OCD style. And I would describe OCD style as more like systematically like trying to clear out everything that's in the level, get everything on the map, complete the map, be, you know, completionist style. Tackle everything in a way that's like, I'm gonna get everything. That was a little less fun to me, because after I beat the game, I was like, I'm going to 100% it now, and I'm going to try and get everything. And I had a good enough time doing it, but I had way more fun just, like, being thrown into a new island, being like, I don't know where anything is. I'm not even, like, trying to get stuff on my map. I'm just going to go where there's points of interest and interact with crap until I manage to collect all the crud that I need in the level.
Yeah. I just 100, because I'm like, I knew from the moment I got the game is I was like, I'm going to 100% this game. And so like I filled in the entire map before I moved on to the next area. Yeah, which like, this is a chunky game, dude.
Oh yeah, but I'm surprised at that, because like I didn't even understand how the map worked until I made it to like the third island. So
yeah, no, I made sure to do everything before moving on. Part of what helped too was that like I got sick like the day before this game released, and I was like, just, I was out. I wasn't going to be able to do anything. So I was like, well, I got this brand new game. I'm going to sit down and sink my teeth into it.
I forgot you actually got sick. Weren't you just planning to take the day off anyway?
It was really funny because I took like 2 days off, but then like I got sick and I was out for the whole week.
Oh, okay.
And so I was like, well, I can't go to work, so I might as well sit down and like really enjoy this game.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, just the open zone stuff, it's a lot of fun. There's lots of like opportunities for really unique combat and everything. We'll get more into combat in a second, but there's just like fun little mini games everywhere. I will say during the beginning of the game, the tutorial is maybe a little bit patronizing. Some people tend to have a problem with this more than I do, and I've seen like general opinions. Like people are kind of upset about like the starting moments of the game when they're teaching you how to do stuff. They go like a little too obvious on like over explaining things.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's like other stuff like the light dash where like they kind of don't explain that you have to click in a stick to do, and like little things they don't explain, but then they over explain the more obvious stuff. And I wish there was an option to turn those off.
Yeah.
Especially things like I don't want to spoil too much, but like you get to your first boss fight and then like before, like as the fight is starting up, you hear the music coming in and then a message pops up and is basically like, you attack the boss to beat it. And like they explain really obvious stuff and it's kind of like, okay.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy this more by the third island when the game stops explaining things to me.
Yeah, which is really funny because in like the first Cyberspace stage, like the tutorial for it, because they still do like the little tutorial, like the hint bubble, but instead of putting it blatantly in your path, they put it off to the side, so it's like, hey, if you need this, it's right here, but if you don't, like, just blast on through.
Yeah, they could have done that for like the whole like first tutorial section of the first level.
Yeah.
It might have been nicer. It's one of those things where it's like it's not enough to like make me hate the game, but it's like really noticeable and it's the first thing that reaches out.
Yeah. And I should probably put this here, but like cuz I do have nitpicks about this game. But like in comparison to how much I enjoyed it, they are very small and minor. There's just same. This was their Sega's first foray into something like this, and so like the cracks are going to show. But as far as like a first attempt, this was incredible.
Yeah. I guess the other thing before we leave Open Zone that I want to talk about was collecting the Kokos.
Yeah.
It's a neat little aspect. The Kokos are really cute. They make a lot of fun sounds. And the best part about it is just the squad appearing. Whenever you idle on the overworld, however many of the Kokos you've collected just appear in a group surrounding Sonic.
Yep.
And so if you collect a bunch of them, you just get this big, like, family of Kokos all, like, dancing around and singing and vibing. And it's cute.
It's so funny watching people who literally have a legion of them, and then watching Sonic, like, they just kind of move him to march, and he starts, like, I've seen people, like, give speeches. They're like, my captive audience, or whatever. Like, it's so funny.
It is good. I don't want to cut you off if you want to talk more about the Kokos. I do have one nitpick about it.
Go ahead.
But my only problem with it is just the way that the Kokos are designed visually. They look like little rock statue creatures. And everything in the visual design of this world is either grass or rock formations. So, like, it's very easy to not notice them. They are not a color that pops or that, like, attracts the eye. And usually you find these things hanging out in sets of, like, ruins where they're, like, the same color or close to the same color as the rock. because they're kind of comparable to like the Koroks in Breath of the Wild, where they're a cute little guy that you find, and then he gives you a thing that helps boost your stats. But there's always something about the environments in Breath of the Wild that like draws your attention to finding Koroks and being like, hey, I should try something here, and then you're rewarded for your curiosity just looking at the world around you. Whereas these guys, you can miss them so easily.
Yeah, and to be fair though, the difference is they're randomly generated. Like,
what?
Yeah. I don't know if you knew this. Like, they just kind of pop up in certain areas, but like, there's not a set amount like there is in Zelda.
Really?
Yes, and that honestly for me really helped with my OCD of like I'm going to 100% this game, because I didn't feel like I had to.
I wish I had known that. That changes the way I think about the game now. I will still argue like they should have had something to be more visually distinct, or better yet, just like an outline, like some kind of like backlighting or something that makes it be like, oh, there's the thing.
So at the risk of talking about stuff that I have in my notes later in like spoiler territory, I will not put it here, but I have a specific thing about the Kokos design because I did some research on them. And they're actually really cool and the perfect choice in design. So, like, I understand where you're coming from a gameplay perspective, but from a narrative perspective, they are perfect.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I don't even know what you're about to say about the design of the Kokos. I haven't looked into this, but, like, again, I think they're extremely cute and really awesome, like, design-wise. I just wish collecting them wasn't so, like, you're looking through a plain looking world for something that's kind of like a rock but moving. That's all I'm getting at with the Kokos.
No, I get you. And I think part of what drew me in to finding them was the sound design. Like, I'd hear the sounds that they would make, and that would let me know, oh, there's a Koko around here, and then I would start looking for them.
Yeah, they do make the little like bell sounds, which yeah, I'd agree. That's the easiest way to find them. You just hear the little noises.
Fun fact: the sound design was taken directly from the Knights games. The sound of their steps. It's specifically, I think, when Knights passes through like the little rings. It is taken from that sound.
Okay, I heard that like the designer of like the AI life and the Chow World like designer was like working on the game in some aspect. I guess we found out where.
But yeah, it's super cool. I like them a lot. I think they're a great addition.
We have only talked about the open zone, and we're about an hour in.
Well, and to be fair, it's a substantial part of this game because
it is. It's a big part of the game,
and it was the the big landmark thing that this game tried. But the other thing that I guess kind of wanting to move things along, I don't have too much to say, but do you want to talk about the combat?
I do. Personally, I feel like the combat is the strongest part of the game. Maybe, I mean, you could make a case for Cyberspace.
Interesting.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
This is vehicles.
That's anyway, really interesting.
Like, it maybe could be the Cyberspace. It maybe could be the open zone. Like, I think the more I look at this game, my opinions could change, but just initially what I felt like, the combat was my favorite part. It's very simplistic, but just like leveling up Sonic is a lot of fun, collecting skill points and accessing his different moves on the skill tree. Once you have a complete Sonic with all of his leveled up abilities, it feels really cool to just do these super like flashy attacks in combat, and the different enemy types, especially like the mini bosses, they feel very like puzzly. Like you see them just roaming around in the world and you're like, okay, how do I beat this thing? And then you approach it and then it starts changing the terrain around you in some weird way. And you have to like adapt. You have to improvise your strategy the first time you see a lot of the mini bosses. And again, just like I was saying, the music gets you like really invested in the combat. I really can't praise enough like the mini bosses, the music that plays during those fights, the the way you kind of have to look at them and figure out how they move and do all this stuff is a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. And then of course, like, the bosses are technically part of the combat, and the boss fights are very flashy and very exciting. So that's why I would say the combat is the greatest. It's not like by a wide margin, because every aspect of the game has its pros and cons. But I found myself enjoying combat, particularly with the mini bosses, the most.
Yeah, specifically like the big bosses. Those I think are like the highlight of the game, and we'll talk about them later, like in detail.
Yeah,
but they are very much the highlight. For me, like, just overworld combat, I do think it is pretty basic, but I appreciate how quick it is. Because one of the things, like, when I saw the trailer that I was worried about is that combat would feel repetitive and boring and stale. And I feel like it is a little bit in that beginning tutorial when you don't have Sonic fully leveled up and have all of his skills. But, like, once you have his diverse kit, you know, there's enough at your disposal to just be, you know, I'm like, oh, what do I want to do? I want to do this. I want to do this. But you can also kind of blast through combat, and it's not like a huge, like, slog of a thing that, like, some games make it out to be.
Yeah, definitely.
And there even is a point where, like, you know, if I'm in the middle of something and an enemy pops up, you can just run past them and be like, I don't want to deal with you. Which I thought was very nice.
Yep, the game definitely is just like, you can do what you want. Uh-huh. You can really skip, like, most of the stuff you don't want to do. I guess the way that you level up Sonic is kind of interesting. There's, like, the seeds of attack and defense. Mm-hmm. And you take him to the hermit. And as far as, like, that side of things goes, it's pretty good, because you just pick him up, you talk to him, and then he, like, boom, your stats are however many of these seeds that you have. Really good. And then there's the Elder.
Yup.
And the Elder is, like, every time you gotta pick, okay, do I want to level up my max ring count? Because your rings are kind of more like a health bar in this one. Or do I want to level up Sonic's max top speed? And it is an important decision. But it's just like you use the Kokos you collected throughout the world to level those up, and the animation of doing so is very slow. It's like 8 seconds per time you want to level something up. You can only level up one thing at a time. Mm-hmm. If you max out Sonic's, like, ring counter and speed, you literally spend a half hour of total playtime just talking to the Elder and trying to mash through dialogue. And they put pauses at the end of each text box, so you can't just quickly mash through. You gotta sit there and watch animations play, and you gotta wait for him to say stuff, and it's just so, like, who saw this and thought it was fun?
I sincerely hope that, like, in any of the DLC or some kind of update, they give us just, like, a menu. Just like, hey, let me just upgrade my speed by 4 instead of having to do them 4 times.
And in fact, have it be like a menu where it's like, here's your speed. I've got 6, like, Kokos to use. I want to up my speed by 4 and my rings by 2. And then it just selects, and boom, you're done, and then you're out of there. It's because it's the fact that they did it with the hermit and the seeds. It auto gives that stuff to you, and then you're just like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
It's like, why didn't you also do Sonic Team?
Yeah.
They're always like this.
It's one of, like, the few, like, big nitpicks that I have that I was like, this could have been fixed, but it's not a deal breaker for me.
Right. Again, it's never a deal breaker, and it's the most Sonic Team thing about the game.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing,
because Sonic games are just full of this stuff that's like, it's never a deal breaker. It's never so upsetting that I'm like, okay, this is just an awful game, and I'll never forgive Sega for this. It never crosses into that territory, but it's just so, like, did anyone think about this?
Who tested this?
Just for, like, 2 seconds? Did anybody just go, gee, I'm not having fun doing this?
Yeah.
And there's no, like, counter either to indicate how much longer you'll have to be doing it. You do not know how many Kokos you have.
Yeah, I think you can check it in the fishing area. In that menu, it shows you.
In the fishing spot, where the Elder Koko is not.
Yes.
So you have to go there and back, you may not even have your fast travel unlocked.
I think you can also check it on the map. I didn't actually look at it to make sure.
Actually, now that you mention it, I do think that's right. But if you're in the middle of, sending your Kokos to the Elder, you can't pause and check. You'd have to exit the conversation, which again, the dialogue scrolls very slowly, and then check your menu, and then go back in and talk to the Elder Koko again. It's... Somebody could have thought about that. I think that's all I need to say.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But yeah, do we want to move on to Cyberspace?
Yes, I do.
So, I'm really curious what you think about Cyberspace, because for me, it's probably my least favorite part of the game.
Ah.
And not to say that, like, I hate it entirely, but I think... So, okay, there are two problems I have with Cyberspace. The first one is... Because the way that it is it's the levels from past games. And boost levels in particular suffer from the lack of a drift button.
Yeah.
Because our drift button is now our boost button. And so, like, you have these levels designed with this drifting feature in mind, but Sonic can no longer do that. And I really think that the level, like those levels in particular really suffer. The other thing is, you mentioned Sonic's double jump. I was watching Some Call Me Johnny's review, and he pointed it out, and I've never been able to unnotice it now. Sonic's double jump has a lot of forward momentum.
Yeah.
Which makes... Because for me, like, a double jump is usually meant to help you adjust your movement in the air.
Yeah, it's more for, like, course correction.
Yes. And it can do that a little bit, but it moves you forward, and so, like, if I overshoot a jump and I'm trying to jump back, it will rocket me farther forward.
Yeah.
Which is really frustrating. And, like, I think those two aspects make the Cyberspace especially the boost levels very difficult for me. But I will say the adventure levels are where Cyberspace shines. Like the levels taken from like Adventure 2 are some of the best levels. And then of course just the music slaps, dude. It's
right.
It's all those EDM tracks are so good.
Right, and it's not just EDM, it's a lot of electronic styles. There's, like there's legitimate, like there's dubstep, there's trance, there's...
Some of them have vocals and some of them don't. Like...
Right. There's a huge variety in the Cyberspace tracks.
Another pro is that when you restart the level, it doesn't restart the music.
Yes, that is a big plus.
It lets it keep playing. Let me tell you, because, okay, so 1-2, the infamous cyberspace level, that is stupidly difficult. I finally S-ranked it, like, last night. And it was tough, and it took many attempts, and I kept having to reset and try again when I'd, like, botch a jump or, like, mistime something. And I'm like, nope, this is a scuffed run. And I'd restart, and the music would still play through from where it was at. And so it kept me from going insane from listening to that same beginning part of the song. And I love that. That was such a great decision.
Right, because I can think in particular, Sonic and the Secret Rings, that ruined that game's soundtrack. Just you die and the music restarts, or you select restart because you messed up and the music restarts. And so you hear the first, 3 seconds of those stages' songs over and over and over, and you never get to hear, the later parts of the songs,
Mm-hmm.
and like tons of Sonic games suffer from that. But then this one, it's just like, no, the music just keeps looping, just keep trying until you get it, and it's like, oh, merciful Sonic team, thank you.
Yeah, well, and again, because this is the kind of game that, like, benefits from trying to speedrun it, and, like, you know, I want to improve my time, and so, like, you know, when a run is scuffed and you gotta start over, it's just this nice little feature that really goes a long way.
Yes, definitely. As far as my take on Cyberspace, like, I definitely agree. It feels a little off control wise. There are a lot of those moments, especially ones where like we had a different boost format control style, and now we're trying to play this different boost format control style in the same level design. It does show that it's a little weird. Some levels are a bit better designed than others. Generally, I'm still kind of iffy on 2D boost Sonic.
Yeah.
None of the levels are really so long that they overstay their welcome, and I did like that they put the one bonus level from Sonic Unleashed. It was like a rooftop run level where there's like it's 2D the whole time, and there's like the little like launcher things where you push a button and that determines the angle where it shoots you. And then you have to like push a bunch of those. You even have to like push the wrong button so it doesn't shoot you into spikes.
Yeah.
That was like a really tough level, but it was super memorable. And so seeing that one come back, I was like, oh, hey, they thought of this. It's not just like the main like really recognizable levels. They picked some obscure ones too. But then like easily, hands down, I'll agree with you there. Like the Sonic Adventure 2 levels are just fantastic because they capture the same level design. All the recognizable set pieces are there, but they did have to retool them so that way Boo Sonic could go through them. And they thought a bit more about this Sonic's control scheme when customizing those levels. Mm-hmm. So he feels like a perfect fit, especially like one that comes to mind for me is the Sky Rail level.
Yes.
Because like, you know, you already have like the good like momentum system that like the rails have from Sonic Adventure 2. And the rail grinding is somewhat momentum based again, like it used to be, but now you have the boost, so you can like blast down those rails at these crazy high speeds, and it's super exhilarating.
Oh yeah. And it's funny too, because like they all have, I don't know if this is to its benefit or its detriment, how like they all have the same 4 coats of paint. Because like on the one hand, visually, it makes it harder to like make any particular levels stand out. But on the other hand, it's really fun to like try and guess, okay, what game is this from? And then
right, because they don't immediately throw like the graphics at you like something like Radical Highway or whatever. They use like the chemical plant art style for it. So you're going through and you're just like, okay, this is like a chemical plant level. I've seen this before somewhere. Where have I seen this? And then you're able to piece it together that it's chemical plant.
Yeah, well, and for me specifically, I think it was the Skyrail level. Because I didn't pick up on it immediately. It wasn't until I got to like the rocket. Because in this it's a paraglider, and I was like, wait, this functions just like the rockets do in Sonic Adventure 2. Wait a minute, I recognize this set piece. Wait a minute, and it was like so exciting because all of a sudden I was like, I know exactly what to do here. I know exactly where to go.
Mm-hmm. It's also very fun seeing them try to recreate gameplay mechanics using stuff like that they don't exactly have from those games. Like things like the Metal Harbor level where they don't exactly have all of like Sonic's abilities the normal way. Or like how there's like the areas where you would normally get power-ups in Sonic Adventure 2. They hide like other little things that'll be like a shortcut to get you through somewhere quicker, or like a little like thing of rings.
Yep.
So it's like they really thought about like accurately recreating where they could and then getting creative with the stuff where they couldn't. And then that's the other thing. For the final batch of Cyberspace levels, they are just completely original level designs that are not from anything. And those are, like, surprisingly, like,
some
on
of the
par
best.
with the Sonic Adventure 2. They're some of their best because, again, it's not this hokey boost Sonic level design with, like, gameplay that wasn't made for it. It's like these were custom tailored to the way that Sonic moves. So they really thought about how to design them well, and so they're super well-designed levels.
Mm-hmm.
In general, I will say, because you kind of brought this up with, like, the different, like, mission things you can do, how there's, like, a time attack, which determines your ranking, but then there's other objectives, like collect the 5 rings, or, like, the red star rings, or, like, just get a certain amount of rings and get to the end. And I love having these little mission objectives, because it makes the Cyberspace stages really addictive. Like, okay, I just beat the level. I didn't have enough rings, I didn't get any red star rings, or I got, like, 2 or 3. And usually you won't be making S rank your first try on a lot of these.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I gotta try again, I gotta do better. But then by the end of the game, I was getting into this flow of, like, I want to see if I can get the S rank and all the red star rings and enough rings before the end and do the whole thing in one run. And, you know, sometimes I would do it and it would feel super awesome, and then sometimes I wouldn't. I'd be like, okay, let's try it again. Let's see what I missed. So it's a nice approach because they're short levels, kind of like Sonic Forces, but unlike Sonic Forces, that's not the entire game. They're just supplements to the open zone stuff, which is more of what you're doing. So they're a good way to break up the change of pace. Just kind of wish they would get the controls right and not spam the Sonic Generations level aesthetics.
Yeah. I did like that city, like, with, like, all of, like, the speeding cars in the background, like,
because the city one is not exactly like Speed Highway or City Escape. It's just kind of like a generic cityscape area. And that one looks really nice because it doesn't look like it's just a rehashed Sonic level. It just looks original.
But yeah, and I appreciate Cyberspace for, like, what it does for the gameplay loop of, like, these are your more traditional levels and, like, what Sega's done. But then, like, you loop back, you go into there so that you can come back into this open world and play around in here so that you can then go back into, and then it has this really satisfying loop to it that I love it.
Right. And the fact that if you're not good at the game, those levels aren't the only way to get, like, the vault keys and stuff.
Yeah.
But they are... Police sirens. I'm so sick of everybody driving by my house only at nighttime while I'm recording. Anyway. So the vault keys, you can get them, like, from doing Cyberspace stuff, but it's not the only way to get them. You can just find them on the overworld. So if you're not good at the Cyberspace stuff, there's a lot of freedom in how you want to play the game. But then, specifically, if you are good, you can get a huge chunk of them in a single go. And so that was, like, my favorite thing to do was just, like, hunt out the Cyberspace towers and use them to get the keys. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Well, and then it's also, there's another way that you can get stuff, and it's a very broken way. How'd you like that transition?
Sonic, welcome back.
Would you like to borrow a rod?
Big the cat!
Big's
fishing!
Oh my
Important thing to know, all good video games have a fishing minigame. I don't make the rules, that's just the way it is.
Yep. This is very interesting for me, because on the one hand, first and foremost, I'm so glad Big is back.
Yes.
I adore the fact that, like, Sonic is like, how the heck did you even get here? Where even is here? And that we continue Big's paranormal ability to just be somewhere.
Yep.
But yeah, on the one hand, this is a very simple minigame.
Oh, yeah.
Like, compared to Sonic Adventures fishing, this is so, like, you can play it with one hand. It is so stupidly easy. And I would have liked it to be more complex, but on the other hand, it is so, like, chill and relaxing to just catch fish.
Yes.
And I think it does what Big Story tried to do in the original Sonic Adventure, which was, hey, this is a safe space to just kind of relax and take a break. And I really enjoy that.
Yeah, I think the lo-fi is what sells this place the best.
Oh, absolutely.
And it makes me so happy because I just love how Tomoya Ohtani, who's like the composer, like the head director of like Sonic music stuff at this point, he really loves lo-fi, but it's not a thing that usually like fits in a Sonic game because of the tone they're trying to go for. But then they're like, hey, we have this really laid-back fishing mini game. And he's like, now's my chance to cram some lo-fi into this game.
Yup. Oh, it's so good. But also, I had this epiphany, and I think it's brilliant. Because, like, everything in this game is optional, and so, you know, tutorials are, you know, however they are in this game. But this unintentionally preps you for the QTEs in the boss fights.
It's true.
Like the fishing minigame functions the exact same, which is brilliant.
It is.
Like, I was just sitting there thinking about it, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is your tutorial for that part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't know.
In fact, some of these you could argue are harder.
Oh,
than
yeah.
the quick time events during like boss fights and stuff, because like there's like the double ring ones or even the triple ring ones.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe that's prepping us for something for the DLC, but
that's true. That's very true.
But like, the fishing was something that I didn't think I would love, but like it was, and just the range of stupid things that you can fish up.
Yeah, the level of detail on all of the models of the different fish, and not just fish, but other things you fish up.
Yes.
I'd like to think that the majority of the file space in this game went to these models. it's
also
like...
just Sonic's like happy expression when he fishes some of these things up is like what sells me.
Especially when you find some of like the trash, like the car tire,
yes.
And Sonic's just like, I got a car tire! It spins like I do! But I mean, I like seriously, I just like to imagine this is like a 5 gigabyte video game, and then there's just like this 10 gigabyte like poison dart frog model. But like, yeah, there's a whole like encyclopedia with a bunch of different stuff to catch, and you get like thoughts on all of the different fish types. It's so needlessly extensive for something so silly. Not
to mention the egg memos, which we'll probably talk about a little bit later, but
yep.
That's some of the best writing in the game, period.
You can go fishing to get Eggman lore. It's so funny.
Love it. I freaking love it.
It's so weird.
Which again feeds into the question of, Big, how did you get these? And just fished them up.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, the cool thing about it, because you would complain like, oh, this isn't realistic. This is like way too biodiverse for a regular lake pond or whatever. And it's like, it's cyberspace. None of it's real.
I know. Oh my goodness, it's so good. I could sit here and gush about the fishing forever, but we should probably get going.
We should. So the last gameplay thing that I do want to talk about, because we kind of didn't talk about this, is the little like challenges, the minigame challenges that happen on the overworld. Because this is kind of its own gameplay style. It depends on what it is. What did you think of these things, like the helping Amy gather the Kokos, or like Tails grabbing all of like the nuts and bolts for parts.
Yeah. My opinions varied on them, depending on the one, because the nuts and bolts one, that one can die, because I hated that one.
I did too.
But, like, the hacking minigame was fun, like... And part of the thing, too, this is funny, because when we recorded our Chrono Trigger episode, you talked about the minigames in that, and how they were kind of there to kind of break up the monotony of, like, you know... kind of, like, break up the pace, I should say, of the game. Yeah. And I kind of felt like this is what those did. They're like, hey, here's something different. And, you know, every time, like it or hate it, I'm like, well, it's done. Move on.
Yeah. I will say, I didn't think any of them were really very fun. Except maybe, like, the skydiving one you do.
Yes, that one I actually liked. That one I liked.
I wouldn't say I liked it a ton. I definitely didn't enjoy it more than any Cyberspace levels.
Oh, yeah.
But the one thing I can give those little minigames is that is the most Sonic-y sounding parts of the soundtrack are doing those minigames. They sound very Sonic Adventure-y, in a really good way. The music is just so much fun while you're doing these horrible missions over and over.
Which again, at least the music's good.
Yeah, they're not too fun, but they don't take forever. There's like one per island, maybe like two on Chaos Island, and then they're just done and they're out of the way. And the best part about them is that once you beat them, you get this little cinematic of Sonic dancing with the Coco.
Can I just say that, like, Sonic dancing has become one of my favorite things? Like, it's just so good. In the franchise is the fact that Sonic actually, like, actively just enjoys dancing as, like, it's just started as like, oh, hey, here's the little victory animation because he beat the level. But then it's just become a part of his character that he just, like, when he wins or does something, like, he dances. And he just has the biggest smile on his face.
Yeah. It's so, like... There's so much about this game that just has that moody, dark atmosphere, and, like, all the characters are in this really stressful situation, and so they all sound very worried. And then you just do a minigame, and Sonic does a little happy victory dance, and grabs the Chaos Emerald and smiles, and then the camera zooms out like it's Super Mario World, like... it's... the little, like, black ring effect on the camera, it just... It's almost out of place, but I'm just glad it's there, and it makes me smile. It's really fun. All right. But shall we move on to story?
Yeah, I think before we put our spoiler warning, I just kind of want to put some, like, general thoughts about the story.
Okay, yeah.
Because, like, for me personally, Ian Flynn is my hero. I freaking love the way this man writes. Because it's not just Sonic. Like, I've also read his Mega Man comics that he wrote, and I adored those. And just, like, everything about him is so fun. Like, I like his style. One thing, I'm gonna steal this again from Some Call Me Johnny, his review, because it really spoke to me, was he talked about how, like, the fan service in this game is so, like, stupidly high. There's a lot of references to past games. Yep. And, you know, like, it's still presented in a way that, like, if this was somebody's first Sonic game, you can still follow the plot and everything. It's more just kind of like casual references. But for me, as somebody who has stuck with this franchise for the, like, you know, the past 30 years of history, I feel validated in having stuck with it. And the fact that it acknowledges all of this history, the good and the bad. And I love that. It makes me smile as a Sonic fan. And so, like, if you're somebody who's never played a Sonic game, like, I say, play this game. You'll probably love it. It might even push you to look at some of these other games. But if you are someone who, like, has played, like, any Sonic games, and at least, like, has a passing, like, knowledge of Sonic, or, like me, are a colossal Sonic fan, you definitely need to play this game. because there's so much love poured into this series.
You hear that, everybody? We got a big Ian Flynn fanboy over here.
Yeah, and I'll say this, like, Ian's not a perfect writer.
No.
But by and large, he highlights the elements of these characters and this world that resonate with me, and that's one of the reasons I enjoy his writing.
Yeah. To give my perspective on Ian's writing, so I would still say overall I'm a fan of Ian's writing, but I'm definitely less, I wouldn't say he's my hero, like you would. I just think he's a decent writer, but as somebody with a bit less of an attachment to his style of writing, And again, you acknowledge that he has faults, but I think I scrutinize this game's writing a little bit more, just for, like, not looking for plot holes, but definitely just, like, I came in very skeptical that he was going to be able to write a video game story well, when for the longest time, he'd been a comic book writer. And comics have a very different vibe to them than a video game does. And if you listen to him, like, talk about his experience on, like, his podcast show, Bumblecast, you can tell, like, this was a very different experience for him. It's nothing like writing a comic book at all. But, like, generally, I do enjoy more of his stuff than I dislike. And like I said in the first place, like, you letting me check out the comics got me kind of used to the way that he does things. It's very referential of past stuff. For me, I don't like that so much, just for the reason that if everything Sonic-wise is now canon, and we're trying to draw in the storylines from every Sonic game, that means that I have to acknowledge that the Sonic games that don't have stories that I like are canon and part of this story. Especially when there's, like, mood whiplash because characters are written differently than they'd been written in previous games. This game tries to just take all that in and be like, no. Somehow it's all canon. I think if anybody is up to the task of making every Sonic game canon and bridging it into a story, it's Ian Flynn. He is pretty good at that. But it still is just one of those things that's like, do we have to acknowledge that Tails was afraid of Chaos Zero in Sonic Forces, even though he kicked his butt in Sonic Adventure? Like, does that have to be canon? But
I guess...
even so, like, I am generally very impressed with the way the story script goes, and I think Ian did a pretty good job, and it's miles better than what they were doing during the meta era.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
When we get into more specific things in the story and talking about it and spoilers, like, I have some specific things about that I'll say, but we'll save that for then. Which I guess now, if we want to actually get into it.
Yeah, hey everybody, we're talking about story. If you don't want spoilers, we'll put up a little spoiler, skip to this timestamp.
Mm-hmm.
But for those who are not afraid of spoilers, let's begin.
Skip here to avoid spoilers.
So one thing I found very interesting about this game was its introduction.
Yeah.
It goes by pretty quick and just gets you to the game.
Yeah, honestly, I felt like the intro was kind of whatever. In kind of the same way as Forces, it opens with, like, showing what Eggman is up to and trying to set up a plot hook without, like, giving anything away.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of whatever. It's like, oh, Eggman's in the forest. He's doing something with weird technology. Oh, he gets sucked into the portal. What's going on? And I'm just kind of like, dude, is this a thing now? Like, Forces tried to do this. Do we need to open with Eggman? Like, showing that he's up to something, but not explaining what he's up to. I don't really think Sonic games need this. I probably sound more critical about it, but it's... I don't know. I feel like we could have just opened with Sonic and friends flying to the island, and then just figured, like, you see Eggman tech lying around the island and be like, oh, Eggman's here. Like
on the one hand, I agree with you.
I don't know if we need that.
On the other hand, this is also sort of Sage's introduction. And Sage is a new character in this game. And so, like...
Yeah...
I feel like it's important context that, like, where else are we going to put it?
I guess, because the whole point of this game's story is they kind of play with your expectations about who Sage even is.
Yes.
So I wouldn't say that this opening scene with Eggman is really pivotal.
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's just whatever. It's a few seconds long, and it gets you into the gameplay as quick as possible.
Yeah, and then we get, we briefly get, like, Sonic, Tails, and Amy. We get do you want to talk about Roger's performance here?
I guess now's the best time. It just really threw me off. He's got a very deep, manly man voice, because Sonic's a game for grown-ups now. Sonic's 35.
Here's the thing for me. It is a little weird and jarring. Like, the first time I heard it, I was like, whoa, that's a little different. And then it kind of just grew on me. And part of it, too, with, like, with Roger's performance as Sonic in this, I kind of noticed that, like, Sonic has this way of, like, how he presents himself to his friends.
Yeah.
And it's, like, those first couple of cutscenes, it's most notable. And then, like, later on in the game, he kind of sounds a little more like his old self.
Right.
But it definitely... It catches you off guard when you boot up the game, and you're like, whoa, this is Sonic?
Yeah, and I'll agree with you. Like, I got used to it. There was a point around, like, Island 2 where I was like, this is too much for me, I'm switching to the Japanese cast. And I did for a little bit, and I was like, okay, but now I have to, like, pay attention to the subtitles and everything, and it's probably not exactly what the characters are saying, so I'll switch back to English. And then I did, and then by, like, Island 3, I was completely used to it, and I was just like, okay, this is Sonic now, and I wasn't bothered by it.
Yeah.
But it definitely was hard to adjust to at first.
it took a little bit of adjusting. Like, I think a lot of things about this, and I think part of it too is that they're going for a more serious tone, so they changed up the voice direction a little bit, which
they serioused up Sonic.
and I kind of appreciate that because of kind of the style of games that we'd had up to this point, and it very much, like, set the tone of, like, okay, well, this is different, but this is a little bit more serious, and, like, I'm here for it.
I will say, like, I had a bit of a problem with Roger voicing Sonic, but I could tell it was mostly just from, like, the script. That, like, Sonic was saying a lot of, like, dumb stuff that didn't sound very natural. And it was just Roger performing that to the best of his ability as an actor. And so I'd always said, like, oh, just get Roger a better script and, like, you'll notice night and day that he's a great actor. And then the deep voice thing threw me off for a bit. But then once I got used to the deep voice thing, it was just like, oh yeah, Roger is a great actor, and this is a more serious script that allows him to express a better range of emotions than we usually get to see Sonic have. So it's, like, overall, it's good. I do like it. It just kind of took a sec, you know?
Yeah.
But as far as, like, our setup, like you said, it's very straightforward. Just Sonic, Tails, Amy, they're like, oh, the Chaos Emeralds are on this island. We need to find them. And then, boom, portal sucks you in, and then, boom, gameplay starts. It's just, like, super quick.
And, like, for as, like you said, as patronizing as the tutorial is on the overworld, I feel like it does a good job of, like, all right, we got to get you all this information. Now you're across the bridge, go wild.
I do appreciate that once the tutorial's done, they do kind of just back off and let you play the game.
And I think that might be part of it, is they're like, we want to set you up so that you know what you're doing, and now that you know what you're doing, yeah, have fun. Go play the game.
Mm-hmm. So the first of the Starfall Islands that we get to is Kronos Island.
Yep.
So let's talk about that. What did you think about Kronos Island, mister?
I really liked it because, like, you know, yes, it does have the tutorial, but also, it's been a bit. You know, I was like, okay, I gotta dust off some of the rust, and you know, get back in the Sonic mindset and figure out how he handles. I spent a while fine tuning my controls, so it was actually that tutorial was a great place to kind of test and figure out what I liked.
Yeah.
And then, one of the things too about this, so because we kind of have these separated by like island and also character. Amy is here, and I don't. Most of my notes are about her, but I don't know if you had anything specific to say about the island itself.
Yeah. So to specifically talk about Kronos Island before we get into Amy, I know, like, we're in this day and age where games just get compared to other games. And so people saw the early, like, instances of the trailers and everything were like, this is just like Breath of the Wild, and it's open world, so it's a direct ripoff of Breath of the Wild. And I'm like, I think the comparisons stop at, like, it's a wilderness and there's piano music.
Yeah.
That's about it, and it's open world. Like, they're kind of shallow. The thing that caught me instantly, the vibe of this game, it is so Shadow of the Colossus. Like, it's unbelievable how Shadow of the Colossus this game is. And especially this first island, because, like, the environments do change up a lot as you go from island to island. But this first area, like, the somber music, the fact that, like, you're in this mostly, like, empty world, there's more to the environments than there is to Shadow of the Colossus, but, like, the vibe is really there. And then it's the fact that, like, there's a disembodied voice giving you assignments to defeat giant monsters. The fact that Amy is the first person that's trapped here that you're trying to rescue, like, it's like how you're trying to resurrect your dead girlfriend in Shadow of the Colossus, like. I kept seeing the comparisons all throughout, and I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah. I think what I like, too, is, like, the sort of weird blend of technology and natural environment of the area.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it looks nice.
It really looks good, and, like, there's some really nice areas in this island. Like, the immediate first one that comes to my mind is, like, the Field of Flowers.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of my favorite spots, and, like, I also think that this is probably the easiest island to navigate.
Oh, of course it is.
And so, you know, it very much stands out in that regard, and I liked it a lot.
Yeah, the vibe of the island is just really nice. I love that there's, because again, like, the music builds, like, as you progress through the island. When you get to the second movement of the island, there's little bits of Planet Wisp music that's, like, hidden in the...
Oh my god.
Like, the pianos are just kind of, like, staying steady and consistent, but there's, like, violins playing, like, Planet Wisp music, and, like, I didn't notice that on my first playthrough, but somebody pointed that out to me, and I was like, oh, that's amazing!
Oh my gosh.
I think generally the vibe I get from this first island is like those... Have you seen those, like, Sonic GDK fan games? Where it's like Sonic in a very realistic environment. Like, there was a ton of them in, like, the early, like, 2000s to 2010s. There was one, I meant to send it to you, but there was, like, a video that had very, like, orchestral music and Sonic running around very realistic environments that I was so like, this is amazing. But yeah, generally, like, Kronos Island is a lot of fun. Sometimes, like, the puzzles they have are maybe a little too easy.
Yeah.
I can tell that what they were going for was like, oh, these will set you up so you learn how to do them. That way, when you re-encounter the puzzles in the next area, you'll be ready for them. But, like, they are a little too easy, I think.
They are. And
well, no. Some of them are easy, and then there's, like, the beam reflect puzzle. That one was kind of a pain.
And kind of one of the things, too, that I have to remind myself is, like, yes, a good chunk of the Sonic fandom is now, like, in their 30s or older, like me.
Right.
But also, there are new people jumping in at this point, and, you know, Sonic is definitely aimed at a younger audience, and so, like, when I encountered kind of the easier puzzles, I kind of just took it as, like, well, this is definitely meant for somebody younger than me, but it's also meant for, like, everyone, and so... I don't know. I just kind of, like, took it as, like, alright, this is how the game is, I'll take it.
I would argue with this game being E10 and the fact that the vibe of it is definitely not aiming at a younger audience.
True.
Like, that would make me think that they wouldn't simplify the gameplay so much, but it's like, you know, like, we already got 2 Sonic movies out, and, like, those definitely reached a lot of younger fans, so, like... This could very easily be a lot of, like, little kids' first Sonic game, and I'm so happy that they're gonna grow up listening to metalcore. Take that, parents. But, like, yeah, it's... I don't know. Like, I noticed it's easy, and I was a little bit like, okay, this is kind of too easy for my tastes, but, like, it's still fun exploring, so it gets a pass.
Again, also, I was sick when I played this, and so I was like, okay, you know what? I'm a little happy that I don't have to, like, stress my brain out too much on some of these puzzles.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would feel that way, too.
But, I kind of want to talk about Amy, because, unless you had something else to say.
Another bullet point that I have is just some of the different enemy types on the island.
Oh, yeah. I don't have really a lot of that on here, so if you want to talk about that, go for it.
I don't either, but there's just, like, a specific 2 that come to mind that were really stand out to me, and that was Asura and Squid.
Yup.
Asura in particular was like, I was interested, I was very cautiously treading through Sonic Frontiers being like, okay, this is, like, really weirding me out, am I gonna like this one? And then, like, one of the first things you do once the tutorial is over is you fight Asura. It's one of the first, like, points of interest on the map. And that fight was where the game sold me, where I was just like, okay, I'm gonna enjoy this game and I really want to play it. And it's very Shadow of the Colossus. You're climbing up a big monster that's, like, lumbering and hulking and trying to slam you, and then you run up the arm. And it starts with that very, like, slow, tense techno. But then, like, once you, like, run up the arm and go through the little rings and get to the top, just the music goes crazy. Literally, like, when I made that, like, first jump to the top of Asura, my stomach dropped like I was riding a roller coaster. And I just got chills from listening to the music, and I was like, oh, this game is good.
I think one of my favorite things about Asura 2 is, like, you can Psyloop his legs and attack to, like, knock them up and then attack them to get extra portal gears.
Yeah.
I really like that. And also, like, how, you know, he has, like, the 3 sides to him that you have to take out. And the fact that, like, the difficulty increases with each one. It was first like, oh, here are these little boost rings to get you up. Now here are the red ones that push you back. Now here's, like, a mixture of the two.
And, like, the red ones are moving, so you have to, like, thread the needle. It's just so good. And also I appreciate that during the Knuckles short, they use the Asura music during the fight scene. Yes. And so it's just, I love the music during this part. To a lesser extent, I also really enjoyed the squid battle. It's mostly, like, chasing after it and doing, like, the 3-lane thing. So it was cool to see that that gameplay style didn't leave now that we're shifting away from traditional boost style, but it was, like, used for, like, a phase in a fight. And so I really liked it for that.
I struggled on Squid a bit just because I didn't have a whole lot of attack and defense, and so
yeah, same.
He took me a couple of tries.
Right. But it was one of those things that just, like, I noticed it was optional and that it was really hard, and so I was like, I have to be able to do this, like, earlier than the game expects me to. Like, I just feel awesome. And just trying to strategize, like, when it flies low, like, okay, now, like, I gotta time it right so I can land on the path and then chase after it. Just trying to figure out how Squid worked was really cool. And I guess also the fact it's funny that Squid, like, jump scares.
Squid cracks me up. Like, the fact that it's a meme now
really
is
funny.
so funny.
It's a good meme. But yeah, okay, that's most of what I wanted to say about enemy stuff.
Yeah,
we can move on to Amy.
Because for me, like, a lot of my notes are on the specific characters, because on Ian Flynn's podcast, he mentioned that one of his goals with this game was to get some of these characters out of Sonic's shadow. Writing wise, and specifically Amy had the toughest job writing wise, because not only did her character need some fixing and some reworking, but she also needed to carry the plot forward too, because you know, Sonic is just as lost as everyone else and doesn't know what's going on, and so we the players don't know, and so she had to kind of help move that forward in addition to, like, hey, let's examine her character and kind of fix her up a little bit.
Right, yeah.
Which, like, and that's the thing too, I think she excelled at that. Like, because the biggest part of Amy's character is her relationship to Sonic.
Yeah.
Which, from this, and I like the direction they're taking it, that currently they're both really good friends with, like, some very subtle hinting towards something more. Like, you can tell that Sonic has feelings for Amy, but doesn't really want to explore that at this point in his life. And Amy understands that and is fine, so they're content to just be friends right now. And they feel like friends.
That was one of the first things that I noticed about this. Amy is very comfortable around Sonic. Which is... We've had so many games, and so much has happened since the Sonic adventure of Sonic, whoa, Amy, wait, and, like, stuttering and freaking out and whatever. And, like, now they're just, like, they're comfortable around each other. And so when I see them at this stage, it's like, they don't necessarily have to ship Sonic and Amy or focus on romance as an aspect, but I'd believe it if they were a couple.
Oh,
because
yeah.
they have chemistry.
And they play off each other super well.
Yeah. In general, like, because I don't know if I have too much to say about Amy, but just generally, like, she's a lot more compassionate, like her adventure days, which is really nice. In particular, there was that one line of dialogue that came from Amy that really got me, where she was, like, worried about helping the Coco and everything, and Sonic was like, well, we need to find Tails, we kind of can't just dance around whatever. And she, like, turns and points at him, and she's like, are you telling me you would leave behind someone in need? And I was like, there's Amy.
There she is.
There's the character we've been missing for years.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, how you read that scene, because I read it a little differently, is, like, Sonic is stressed and worried because she's stuck like that, and, you know, they're not making any progress, and they're just kind of dragging the children around, and so he's like, hey, we should maybe focus on you instead. And Amy's like,
right, yeah.
You know, she reads it that way, is like, you're not gonna help? You know, and kind of gets in his face a little bit. I'm just like, oh, she's so good. There were so many good lines. I want to talk about the reveal of the Coco and the Chaos people.
Yeah.
Because
I will say I have, like, a specific point kind of later on where, like, we could talk more about the Chaos people, but I mean, if you want to just talk about, like, the initial reveal, or do you want to just talk about them, like, everything now?
I guess I can talk a little bit about the Coco, because specifically what I was referring to earlier, the Coco are based on, hang on, I've got the wiki up, because I want to make sure I read this right. The Haniwa statues, which are a very specific type of, like, cultural statue that were set on top of funeral mounds, and it was believed that they had a purpose in, like, funeral rituals. And it's really cool. Like, definitely look this up because they're really cool. It's spelled Haniwa. There's even some theories that like the soul of the deceased would reside in the Haniwa, or however you pronounce it. And bearing in mind what the Koko are, that is so fascinating.
Yeah.
And the way that, like, the Koko... Can we talk about that scene where, like, they quote-unquote die or their spirits move on?
Yeah, because you see, like, a thing where, like, their spirits from the past, like, meet together and are together.
Yeah. Well, even before that, when you bring the child and the mother, you reunite them.
Oh, yeah! Yeah, you get that one, too.
And then, like, the spirit goes up into the sky, and then the Koko just collapse. And, like, you know, the fact that, like, that scene just plays out, and then, of course, Sonic's like, nobody's even reacting to this. Like, they're acting like that's normal.
Yeah.
And it's the fact that, like, we're giving these spirits closure is so cool.
For sure.
And then, you know, when we get our first, like, flashback into the past, and, you know, we watch the two. First off, like, we see them and they look like chaos. Like, I jumped out of my seat. I was like, wait a minute, hold up, this is huge. But also, like, you know, that whole scene plays out, and then just, like, watching just, like, the shell, the remains of the Koko just there together, and Amy's line of, like, they were reunited right before the end. And just the weight that scene carries.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
We have, like, this... It's not even necessarily death, but it's just kind of this strange, like, side of, like, spirits, completing the end of their lives and passing on. And just, like, watching Sonic characters react to that is so fascinating.
Uh-huh. And the way Sonic handles the situation of, like, he tells Amy, like, I'm gonna go on ahead, you take some time and process this.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, the path that this sets Amy on, of, like, you know, she saw, like, two lovers reunite, and the fact that this love echoed throughout time to her and left an impact on her, and now she's like, I want to share that with the world. I think that's so wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, and again, it's her comment of, like, I know that doing that is going to take me far away from you. And, it's so good. It's so good. I freaking love it.
Everybody's so grown up in this game.
Well, like, they're grown up, or they are growing up in this story. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. And I love it. And I love the direction that they took with it.
Mm-hmm. And it's, again, the fact that characters have, like, arcs in the story, like, they learn things from their experiences and, like, decide to move in a new direction and stuff. It's just so, like, it's a real story again, and it's Sonic characters.
I know. It's so good. It's so good. That's kind of, like, what I have.
Right. Could you tell me again, so the Haniwa thing that the Kokos are based off of, is what country or what culture is that from?
I'm not 100% sure. I'm scanning the article. They were also used as boundary markers for the borders of grave sites.
Okay.
And then certain ones were also, like, equipped with weapons and armor. Because I actually, like, I have, like, a screen cap of the wiki.
Okay.
I think it's a Japanese thing, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay, because that would make sense in Japan, but I could also see that being from a different country, so that's...
Yeah.
I'll look into that myself, then.
The Haniwa. Like, and again, with what the Koko are, just... It fits so well with this kind of story, and it's a cool idea.
Yeah, definitely.
the other thing that happens on this island that I just kind of want to mention is your first encounter with like the first Titan. And just like Sonic's approach to that.
Oh yeah.
And also his first encounter with Sage, which like we'll talk about them more specifically later, but like the fact that Sonic rushes in, gets his butt kicked, and like it's specifically, I know that like it is shot for shot an Evangelion thing, but like the way it throws Sonic and he hits like he goes through like 2 different like pillars. You feel that impact, and it's great theming because it sets up how powerful the Titans are.
Yeah, it's I feel like animation wise we've made a lot more progress since like Infinite and his posse do that like fighting game juggle combo on Sonic and Forces.
Yeah.
Like that, like Sonic getting beat up there, like it was surprising because it was Sonic getting beat up, but it didn't look very good. This one, just the Titan just grabbing Sonic and chucking him like through 2 pillars into a mountainside. It was like, oh,
yeah,
that hurt.
Well, and it's like Sonic like hits through 2 pillars, hits the side of a mountain, and then falls, and then you see him like struggle to get up, and then he passes out. And I'm like, I believe that because of how hard those impacts were.
You see that, and you're like, he's not dead. Who is this Goku of a hedgehog?
That he needs to become Goku in order to stand a chance.
Right. And so I love the idea of that resolution of Sonic, like, well, I can't take this thing as I am. Let's get the Chaos Emeralds and see if we can beat it that way.
Yeah, as well as that, like, tinge of doubt in his voice of, like, I'm gonna need the Chaos Emeralds and a little bit of luck. Like, even with the Chaos Emeralds, this fight is not going to be easy.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just, I love it. I love it.
Oh, it's great. A lot of the, like, introductions to the Titans in the world in this game are super cool.
Yeah, well, and I guess it, kind of skipping ahead, because we're going to talk about the specific Titan battles, later on.
Right.
But Sonic's approach towards them is so interesting, because, like, the first one, this first one, he's like, oh, I'll fight you head on. And then with the second one, it's like, okay, that's not going to work. I need to run. And, like, the way that Sonic starts to, like, understand that, like, I'm not gonna fight these Titans as I am. I need to get stronger. And I love that.
Yeah.
But that's kind of what I have on Kronos Island, unless you have anything else you wanted to add.
Not really.
Should we move on to the next island then?
Yes.
Good old Ares Island.
Yeah.
And of course, this is where Knuckles is.
I like how you see, so you start on Kronos Island, and then you see Ares Island, you're like, oh, we're doing a Greek thing, are we?
Yeah, well, quite literally, every single one of them, the islands, is named after a Greek god. Which, I find it kind of interesting that Knuckles is on this island. Because, good old Ares is the god of war. And
oh, yeah!
And this is fascinating, too, because Knuckles is here, and Knuckles kind of has, like, his military background from Sonic Forces kind of come into play a little bit. And, like,
that's true.
The fact that you collect, like, war medallions, like medals, as, like, the memory tokens. I thought that was just, like, a neat little thing.
Mm-hmm. Right, well, and then on top of all that, his background with the Echidna tribe, that he was with a warrior clan.
Yup.
Yeah, it's definitely a great fit for Knuckles.
Yeah, it's fascinating too, because like I don't think the other islands like name-wise fit as much, because like Kronos was like the youngest Titan and the personification of time, and like Chaos is just the primordial void. Rhea was like the wife of Kronos and fertility goddess, and then Ouranos was like the father of all the Titans.
Yeah.
But like it's still cool.
Yeah, it really is.
like Knuckles, with this being Ares, I thought that was like fascinatingly specific.
Yeah, that is some decent theming. In fact, like all of these, the name kind of matches sort of what's happening in the area.
Uh-huh.
Which is cool. To talk about the island itself a bit, I've never liked desert levels very much. There are some cool things you can do with the desert aesthetic that some video games have done. I didn't hate it here. There's definitely some cool stuff, especially like the enemy design here is really cool. But it's just not one of those things that like really grabs me as much as some of the other environmental designs.
Yeah. I'll say one of the things that stands out the most to me is this is the most unique looking island. It is the most like visually distinct out of all of them.
Yeah.
And part of that is due to like Sega running out of development time and reusing assets.
Sure, yeah.
But like it definitely this island leaves an impression. I appreciate like after the Titan fight losing the the Chaos Emeralds and Sonic getting Metroided more times in this one game than like Samus.
I'll be honest, I don't like Sonic getting Metroided that much. I like it going from Island 1 to 2, but I really think after that they could have just like, oh, Sonic ran out of like time to use the emeralds and then they just scatter on their own.
Or like, you know, the emerald, the thing, like the pedestals like absorbed them or whatever.
Yeah, there were other workarounds than just, oh, lasers are now shooting into the sky and knock Sonic out of the sky. I will say
though, I appreciate Sonic's line of like, oh, that's cool. I didn't want this to be easy anyway. Because
right.
I
like it. Yeah, I like it the first time.
Yeah.
It's more so just like the fact that it happens on each island. It's kind of like, you could have thought of something more creative than that.
Yeah.
And again, like the Sonic running out of time to use his supersonic form is just an already established thing that happens in Sonic. So like, it's not too unbelievable for me to be like, oh, he ran out of supersonic power. We got to
ran out of rings. We got to start over.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I totally get that. And, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. It's just another one of those aspects of the game that's just like, well, yeah, this is how they did it. and again, if I do sound a little too complainy about like nitpicks and stuff, it's just because I want to be comprehensive and I do want to show that it's like, I want to express that like this is why I feel it's not a perfect game. But it's an amazing game.
Yes.
So we'll keep going.
And I think part of it too is that like, again, there was a lot of expectations heaped on this game.
Oh yeah.
And, you know, I think it's worth acknowledging like its flaws because this was their first foray and Sega is definitely like wanting to look at this game and learn from it and make the next game even better.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I think that's why that's inherently part of the conversation is, okay, these are the areas where you can improve. And again, like when I point them out and I bring them up, you know, it's with this, like, I had a great time with this game and I loved it. And definitely this is the direction you should be going in.
Let's see. As far as like enemies that are on the island, one that I thought was kind of silly and fun was the hopper. Little, like spring.
Yeah.
The little just like button on a spring that you have to use a stomp attack to kill.
I love that you stomp it and you like break the spring. Like you like I love the sound design on it.
Yeah. Another one that I liked as far as the mini bosses was the Strider.
Because that was the thing.
The big old tower with the grind rails.
Strider was like the biggest thing that we had seen up to that point. Because like we'd seen Asura, but then seeing the Strider, it was like, oh my, like I saw it and I thought it was just part of like the level geometry. And I was like, oh no, this is an actual like enemy.
Yeah.
It's intimidating. It doesn't move or do anything until you engage with it. But, like, just seeing that, like, the enemy designs in this game are so good.
Mm-hmm.
There's also, the shark?
Oh, yeah, the shark was pretty good.
I like the shark. I feel like it would be better if you could beat it in one cycle.
Yeah.
Because having to repeat that quick time event definitely made it less cool.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, the first time that you go through it, it's awesome.
Yeah. Another one that comes to mind is the tank. How it does like the big like sandstorm vortex. That was one of the first times that I encountered a mini boss that I died to repeatedly and then left because I wasn't sure how to take it on.
There was also sumo in this one as well.
Yeah, that's right. There was sumo here. Sumo was another cool one.
I especially like the way that like you loop it and then it knocks you into the thing and you like pinball around. It almost gave me like, it reminded me of like Zero from Sonic Adventure.
Oh yeah.
And so I really liked it. I thought it was cool.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. Like, again, I'm not the biggest on the aesthetics of desert levels, but there is a lot of like cool enemies and stuff to mess around with here.
Well, they definitely, it's a very varied desert because like there are oases like in here and like mountains and canyons and stuff. Like they pull from a lot of aspects of desert, like the desert. And so like I said, I think it's one of the most visually distinct levels.
Mm-hmm. But of course, we can't talk about the desert forever because knock knock, it's Knuckles.
There he is. Oh man. So once again, I love that they played up his rivalry with Sonic. That like, like they're friends, but like they've always got to one up each other and they bicker and like it's fun. And most importantly, Knuckles isn't dumb anymore. Like, you know, he's in this very interesting situation where like he can't do much. And so he's got to rely on Sonic, which is frustrating for him. But like he talks to Sonic and he gives him advice. One line of dialogue that really stood out to me was that bit where like Sage tries to attack Sonic and he blocks the shot. And then, Sonic is like, hang on, like, I want to be friends with you, but like, we need to talk. And then Sage leaves. And then Knuckles makes a comment of like, you're too trusting, Sonic. Which is fascinating coming from him because like Knuckles has been burned so many times in the past that like
now he's a little more hesitant to trust people.
And I love that. I love it.
That is a good evolution of his character. And it definitely, like you said, the buddy rivalry thing they have going is a bit more on display. It's been a really long time since we've seen Sonic and Knuckles like tease each other in a game.
And it's so funny, like the way they like glare at each other and like grit their teeth. Like it's so funny, and I think it helps too to set their dynamic apart from everyone else in the cast.
Mm-hmm. It also helps to kind of show like the stakes are a bit lower when they were when we first found Amy. Like, oh, it's Knuckles. He can handle himself a bit better.
Yeah. Well,
so it's like it's a little less stressful, which helps like the rest of the game feel lighter.
Yeah. Well, and it helps too that like Sonic now has an understanding of what's happening. And so like when Knuckles is there, he's like, what's going on? Sonic can give him an update and be like, all right, so here's the plan. We need Chaos Emeralds so I can fight a big robot and get you out of here. And then Knuckles is like, well, hurry up then.
Yeah.
It's so great. Another thing that happens in here with Knuckles, this is very interesting to me because on the one hand, it's that shot where there's that flashback to the Sonic 3 and Knuckles, like the sprite.
Oh, yeah.
Like, their reunion. On the one hand, I'm like, that's silly. But on the other hand, it's very important to me because this confirms then that the past games are connected to this storyline, that is the past.
Mm-hmm. There was that two worlds theory thing that was going on for a while that people are upset about, where it's like classic Sonic is one world and modern Sonic is another world, and they're not the same Sonic, and that was so stupid.
Yes, and it was.
So this is a direct retconning of that, which is something that I appreciate.
Yeah, well, and it's nice too that it doesn't have to say like, oh no, that was just wrong. Like, just showing it confirms that it was wrong. Like, in that style is like, no, yeah, this is how it was, and now we're here. And it's all connected. It
looks kind of silly. It has a little bit of that Family Guy. Remember the time, you know, a little bit of that.
This is just like that time I punched the Chaos Emeralds out of Supersonic.
Get over here!
Sorry, my brain just went to like Sonic in the Peter Griffin on the ground.
Yeah. Oh. Ah. So stupid.
It's really stupid. But like,
yeah, it's kind of silly that they just oh, this is like that time, and then they just cut to a direct image of Genesis graphics this happened.
Uh-huh.
But again, like you said, I appreciate what it stands for, what it means.
Uh-huh. And it very much shows it links into something I'll talk about later, and I know I keep saying that with this with this particular game because I have it organized in my notes. But...
Right, everything's tiered. We'll get to it as we do. I guess the last thing that I'm thinking about Knuckles specifically is with that animated short that was done for him that was really cool. I feel like that should have been included in the game. That shouldn't have just been a YouTube thing they did to promote it.
Yeah.
But it actually should have been an unlockable you could watch somewhere or something.
Uh-huh. Just in the pause menu or something.
I think it would have been nice, but
Yeah. It's cool too that we get to explore the side of Knuckles because one of my favorite things from that animated short is the way that it starts with this narration I've always this is how it's always been. And sometimes, and then the plot moves on, and then it ends with that of Knuckles being captured and he needs help, and he says, "But sometimes," and then it ends on that note.
Mm-hmm. And
I love that because they explore that here, where Knuckles, he feels alone, and I love how he, that conversation that he has with Sonic where he's I do envy your lifestyle, being able to go wherever you want. That's kind of nice. And Sonic is then do it. You should get out and see the world. And you may be the last of your kind, but you're not alone. You've got friends. I'm one of your friends. And I love that because, it shows that Knuckles can rely on people.
Mm-hmm.
And in addition to that, because Ian, he's had to do it in a couple of continuities in Archie and IDW, and now in this game of trying to establish, okay, here's this really cool character, Knuckles. How do we get him off the island and be part of the group when he's so duty bound to stay on this island? And I think this is a great way to do it, to show that hey, maybe I should get out there and explore and do some other thing. Like Sonic puts the idea in his head, and he's got friends he can depend on. Yeah, Sonic can stay and watch this rock for a bit while he goes off and explores. I like that.
Yeah, it's a good way to stay true to the character without making it so he can't participate in the plot.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, they did a great job with Knuckles in this. I love them a lot.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there.
Oh, the other thing, if I want to skip ahead to just after the Titan fight, because we keep getting these flashbacks of the ancients.
Oh yeah.
And this one in particular did something. It's where the one person, he says, it killed them.
Oh, yeah.
And it's specifically the use of the word killed.
Yeah, that's right. It's a Sonic game where they say killed.
Because we've had this debate, and this conversation so many times about children's media and how they dance around death and the use of the word die and kill.
Yeah.
Because I think kids are mature enough, or at the very least, it opens up the conversation to them so you can talk about it.
Yep.
There's a reason that the movie Bambi was such a big deal.
Yeah.
And so, I appreciate that this story has the maturity to take itself seriously and use the phrase, it killed them.
Yeah, it's respectable.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like the Avatar: The Last Airbender thing. We already had this discussion, but it's not the fact that you have to use edgy grown-up words like kill and die. It's just when you're not afraid to use them to convey a mature topic to a younger audience in a respectful way. It's there's no problems there. It's a good thing. But yeah, are you ready to move on to the next one?
Let's go to Chaos Island.
Chaos Island. Good old volcano.
Yeah, I do like that. Level. Again, Supersonic getting to this island, and then that shot of the volcano.
Yeah.
But one thing I appreciate is that there's a segment of this island where there is ice and snow. Because I like that the two halves of the island. There's some snow here, and then there's a giant volcano here.
Mm-hmm. And especially how you see more of the ice and the cold stuff the higher up the peak of the mountain you get, because that's where it would be, is at the higher altitudes.
That's how weather works.
But then the side of the mountain where the volcano has erupted and the lava's coming out from is the warmer side, so it's neat.
Yeah.
There's some cool environmental stuff going on here. One of the coolest things about the visual style, this was something that didn't make it into the actual game, but I was listening to Bumblecast and Ian Flynn was talking about this. The intention for the lore of that island, it didn't make it into the game, but one of the things he wanted to explain about the island is that it used to be this very alpine, lush environment with tons of green and just super beautiful. And the implication was the thing that was attacking the ancients, that we'll get into when we get into that, the important plot thing that happens to the ancients, destroyed that place, and the volcanic activity has been going on there ever since that incident.
Holy cow. That's so cool.
I remember hearing about that, and I'm like, why was that not in the game? That is so cool.
Oh, man. I will say from a gameplay standpoint, so this island does that thing where it locks you into a 2D area, gameplay style in some of those areas. It took some getting used to, because I learned how to get out of it and how to avoid getting in it.
Right.
Because I feel that is where the most restrictive part of the game.
Yeah.
Is that
this is definitely the most restrictive island.
Uh-huh. It made it memorable, but that's not necessarily
not always good.
That's not necessarily a good thing.
I think for me, a lot of what happens here story-wise and the the enemy design and the visual aesthetic of the island are all things that kind of save it. But that definitely is a big weak point of the level, is the just unfairly snapping you into 2D and being you have to do this 2D now. It's one of those things that was just kind of
It's I just wanted to explore, and I didn't want to explore this area.
Yeah, it defeats the point of making a game open world if you're going to be like, but this part's not open world.
Yeah. I will say though, there came a point where like I got the hang of the island because
Right,
like
yeah.
like it was really frustrating when I first got there and I started encountering that because I'm like, I don't want to do this puzzle. I want to get around it. I wanted to see where the spring would lead me, and now I don't want to do this part. But then I kind of learned like after playing around in there, I kind of learned how to get out of it. And so then I was like, okay, I don't actually hate this. Like, it's not good, but it's, you know, it's different and it makes the island stand out from all the others.
Mm-hmm. I also kind of don't like the use of, like, underground tunnels that aren't on the map.
Yeah.
Because that is kind of one of those things where it's like, in the previous two islands, you could always, like, look to the sky and, like, the surrounding environment for, like, grind rails and, like, set pieces for, like, oh, that's where this is. Whereas on this one, you just see, oh, that's a separate island.
Yeah.
I don't see anything else out there that connects to it.
This is
how do I get there?
The hardest island to navigate.
Probably.
And, like, it's a shame, too, because there's so many interesting things. There's, like, the destroyed Death Egg robot here.
Oh, yeah. That was cool.
There's also... This one's infamous. The invisible wall next to that bridge that's up. That, like, you could make it to the other side. But because, for story reasons, it's blocked off with an invisible wall, and, like, everyone cites that as, like, just let me go to the island!
Yeah.
So yeah, this one, like, exploration-wise is one of the most frustrating islands. But character-wise, this is where Tails is.
Right. I would also say enemy-wise, because...
Oh, yeah.
Again, to talk about the enemies for a bit, there are two in here in particular that I really loved, and that was the fortress, and the spider.
Oh, right, the spider was here.
Yeah, so to talk about the fortress is basically the big Galaga ship, which makes me happy. But it's just flying around in the sky, just cruising, and then like when you get close, it like teleports near you and is like, okay, attack mode.
It starts dropping nukes on you.
It just carpet bombs Sonic and then tries to run away. And then it's sort of like an updated version of the squid in that it's got like the grind rails like shooting behind it like a stream. And then you grind on those little streams to chase after it.
Yeah. Well, and what I liked about it felt like they took the idea for Squid and made it even better.
Mm-hmm. It felt like Squid version 2.
Yeah, because there are like certain grind rails that are glowing that give you like infinite boost. And so like it has like a puzzle element to it, which is super cool. Yeah, and just the music. Once like Fortress teleports in and starts unloading nukes, it's just like the music goes so hard. But yeah, then the other one, the spider. Oh, the spider was great. It really played with my expectations. Mm-hmm. Because it starts with like it's got like the big legs that have like the glowing hit me spots where it's like, oh, I got to do a side loop around each of the legs. And then you go homing attack into the body, and you're like, okay, and this is how I deal damage, right? And then it launches you into the air, and the music picks up with this full, like, orchestra. It goes full Egg Dragoon. And you start having to do, like, the downward dashing thing to try and, like, slam back into the spider. Yeah, and just... that's the other thing, too, is because, like, we got that in one of the trailers, like, the really nice like animated bit of like Sonic fighting a bunch of the enemies, and he does fight the spider, and he does like the stomp, and it like goes into slow motion, and it looks great. And like that's what it feels like when you're playing the game. You know, obviously like graphically it's amped up because it's a trailer and it's a pre-rendered trailer, but like that stomp feels good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely there's some fun enemies on this island.
There's a lot of cool enemies on each of the islands, which is something I appreciate. But let's talk about Tails.
Miles Prower himself. Gosh dang, like, and that's the thing too, was playing through this game and seeing what they did with Amy and seeing what they did with Knuckles and knowing that Tails was coming, I was so excited to see what Ian would do with Tails, because again, having read the Archie comics, I've watched him do it before where he had to fix Tails' character, and he did such a good job then, and so I was like, I have full confidence that he can do it well here. Specifically to quote, because I watched on Snapcube Penny Parker play the game.
Yeah.
And I love the specific wording that she chose to use. She's like, what did she say? She said, like character assassination? This is the opposite. This is character necromancy. Yeah. And I love it though, because like that is exactly what happened. Is like Ian fixed so many things about Tails. And like specifically, oh man, it's okay. So we gotta talk about the context of this, I guess. Or I don't know if you want to jump in and say anything before I start going off, because
so I've got some very specific feelings about the way that Tails is written in this game, that I'm not sure like how to address without talking about a lot of this.
Yeah.
But the context behind a lot of this is that writing-wise, Tails has... I mean, Tails got that character assassination in previous games. He's just been a really unlikable, unfun character. Like, he was kind of lame in colors. Not bad in colors, but, like, just kind of lame. And then, like, Lost World happened. Well,
and he was super moody in that. Like he just... Pontac and Graf kept wanting Sonic and Tails to fight each other. I feel like that was a thing that they were trying to set up.
Yeah, they were always kind of gunning for that. It was so weird and jarring, and like they were always pitting Sonic and Tails against each other, or trying to set up to pit Sonic and Tails against each other, and then there was no payoff for it. And then like forces like hard shifted in this other direction, where Tails like could not do anything without Sonic, and he, was afraid of Chaos Zero, who'd already beaten, like, stronger forms of Chaos in the past. Like, it was, like, Tails was such a frustrating Sonic character for a while. And so, where the story lands, like, in this game for me, with Tails' writing, is that the whole point of Tails' character in this is that it acknowledges that it was frustrating in those past games. For me, I still don't feel like it's, like, the necromancy of his character is complete. I feel like they were setting up for Tails being fixed as a character, but they had so much more heavy lifting to do with him. And so, like, it's hard to explain how I feel about this, because it was frustrating watching them acknowledge that Tails has been a frustrating character. But then it was also like, okay, so what are we going to do about it? Because here in cyberspace, Tails can't do anything except talk to Sonic. And so this is all set up for later stuff. But then there's just, like, not enough, like, actually here going on with Tails as a character. He's not, like, an active participant in the story. He's a bystander. And so it's like I don't know. It's frustrating, because I want to see some kind of a conclusion to this, but they leave it there. Like, the end of the game is, like, Tails is going to try and find himself. And, like, the whole time... And this is an aspect of Tails' character that's very relatable that I do like in the writing in this game. Like, he's going through this sort of... It's almost kind of like he's going through his teenage phase, since he's younger than the rest of the group. And he's very hard on himself and, like, frustrated with himself, and he sees this need to change.
It's
but again,
interesting. All
of it's just set up, and so it's like he's not there. He's not changed and awesome yet. He's going to be awesome in, like, the next game, or hopefully when the DLC comes out, we see Tails do some awesome stuff.
Yeah, so it's interesting hearing your perspective on it, because I have a little bit of a different perspective, but I get where you're coming from with a lot of that.
Well, and this, and again, this is just my base feelings, and I've really tried to avoid discourse with people until after we record this podcast episode. So this is purely just like
the raw
base
emotion.
opinion of this. Yeah.
Because for me, I really like what I do actually like that Ian acknowledged that this stuff happens, which again ties into kind of a theme with this game of accepting the past. This game has kind of like an overarching theme of like accepting and moving forward, rather than shying away from the things that we don't like. And it's most noticeable with Tails, in particular, because like you said, he was a very frustrating character, and while, yes, those moments, like the Chaos Zero one in particular, is the one everyone points to, because it was such a radical shift from where his character was going. Like, Tails was being kind of a smug piece of garbage, and just very angsty and angry for like a couple games, and then Sonic Forces happened, and Sonic died, and then we're like, dude, Tails has thought that Sonic has been dead before, and has acted plenty brave and competent in those moments, but here, like, he just all of a sudden just, like, very uncharacteristically acts out. And one of the things, too, that Tails specifically says in the game is, like, it's kind of funny, but also, like, the way he says, I'm wildly inconsistent. Because Sonic points out, hey, you've stepped up when it mattered in, like, a lot of situations. And the way Ian kind of, like, not necessarily retcons it, but recontextualizes it, is it's growing up. And I think about who I was when I was a kid and how I've changed over the years when I grew up.
Yeah.
And I see a lot of myself in what Tails is going through. In, like, you know, trying to find his identity. Because another thing, too, like, you mentioned that, like, Tails, you know, he's doubting himself and, like, has a lot of this, like, internal conflict. If you look at all of the other cutscenes with the other characters, Sonic keeps bringing up, I'm worried about Tails, and, like, you know, how do I help you guys? And everyone's like, well, Tails is the smart guy. Tails can fix it. And they're all, like, heaping all of this pressure on Tails to be the smart one and to fix the problem. That's a lot of pressure for the youngest member of this group. And so, of course, like, that pressure would start to show in, like, his personality. And, you know, like, his whole reflection on, like, everything, where, once again, he's on the sidelines and all he can do is think and try and help in that regard. Because a lot of people are looking to him to come up with the answer. And I love Sonic and Tails, how they interact with each other. Because, you know, we talked about it non-stop during...
That's the number one thing that I give this section of the game, is just Sonic being a good friend to Tails, being a good older brother.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, is you feel that older brother. And, like, I specifically love Sonic's line here. As he said, it's okay if you still need help sometimes. That's just part of growing up.
Yeah.
And I like that, because it shows that Tails is still growing. And like you said, it's setting up for future games. I'd argue that Amy and Knuckles and Tails are setting up for future games.
Right.
That we're putting the pieces on the board in place so that they can grow and change and be better. And I think that's really cool with Tails as a character, because, like, I know, like, you know, we classify him as a fox, but he is the kitsune. And the number of tails that a kitsune has shows, like, I think it's specifically how many years they've been around, but it is their experience.
Yeah.
And, like, Tails, you know, it represents Tails' growth, and he is working towards growing and becoming a hero. And, you know, the direction that Tails takes of, like, I want to go alone, it reflects, you know, his theme song from Sonic Adventure, I Want to Fly High, that he's like, I can't stay in Sonic's shadow. I need to go and learn what I can do on my own. And, like, I love Sonic's reaction to it. Like, you know, that he's like, you're free to go your own way. I guess you just grew up a little faster than I expected. And like, as an older brother, that line hit me in particular, because I've seen that with all of my siblings, and even now seeing it in my son, and how fast he's growing up on me. And like, you know, having been through some similar stuff, I see like this, and it, you know, I agree that like Tails isn't at the end of his arc, which I think is a good thing. I think it shows that he has room to improve, and I think he's going to improve as like this franchise continues forward.
Yeah. Do you want to hear something that I just realized?
Yeah, go for it.
We've been discussing this. This is pretty crazy. So, our constant expression of parallels in our relationship to Sonic's and Tails.
Yeah.
It occurs to me that the way that I reacted to this scene, or these scenes playing out in this story arc of Tails, is that I was very frustrated, and I kind of hopelessly felt, I just want things to be better. Why can't they be better? And then you approached it from this older, wiser mindset of like, that's just growing up. That's, you know, it's a step in the journey. And that's the exact same thing that Sonic teaches Tails in this story arc. Gosh dang it, how did you do this?
Like I said, Sonic has been my role model for like as long as I can remember. And this is what I love about Sonic as a character. And it's so funny because there's that joke where like Tails is like, when did you get to be so insightful? And Sonic's like, I have my moments.
Mm-hmm.
Which
But it's just so like, how did Ian Flynn know we were gonna have this conversation? He sowed the seeds for ours.
I love this game, and I love everything that it did. And like I said, I love the way that it recontextualizes the past.
Yeah.
Because, you know, again, I've watched him do it before in the comics, where like literally previous writers had set up Sonic and Tails to hate each other. And Ian very much could have just been like, no, that didn't happen, and just ignored it and move on, because that's what other writers in the Archie comics did before him. But Ian was like, no, I'm not going to shy away from it. I'm going to acknowledge that it's real, but I'm still going to fix it and move it towards a better spot. And like, so I knew that he could do it here, and he did it in a way that I really enjoyed.
Mm-hmm. And I will say this, for as much as I was frustrated specifically with Tails' writing, and just the fact that like, this is the cool Sonic game, I want Tails to be my favorite character and be in this cool Sonic game as my favorite character. And that isn't how it turned out. But the thing I do like about this game, since there's such a focus on Sonic as a character, his relationship with Tails and how he brings out the best in Tails is an aspect of the story that I do really like. And that I appreciate.
Well, and most especially in this same cutscene, Sage is there and overhears this, and like their dynamic has an impact on her. Like, it's specifically her wording of like, hang on, I actually have it written down. It's such a beautiful friendship, a family born of love and not genetics. Everything I want. And like, Sonic and Tails are so good. And another thing too, for me specifically, that I wanted to highlight about this game, all of its cutscenes happen with like in the. I'm trying to find the words for this.
Mm-hmm.
The weather and the time of day are in those cutscenes.
Right.
Like whatever it is, like when you were playing, when you triggered the cutscene, that is like what the backdrop of this is.
Yeah.
And when Tails brought up the fact that he's like, "Am I a burden to you?" It was raining for me in the game.
Ooh, that's good.
And it added so much weight to that scene that like was so unique to my playthrough, because like it almost reflected Tails' like his mental downward spiral that he was going through.
It was that appropriately timed weather.
Yeah, and the fact that like and then Sonic drops all of this on him, and, like, it's still raining in the cutscene, but, like, it almost felt like there was just, like, a new... I don't know, it was almost like... You know how you have your people who just, like, see the rain and they're depressed, and then other people who, like, want to go out and dance in the rain.
Yeah.
And, like, it almost carried that. And then what was interesting is on the other side, because, like, it plays that cutscene, and then you play the diving minigame, where you jump off the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And I died a couple of times, and so, like, time progressed, and it wasn't raining. And so, like, then when we were on the other side, and we talked to the Coco, and, like, we give him closure and peace of mind, it, like, the sun was shining, and Sonic, like, leans over to Tails, and, like, because they're like, hey, your hero would be proud of you, and Sonic, like, lets Tails know, and I'm proud of you, don't forget that. And so it was, like, this amazing little narrative thing that was just unique to my playthrough.
Mm-hmm. That's really cool. I feel like for me, a lot of times the dynamic weather kind of killed more of the scenes than benefited in my case, but I'm glad it worked for someone.
It's a coin toss, and, like, I think, like, some scenes would be better if it was, like, set.
Right.
But
definitely
also,
the boss fights would be a lot better.
At night.
like at night. I got more of the boss fights during the day than at night, and so...
But it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just a cool little thing.
Yeah, it is pretty neat. So we're not quite at 3 hours, but we're coming up on it, and we're finished with Island 3. So, unless we're thinking like an hour per island.
Yeah, sorry. It'll go a little bit faster, but I also want to just acknowledge the best joke in the entire game is also on this island.
That's debatable, but let's hear it.
Which was like when Sage talks to Sonic, it's like, "What's your end goal?" And like Sonic's like,
sometimes a spinning sign, a giant floating ring,
like a big old ring. Like that joke killed me. It was such a good joke, and it's because like Sonic and Sage's relationship is so funny because Sonic's like genuinely trying to be helpful and like, like help Sage and get to know who she is, but she's just giving him nothing to work off of. And then this is like the first time where like he's given the opportunity to kind of throw it back at her, and he's just being his obnoxious self.
Right. It was very again, a lot of these more like cheery moments feel kind of weirdly out of place in this game because so much of the game is moody.
Yeah.
But it's so like in my case, just like having gotten to like listen to like Bumblecast stuff and like hear the way that Ian Flynn talks and like, carries himself in his sense of humor and everything, I was like, that is such an Ian Flynn joke. Like it reminded me that he's just this goofy old man. Like, because it's such like a Sonic fan joke, but it's such like a dad joke at the same time.
Yeah, maybe that's why I liked it. But like,
yeah,
I also think it kind of helped because like the tone is so heavy in a lot of this game. Mm-hmm. So like moments of levity like that definitely lift the mood.
Yeah,
and like I don't know. I think it goes a long way to like kind of help that. And plus like, I appreciate because like Sage also asked Tails about Sonic. And Tails is like, he's like, yeah, he can be a little difficult sometimes, but like he's always come through, and like that's what and I liked that. I like that Tails acknowledges that like, mm-hmm. Yeah, Sonic's not perfect, and he shouldn't be, because then he wouldn't be Sonic.
Yeah, I love that scene where Sage specifically confronts Tails when he's alone to ask him about Sonic. That was... I almost wish we got that for Amy and Knuckles too. But...
I know. Well, we got a little bit of one when Sage first confronts like Amy and Sonic together, and Amy like stands up for Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's cool.
But then at the same time, it makes her encounter with Tails more special.
Yeah. I also appreciate that the love of pinball is like older than dirt.
That's right, the pinball minigame. How did we skip over that?
I blocked it out of my memory.
So let me ask you, did you enjoy your time at Chaos Island Casino?
It made me smile, but then it was like, what they asked of you was very difficult. And so I was like, okay, I'm ready to be done with the pinball now.
This seems to be the consensus that most people are not too big on the pinball minigame. I will say, I didn't realize that me just screwing around in Pokemon Pinball was going to be preparation for my playthrough of the next Sonic game, but like I've been playing a ton of pinball recently, and so when that came up I was ready for it, and I was like, yeah, it's pinball, and I had a fun little time. It didn't overstay its welcome, and then I left.
That's funny.
And it seems like nobody on the internet had a similar experience.
Well, okay, so what happened for me was I got the target score, and the door opened. And then I just had trouble getting the ball into the door, and I lost, and I had to do the whole thing over.
Yeah, and that was the thing. I did get that sense. Like I did clench a little bit, because I remember I was like losing some of the balls, and then it was like, oh, if I lose this little pinball minigame here, I'm gonna have to start over from the beginning, aren't I? And then there was a little bit of that unpleasant tension, but again, I've been playing enough pinball that it wasn't a problem for me to do it first try.
Yeah. I would say it's not like the most offensive thing, and once I was through it, then I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm moving on.
Right. They definitely could stand to ask a little less of players, especially because people who may be going into this are possibly not people that play a lot of pinball, like in my case.
Yeah. I will say I liked it more than I did the collecting parts minigame.
Yeah.
Because
that one was
so
just frustrating.
Strict. Like I felt like that minigame asked a lot of the player.
Right. Well, and I definitely thought that it was just like you break the boxes and then it automatically adds the screws to your total counter. No, you have to go up and pick every individual screw off the ground.
Sonic like stops and actually like bends down and starts picking them up one at a time.
I had made it to the end of the obstacle course and had about like 40 out of 600. And I was like, why am I not picking up as many? My timer's almost up. What's going on?
Yeah. But you know what did stand out really well in this was our look into the past on this island. Just because like that shot of Sonic and Tails watching this island get wiped out.
Oh yeah, that one was intense.
Gosh, that was so beautiful. And it just like it's haunting. Cause you know, like by this point we're aware that like something wiped out the ancients and we're probably gonna fight it in the end game. Which again is great theming.
Super good build up.
Oh man. So you ready to move on to Rhea Island, or did you have anything else?
No, I think that just about covers it. Just like I said, I want to see more Tails characterization stuff in the DLC. I don't want it to just be I can play as Tails on the overworld and there's no more character arc for him.
Yeah.
I want more story with Tails. But yes, next we get to Rhea Island.
Yup. So this is the lore, well, not so much lore as like exposition dump island.
I mean, it's kind of the lore dump if you think about it, because we learn a little bit about the origin of the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah. So let me ask, how do you feel about this?
About the lore, or explaining the origins of the Chaos Emeralds, or?
Well, okay, first off, let me ask how you feel just about like the island itself, because this is where I hear most people say, okay, it's not actually 5 islands, it's 4.5.
Right. For me, I don't think I would have had as much patience for the game if there was a full another island where I don't know, we help Shadow or Big or someone.
There is this part of me that wishes that we could have helped Eggman and gotten memory tokens for Eggman. I think that would have been awesome.
That would have been very cool story-wise. I don't think, again, as far as how much of the gameplay there was and the length of this game, I don't think it needed another island of collecting things. In fact, they could have even just done that on the last island. Like, you just are working with Sage, you get Eggman back, and then team up with Eggman that way. But in terms of what they did here, how it's like this tower climbing section, from what I hear, I know a lot of people are not as into this, and I'm not looking to argue with anybody. If you didn't like Rhea Island, it's no skin off my back. It's very different. For me, I think this part of the game was super cool, and I really liked this island.
I liked how challenging these climbs were.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know if this happened to you, but, like, did you ever fall? Because
yeah.
Boy, let me tell you how disheartening that long way down is. But then also the devs were very kind. They gave you checkpoints.
Yeah, there's no switches to make pulleys appear. And...
I was so grateful for those because I fell a number of times and just watching all. I've never played Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, but I have to imagine that's what it feels like.
That is exactly. Getting Over It with Sonic Foddy.
Oh my goodness. Also, this island is home to what might be my favorite enemy, the balloon enemy that's like filled with water.
This one's your favorite.
Because it got probably the most like visceral reaction out of me.
It is quite surprising.
Because like, you know, in one of the towers, it just launches you right in, and it carries you up, but then you're trapped in there. And the thing was, I don't know how quickly you figured it out, but the drowning music plays here.
I might have noticed it the first time and then forgot about it, but I had definitely forgotten about that and had to have people point it out to me. But I think I just figured out how to get out quick enough.
Yeah,
that I didn't really notice.
For me, when I was on Ares Island, like there's that little bit of water, and I was like, I gotta know if they play it, like if they play the music, I gotta know, and it doesn't. It just beeps at you, and I was like, oh, that's kind of disappointing, but whatever. And I moved on, and so I struggled to get out. I was like, what do I do?
Yeah,
and then the music started, and I went into like just panic mode. And I can't express to you how small of a sliver of air I had when I figured it out and got free. And that was one of the most like adrenaline inducing moments of the entire game for me.
Yeah, I remember once I had learned that it plays the drowning music while you're inside it. It's just like, oh, that's so good.
So yeah, like, that alone makes this island amazing.
It's such a gross and terrifying enemy.
It is, but it made it probably the most memorable for me of all of them.
Yeah. Maybe I will say the one thing I didn't like is I noticed that there's a lot of open space, where there's tons of like environments you can see far off in the distance that the mysterious creepy voice won't let you go to those areas.
Yeah.
And so what I'm thinking is that DLC stuff is going to happen there specifically. Like they're going to fill in those spaces later because there are points on the map and I could mark them and like my little highlighter would be on those points. And then I'd try and run there and there'd be a barrier and like a "you stray from the path" message or whatever. So like I wanted to explore more of the island just thinking there would be things there, and it's like, it's nothing, but we left the models there so you can look at it from over here, and I'm like, I want to know what's over there. But just in terms of like the raw just climbing the tower, these crazy platforming challenges, And again, the fact that the music and the way they handle the dynamic music here is that the intensity builds the higher up you get.
Yeah.
And so it starts with this kind of mellow, like eerie piano, and then you get higher and higher up. And then for me, like, while I was doing a lot of the towers, it was raining in game. So it felt like this real, like, big final challenge. And I was thinking, like, there's a whole nother island after this, and this feels like Endgame. Like, what are we... How are they gonna top this? And just, like, the feeling of, like, climbing those towers and just the real insane platforming prowess they ask of the player here. It felt super cool.
Well, and I especially like the reward of, like, each time you get to the top, you get a little bit more of the story. And so it, like, it's this incentive to just, like, I gotta just keep going a little more. And especially, like, the toll you see it taking on Sonic. Like, it feels like just a struggle to keep going.
Oh, yeah. And I love the sense of, like, the moment you get into the island, you check your map, and it's already filled in, and you're like, what the...
Yeah.
The map's already taken care of, then what do we do here? And then just the towers. It was... Like, we already have stuff like Cyberspace and things to break up the gameplay, but this was something that was a lot of fun. That was unique, that broke up the gameplay. So I personally am very much a big fan of Rhea Island.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Like, on the one hand, I was like, you can kind of tell that this happened the way it did because Sonic Team was pushed for time and they had to move the story forward and, like, finish the game.
I don't know if that's true. Because the set pieces are so well made here that
I guess.
Maybe making the environment visually distinct is something they could have done with more budget, because it does kind of just look like the first island again. But, like,
yeah,
the way this section of the game is done, it's done so well that it doesn't feel like a budget constraint thing.
No, and that's the thing too, is, like, I can't fully say that I disliked it because it left a very distinct impression.
Mm-hmm. I think once we get to the last island, that is where a bit more of the budget constraints show. But, like, here, I don't feel it. I feel like this was, like, intended by the developers and a really good idea.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So I am curious because we get a lot of lore here. We learn a lot of things about the ancients and where they came from, and about the Chaos Emeralds. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that particular plot point.
So I think I was probably less surprised by this than maybe your average player might be, just for the reason that I don't know. It's aliens is kind of a cheap trope to rely on for, like, a plot thread of some kind, but I think the thing that most people wouldn't understand about this that we can as Sonic fans is that the Sonic series already has opened up the possibility of alien races existing.
Multiple times.
We have seen a lot of alien races existing. So the idea that, like, here's another race, and this is, like, where the Chaos Emeralds come from, and where Chaos and all the Chao come from and everything, like, it makes sense. It just fits right in with the way that Sonic tells stories, but then this is so much more of an exciting origin story for an iconic thing in the Sonic series. The fact that, like, the Emeralds came from this ancient civilization that traveled to this planet. And then also the fact that the Master Emerald was here, and that was, like, what drew them to this place.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting thing, because for me, I like it. Not necessarily like I like it as an idea, but because it is a very bold decision, which I think the Sonic franchise has been lacking for a number of years.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they've been playing it safe. This is a very large decision, and to hold to it is like, oh man, that's kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We're going with this. This is a thing now.
And the thing that's funny about it too is that we already got an explanation for the origin of the Chaos Emeralds in the Sonic 2 movie. And this is like a different explanation for the Chaos Emeralds that's even crazier.
Yeah. Well, and so here's the thing. I've seen a very specific, like, this argument in a very specific community. I'm going to use a specific example that they used about how much they hated it, because they said, like, I like that, you know, the emeralds were something that made Sonic's world feel special. And so to hear that, like, they're not even from here sucks, and I hate it. And the specific example, they're like, it's like being told that Santa Claus is an alien, but his sleigh is from Earth. First off, that cracks me up.
Oh, that's funny.
But so here's the thing. I would like, for anyone that doesn't like this, I would like to propose a headcanon, because this is exactly how Ian has done all of the story up to this point, is recontextualizing things.
Yeah.
The ancients brought the emeralds with them. Who's to say the emeralds originated on their home planet?
Oh, that's a good point.
And, because here's the thing, the Master Emerald was on Earth, and it drew them here. Who's to say that maybe whatever force sent them to the Ancients' planet then was like, hey, like, you know, knew these people are going to need this for what's coming, and then they chose to flee, and then the Master Emerald's like, well, bring them back here.
Okay.
I don't know, like,
it's a good one.
Nothing is set in stone, because, like, again, people took Tails, like, earlier, cowering in fear, to be like, oh, this is just the way that Tails is now, and Ian recontextualized it. Who's to say this can't be recontextualized? And that's why I think about that. And honestly, I like that headcanon, because I think it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
And adds even more mystery to the universe.
Nobody tell that to Ian Flynn, because he can't use fan ideas. So
yes.
Let him come to that conclusion on his own.
Yes. And because, like, a lot of people are like, doesn't that retcon, like, Dark Gaia or whatever? And, like, know, how Light Gaia beat it. And Ian's like, guys, like, civilizations, we're talking, like, thousands upon thousands of years passing. Mm-hmm. Like, and who's to say, like, okay, the Chaos Emeralds aren't from Earth. What if the Chaos Emeralds just shifted the way that battle takes place? Like... Yeah. I don't know. So I like the idea. If for nothing else, because it is a bold decision. And I think that the Sonic franchise has been in dire need of decisions like this. This whole game has been some bold decisions.
Yeah, definitely.
So, we kind of put him here, but let's talk about Sonic.
We get to watch Sonic die in real time.
Dude, can I just say, the cyber corruption and watching it, that is probably the single most terrifying way to die.
Yeah.
It's the fact that, like, Sonic is in so much pain and then he just stops. And there's
his body just completely freezes.
Like, oh, that is so scary. And just, like, the blank expression on Sonic's face, and just, like... And that's the thing, too, about Sonic, like, this whole time, is the fact that he hides his pain from his friends. Which, apparently, is a real thing that hedgehogs do.
That hedgehogs do?
Yeah, apparently, like, hedgehogs are infamous for, like, when they get sick, they will act fine. Even though they're, like, in so much pain.
Whoa!
Yes! And so the fact that Sonic does this for the whole adventure, and, like, going back to, like, Roger's deeper voice performance, you can kind of see it a little bit in how Sonic acts when he's alone versus when he is with his friends.
Mm-hmm.
He puts up a front, and it's fascinating to look at. And, like...
Yeah. I would also like to draw attention to, like, the exact scene where the cyber corruption overtakes Sonic and basically, like, he dies from it. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but Sonic getting killed by Mephiles in Sonic 06 was done in this almost kind of underwhelming way. Like, it was very heavy-handed and the music was really dramatic, but it was just kind of, Mephiles just shows up, zaps Sonic with a laser, and then he falls over and dies. Whereas in this, the way, like, everything surrounding Sonic just turns completely, like, this dark, horrifying red.
Mm-hmm.
And just his body turning, like, completely black and like, the glitchy visual effects and everything, like... This kind of felt more like, whoa, this is a main character dying. Like,
yeah.
Done with the respect it deserves.
Well, and that's the thing, too, is, like, when you think about it, like... Because we see, like, the red visuals, and, like, it's kind of eye-straining a little bit to look at, and then suddenly we cut to everyone else outside of cyberspace, and everything is normal, and so you realize this is what Sonic sees for just eternity. He's trapped between dimensions. He cannot move, he cannot think, he cannot speak. He is just there, and this is the rest of his life. That is so terrifying.
It's good. It's so, like... I don't want to say it's dark for a Sonic game, because Sonic games have gotten plenty dark in the past, and this is just one of those ones that's, like, it fits right in. I welcome this kind of, like, terrifying fridge logic writing.
Yeah, and, like, to draw attention to, like, the comics, this carries, like, the same tone, and go figure, it's the same writer, as, like, the Metal Virus, and how just, like, tired Sonic was. Like,
oh, yeah.
Because of that whole ordeal. Like, we watched Sonic just push himself forward. Like, I noticed his idle animation on the third island. He, like, is breathing heavy and holding himself. And there's, like, apparently points of dialogue where, like, if you're in a specific spot, Sonic will, like, be forgetting his name and stuff. And, like...
Mm-hmm.
But then when his friends are around, and I'd argue, because, like, people have made the argument about, like, the gameplay disconnect, where, like, in the cutscenes he's breathing heavy and he's struggling, but then in the gameplay, like, he's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, it's the fact that Sonic is pushing through the pain, but there's still, like, that subtle hint where you can see, like, you know, when he runs off with Amy, you know, she's like, be careful, and he's like, careful, where's the fun in that? Versus right when you finish with Chaos Island and go to Rhea, and Tails is like, be careful, he says it again, careful, where's the fun in that? But it's more tired and exhausted.
It's way more strained.
And he's forcing himself.
And you can see throughout, like, the progression of each island, like, Sonic's idle animation getting a little wearier, a little weaker, and that, like, the whole thing is wearing on you. So by the time you get to this place, Sonic's just like, he's dying.
It's so amazing that, like, we get to see Sonic push to his absolute limits here.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but, like, the sacrifice that his friends make. Because a lot of people, I've seen people argue that they're like, oh, this is the same as Forces with null space, and how, like, the plot point is resolved immediately.
With the power of friendship.
I'd argue it isn't. I'd argue, like...
Right.
I would have liked if we spent more time in null space. And I'll admit, I would have liked if we spent more time here, narratively. But it's the fact that, like, his friends... Like, Sonic has been sacrificing so much for them, to the point of sacrificing his own life so that they could get out of cyberspace. And they're like, it's our turn to sacrifice for Sonic. To show an act of love to him, because he loves us so much. And not only that, but, like, I feel like the narrative stakes are still there, because then it's like, okay, all of his friends are back in cyberspace in order for Sonic to make this last push against this new threat.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, you can see that he takes it. He's like, okay, everyone, I'll do this for you, and I will beat these odds.
Mm-hmm. I love how much context this brings to the line in the song "I'm Here," where it says, "In my hands I hold the ones I love."
Uh-huh.
Because this scenario here just, like, fits what that's trying to convey.
It's fascinating because, like, on the one hand, you can see it as, like, Sonic and, like, the ones that he loves are now, like, you know, basically inside him, pushing him forward. But also, it's that shot of all three of these friends holding hands surrounding Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. It's visually great.
And you can also see it as, like, their fate is in my hands. It's so Kingdom Hearts.
It's so good. And then, of
but
course...
in a way that's not stupid.
And then, of course, Sage, like... It's the fact that Sage starts to respect Sonic, and, like... Gosh, Mike Pollock absolutely kills it. That was the thing, too, is I saw the tweet from Ian talking about... He's like, I can't wait for the specific line. And I think that this is the line where, like, Eggman kind of mutters, like, just like, I hereby induct you into the Eggman Empire and order you to save us all. This is not an alliance. Like that, like, that grumbling, like, fine, whatever, we're gonna team up.
And I love so much that it's like Eggman is so, like, resistant to working with Sonic, and Sage just has to sit there and push him and work on him and express, like, you cannot make it out of here alive, and I really, really want you to make it out of here alive, so you have to team up with Sonic. And he's like, fine.
I appreciate that it's Sage is the one that convinces him, because Sage very much has that power. I guess... Because we kind of lumped them into, like, the next island. Do we want to move on to the next island so we can talk about them?
I think that's it. Mostly just the last points that I want to make about Sonic's character, since you kind of did most of the talking for that.
Sorry, I talked a lot.
No, it's fine. But so what we've been talking about and what I'd been observing about Sonic in this game, I make my joke like, oh, he's a big, mature, grown-up man now. He's got a deep voice and whatever. But there is a side of maturity in here that is really stand out to me. Like, Sonic as a character in this game, he feels things, and he gets tired, and he worries, and he wants to do the right thing, but is also very confused about his situation and what's the right way to do things. And it's like, I still don't worry about Sonic dying. I saw, like, the cyber corruption thing, and all I was thinking was, okay, how's he going to get out of it? Because he's going to get out of it. They're not going to kill Sonic here. And they couldn't even do that because 06 already did that, and they would have to find a different way to do that. And so it's like, I'm not worried that, like, Sonic is going to be dead forever by the end of the game, but watching him endure more difficult trials makes the story more impactful. It gives it way more stakes. And so I realized this is the most that I've ever liked Sonic in, like, a really long time. Like, probably since Unleashed. And then even further back from that, like, probably since Adventure 2. It's been a long time since I've seen this and been like, whoa, Sonic is amazing. But it's like, there's something so relatable about that drive to just be like, I don't care if it kills me, I have to do this because it's important. And so just like this moment here was so amazing. And it just left me pumped for, like, yeah, one more island, let's do this.
Yes, and this scene definitely leaves you feeling pumped for the next island.
I also really like during the cutscene where, like, all of Sonic's friends unite to bring him back. I love that orchestral rendition of I'm Here. It feels super triumphant and super cool, and just, like I said, it gets you pumped for the next island, which I'll stop dancing around that. We're going to talk about it now.
Yeah, I also just really love when Sonic's back, and of course Eggman, oh good, he's back or whatever, and then, like, Sage is like, you have to work with him, and Sonic just turns and gives him the smirk that I'm just
the
like,
stupidest looking smirk.
Yeah, I love it. It's one of my favorite things is that Sonic is the type of character that would do that, and that makes him so much fun as a character.
It's one of those cases where, like, I kind of complained about the the facial animation, but because it's such a stupid look on his face and that he does it to Eggman to like make fun of him, like I couldn't be mad about that. It was so funny.
Yeah. So Ouranos Island.
Yes.
Man. So I guess talking about the island itself, because it's weird because on the one hand, like you said, you can tell that Sonic Team was pushed for time, and so it looks just like the first island. But in a way, it's kind of weird because on that first island, we didn't know what was going on and what was happening, and so there was like this air of mystery and unknown. Whereas now we know exactly what needs to happen, and now it's like we've gone back there, but now like everything's different.
Yeah, the island is very readable, very familiar, and like all of the different like puzzles that help you fill out the map are things you've already done, just more difficult. So like you tackle them with more confidence. I will say particularly here the different like puzzles and challenges and stuff, these are at a level of difficulty that I really like, and I feel like more of the game should have been at this level.
Yeah.
Because they feel like, to a degree, that they still respect your intelligence, and also that they don't take too long to do, but they ask a bit more of the player, and so that side of things. The enemies, too.
Yeah.
Oh, the enemies here are great.
Yep, there's some good ones.
It's the what was I gonna say? The ghost.
So, funny story, I never encountered the ghost in my playthrough.
Really?
Yeah. But I've been going back and like again S ranking and doing all the missions on each of the levels, and so I'm like, when I'm on Island 3, I'm on Chaos Island, and then once I get here, I'm going to look for Ghost and experience it. But I've seen Ghost, and like everyone I've seen says this is easily the best enemy in the game.
Okay, so have you seen how it works mechanically?
Yes, because I've watched other people play and they found it. That's how I know it even exists.
But you haven't found it in game yourself.
Yes.
Okay. This wow, that's surprising to me because this enemy. To explain some of the mechanics behind it, basically it it sort of has this like curse effect on Sonic where it starts draining your rings. And so it turns your rings into a time limit, and you have to find these statues that are basically powering the ghost enemy. And you have to destroy the statues to deal damage to the ghost. I think it's something like that. You have to get to these different structures to stop it. So instead of it being like a direct, fight and like you're trying not to get hit by enemies or, like moving and dodging regularly, your health is just a timer and you have to get there before it kills you. And so it is so tense. And the music really sells the tension. It's super creepy, yet high energy. And you're just like, I gotta move! I gotta stop this thing!
Yup.
It's one of the best anxiety attacks I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
I guess aside from that, some other cool ones. The wolf.
Oh,
was a very cool one. How the pack of wolves like spin in a cyclone and then they slowly dash at you and you have to parry them all.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
That was a pretty cool one visually. The caterpillar was another cool one. How it's just that big mass that's like shooting lasers at you.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to like chase it down.
Man, there's some interesting ones. In addition to I love how like with each of the islands there's like the different ninjas and like the towers, but they slowly ramp up in like difficulty and strategy.
How there's like it goes from the ninja to the shinobi and then like the master ninja.
What is it? Kunoichi.
Kunoichi, that's it. Yeah.
Ah, man. Yeah. It was a cool island. There was the one puzzle, the music puzzle. I think that was the most memorable one for me because I filled in my map before solving the puzzle because I got one of the Coco teleport points.
Which one was the music puzzle? I don't remember what you're talking about.
So there's a big like sealed door, and then you loop like this like it's like these set of pipes, and they play like a tune, and then there's like a bunch of pillars, and you loop them, and they each play a note.
Why didn't I remember this? Did I not do this?
Maybe not.
Because it's not mandatory to do this to fill in the map, right?
No, because again, I got an Elder Coco scroll, so I just teleported to the one on the other side, and then did the puzzle in there to fill in the map. So it just opens the door.
Oh.
But I was like, I gotta figure this out, and so like I puzzled over it for a bit. It's like you said, the puzzles are difficult, but they like not too difficult. They respect your intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
that was the...
Either I did this and I forgot about it, or I just missed it completely. Because like I'm drawing a blank on this one. I don't remember this.
It was an interesting puzzle. It left a distinct impression on me.
Yeah. Well, that just goes to show how big and crazy this island is. You missed the ghost, and I missed this little musical pipe thing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Lots to discover.
Yeah. But in addition, also, unless you have anything else to say, I would like to jump into talking about these two characters.
Yeah. This is I'm scared that we're gonna sink a lot of time into this, but
yeah. I have a pretty small amount of notes here. But like, so I probably won't say a whole lot, but I have in my notes, I just wrote like, if there is one character that Ian excels at writing, it is Eggman. Like, Ian does such a fantastic job, because I think we mentioned it in Sonic Adventure about how like Sonic and Eggman, there's like this fine line of like how to balance the character and making them like Eggman's very silly but also very serious, and then this game explores aspects of his character that are so fascinating to me.
Yeah.
And it's specifically the egg memos.
Yeah.
And how good those are. And it's funny, I've heard people talking about how like these should have been mandatory because they make Eggman's connection to Sage like and the ending of the game mean more. But I'd also argue, well, if you're the type of person that wants to seek out everything that this game has, then you're going to be rewarded with the full context versus somebody who isn't going to get that and have that same investment.
Right. It also seems appropriate that Eggman would never be upfront in telling this stuff to Sonic and Company. Like, he would never be outright about this stuff in front of anybody else.
Quite literally, in the opening cutscene, we have him making one of these logs. I wish we got this specific log, but like, you know, he's recording and he's like, this even outpaces my technology, and then note to self, don't admit that to anyone.
Right.
But like, and egg memos are so fascinating because we get to see his opinions and his thoughts about things, in addition to him growing to care about Sage. But the one that stands out the most to me is Egg Memo 17, which is the one where he talks about Maria.
Yeah.
Because on the one hand, like, it's a cool, like, reference to be like, oh, dude, here he is talking about her. And, like, here are his thoughts. And it gives you a fascinating look into, like, why he is the way that he is. Like, he talks about how, like, all this love and respect for someone who is gone when I was right there. And it leaves you to wonder, was he a neglected child?
Probably.
And, like, I'll admit, we're kind of neglected as children, and so it's kind of a terrifying dark mirror to look into of, like, oh my goodness, like, Eggman. And then that's the thing, though, is then he's like, I have to wonder, though, when people talk about Maria that way, was Maria anything like Sage?
Mm-hmm.
And it hits so hard. It hits so hard, and I adore that. I adore it so much.
Yeah. Eggman, as far as how I feel about him in this game, he's very much not like my favorite portrayals of Eggman. He is very different in this game because, like you said, it's about exploring different aspects of his character. And more importantly, he's not the villain of this game.
No.
He is basically just a side character that the game explores some themes about. They leave you wondering if it's going to set up for him to be the main villain again, which is good. But he is not the bad guy of this game. That spotlight is more so on Sage, and then also on, the the other thing that we'll get to. But
Yeah.
in this case, like the way that I feel about like how Eggman should be portrayed and when he's at his best and when I love him most, I really have missed that mad scientist energy that came from the adventure games. Because Eggman used to be very, like, bombastic and goofy and yet smarmy. And as the games have gone on, especially, like, there was, like, a hard shift in his character in Sonic 06, and then they tried to find a middle ground after 06. But they started changing him more in the direction of, like, a very serious, like, generically, like, egotistical kind of villain. But he was nowhere near as, like, hammy as he'd been in like the adventure games and stuff. And so this shows that now we're going in like new directions with all the characters. This is like another new direction that the character's going, which is even more of a departure from adventure Eggman. But like him not being the villain, like I said, we're able to explore those points of his personality, especially his relationship with Sage, and this sort of fatherly side of him, like...
It's the Egg Dad!
The Egg Dad. Yep, the Egg Dad. But this raises a really interesting point for later games and what they want to do with Eggman. Before, it was... The thing that he had to lose, and the stakes, is just... He can lose the fight with Sonic, and that's what he's fighting against. And he can lose his own technology... And if need be, he can rebuild that technology and get back in the fight with Sonic. Now with Sage there, he has something important to lose. And so the risk of losing Sage is a new motivating factor for him in why he would choose to do things maybe differently than he would before. So the way that this is set up, this can go in a great new direction for him.
Oh, yeah.
Where it could be like... him and Sage as the new antagonists and give Sage so much more edge as an antagonist.
One of my favorite things that Ian had said on the Bumblecast was like, because people were like, so is Eggman going soft now? And Ian was like, oh no, if you thought he was bad before, that was for his own selfish means. Now what happens when Daddy's little girl decides the shape of that continent is mathematically incorrect? Well, I've got an entire air fleet, drop enough ordnance, and I can fix that for you, darling. You're like, if you thought he was bad before, he has new motivations now that were not there. And that's so fascinating to me.
A lot of this kind of stuff just depends on where things go with Sage.
Yes.
We'll tell... Because, like, the idea of Eggman having sort of a, quote, henchman character, but it's somebody that he enjoys being around, really will just, like, open up a lot of new possibilities for, like, a dynamic for him as a villain.
It's fascinating, because every henchman he's had up to this point, barring maybe Metal Sonic, he, like, dislikes them, he slaps them around, he belittles them. And here is, like, one that he is proud of. That it is, because, like, it serves to make him better. How good they are, it makes him even better.
That is the thing that I want to see, too. I want to see Sage and Metal Sonic
Oh, please.
I want to see what kind of a dynamic they have, because they're Eggman's 2 creations that he actually likes.
They're his, I would argue, his 2 greatest creations.
Right. Because before, Metal Sonic was his greatest creation, but now he's even more proud of Sage and has even more of a bond with her. So that could go the route of, like, sibling rivalry, and Metal Sonic misses being the favorite. Or that they have a great brother-sister dynamic, and they work super intimidatingly well together.
Ooh, I could see it going either way, and it's fun, because, like, either way, I think we as fans win.
Yeah. Because I could especially see Eggman being like, if anything happens to my daughter, you are in trouble, Metal. You have to take care of her, and then Metal Sonic assuming that responsibility.
Or him reluctantly assuming that responsibility because he wants to be the better child.
Also fair.
But he's not going to disobey a direct order from Eggman. And,
right.
It opens up so many good things.
Mm-hmm. But I think it does coincide with Metal Sonic as a character, because his whole goal is just that he wants to beat Sonic. He wants to prove that he's the better of the two.
Ooh, that's really interesting when you consider Sage's relationship to Sonic too.
It makes you wonder.
Because of how she, like, grew to respect Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I guess, shifting a little bit to talk about her, I love how subtle her character arc is. It's not, like, immediate. It's over the course of this whole big adventure.
Mm-hmm. I think just because of the nature of the open world game, it's maybe a little too spread out. It might have been nicer to see a more steady pace of cutscenes and a more visible growth.
Yeah, I would make the argument, because, like, you know, in preparation for this, I watched all the cutscenes back to back, and, like, watching it that way, like, it flows perfectly.
Oh, okay. Then
maybe
that's what it is.
Maybe a little too quick, because it definitely knows that there's some gameplay in between all of this, but
right. But also there's the egg memos and things also doing some of the storytelling. But just in general with Sage, I love the constant, like, misdirection and confusion of her reveal of, like, who is she? Is she part of the island? Is she Eggman's creation? Or like, how much of her is Eggman's creation versus something from the islands?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, is she good? Is she bad? Does she want Sonic dead? Does she not? Like,
yeah, and, like,
she's moody and she's very, like, cold-shouldery to Sonic and friends, but she's also not, like, directly attacking them, and she's warning them all to leave, and so it's like, who is she? And I love the sense of mystery.
Yeah. Well, and I love... It very much evokes that, like, you know, the One Punch Man meme of, like, who is this sassy lost child?
Yeah.
Like, it very much evokes that, because she just, like, Sonic tries to play off her, like he does with everyone, because that's who he is. And she just gives him nothing.
Yeah.
She's just like, you know, Sonic's like, well, we haven't introduced each other. Like, I'm Sonic. And she's like, Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, here are your characteristics. Here are all your flaws that make me hate you. Like, it just, just wraps up. It's like, okay, and who are you? I'm not giving you any of my social security information. Like, you don't get my social security number. I don't talk to strangers. Like...
Stranger
go die.
Daddy told me not to talk to strangers.
It's so funny how curt she is, but then, like, she starts to get a little curious about Sonic, because, like, you know, she sees that Eggman respects him, and she's trying, like, she's learning. She's an AI. She's learning, and so she's trying to understand and make connections on her own. But, like, Sonic isn't the easiest person to get along with.
Yep.
And it's fascinating how, like, it grows into, like, this fascination with him. By the time, like, you're introduced to the third Titan, you know, and, like, rather than just, like, hey, die or whatever, she's like, alright, so what are you gonna do now? And, like, Sonic, you know, does this whole big thing, shows off, is like, impressed? And she's like, within expected parameters.
So good. This also kind of... Do you remember that thing in Sonic Mania where people misinterpreted the upside-down Eggman sprite?
Oh yeah, the omelet.
Yeah, they were calling it like omelette, and it was like a little girl that was like Eggman's daughter that people were anticipating. This kind of feels like Sega almost acknowledging that in a way.
Yes, it does. And
they're like, what if Eggman had a daughter?
The funniest thing, like everyone, her cinnamon roll swirl hair, because they're like, oh, she's a cinnamon roll. But like somebody pointed out, her hair shape is like an eggshell.
Oh.
And so she fits with the theme.
I should have seen that. I feel stupid for not thinking about that.
It's so good. She's honestly, like, as a new addition to this cast, she's perfect. I freaking love her, and, like, not to say that, like, nobody else was good in this story, but, like, she very much sold this story. Because so much of it rested on her as a character, and she did a great job, like, carrying some of this story forward.
Yeah. Big agree.
And it's fun, because, like, I've watched a lot of people play this game, because, you know, I'm like, I love this game so much. And, like, watching people over time just grow to love Sage is so much fun. Ah, man. I have some other stuff to talk about Eggman, but that's like the very end of the game, so I think I'll just leave it for that.
Yeah.
So do we want to backpedal a little bit and talk about the absolute highlight of this game?
Mm-hmm. This is just where I want to say, if you still haven't played the game and you've ignored our spoiler warnings, this is our last spoiler warning, where we're like, this is the most delightful surprise in the game. We've already mentioned some things. There's crazy boss fights. There's some really cool metalcore genre music. But really, if you want to experience this game for yourself, I recommend doing it with knowing as little about the Titan fights as you can. So I'll put this last spoiler warning here for anybody listening. But oh my goodness.
The Titan fights, dude.
Oh my goodness. This is hands down the best use of Supersonic I've seen, I think, ever.
You know, it's so funny because, like, getting to, just starting off, like Giganto.
Yep.
This would be the final boss of, like, any predecessor Sonic game. Like, this is on par with, like, it blows every Supersonic fight out of the water.
Mm-hmm. I had a conversation with a friend about this who, like, he hadn't played any Sonic games in years. His last, like, Sonic games he played were, like, the adventure games, or maybe Heroes. And he was saying he saw a video of the Giganto fight and was thinking, this is a really cool way to do a final boss. And then he scrolled down into the comments and everybody was saying it was the first boss of the game. And he was like, what?
Yep.
And it made him think, like, oh, I kind of want to try this game now.
It's so... Oh my gosh, it's so good. And, like...
Because it's the build-up, again, like the Shadow of the Colossus vibes, where you just get this thing walking around in the field being way more powerful than Sonic can handle. And he's got the last emerald on his head, and you have to make that climb up him.
Yup. It's so, like, I love the little, like, tutorial box, how it's like, Sonic isn't powerful enough to beat them. Yet. I love that.
Yep.
And, like, that's the thing, these fights are just spectacle. Mm-hmm. They're so, like, flashy and over the top. The first time I parried one of his attacks, and then I did, like, the thing with the after images, dude, I jumped out of my chair. I was screaming. It was so much fun.
This, like, the moment the music kicked in, because, like I said, I had not seen any promotional material up to this point.
Yeah, I didn't watch the Titan promotional material because I was like, okay, Supersonic's in the game. I don't want to know anything else past that.
Right.
And so I didn't either.
In my case, like, I didn't even know going into the game that I would be turning Supersonic for every boss fight. I knew from promotional material that they were showing stuff with Supersonic, so I knew he'd be more commonplace in the game. But I didn't know we were going to get Supersonic this soon. Until I noticed, like, oh, I'm collecting all the emeralds, and we're gonna try and Hail Mary this. But it's just the very slow, muffled opening to Undefeatable as you get the final emerald. You get that shot of Sonic with his arms folded in his super form, like rising up. And then just the best move, the beginning of the ultimate hype train. Like, Sonic's just got that, like, disapproving frown on his face. And then it changes to a smile, and then it fades to the battle.
Mm-hmm.
As the music just goes nuts.
It's so good. Like, I might have to look into just Sleeping with Sirens, their whole band now, because Kellen freaking killed it, dude. The vocals are so good in this.
Mm-hmm. I remember, because I didn't know anything about Sleeping with Sirens before playing this game. Learning about it, I'm like, oh, who's this Kellen Quinn person? She sounds really good. And they're like, that's a dude. And I'm like, he's got a very impressive range.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen Kellen Quinn in, like, interviews and stuff, he's got a really high voice. Which is very interesting to me. But, like, his vocals are perfect. And, like, dude. I think Undefeatable, that first fight, like, the really insane, like, 9-string guitar that Tomoya Ohtani is playing combined with Kellen's vocals is just, like, it's so cool.
It's so cool.
Okay, that's the thing. You want to talk about this, like, Asura giving me, like, the stomach dropping feeling, like being on a roller coaster. I got that, and then, like, I feel like I almost died from, like, chills.
Yeah.
Like, I had so many chills, I was worried it was gonna hurt me.
And my favorite thing, they did this in Sonic Heroes, but, like, the fact that Super Sonic controls the same as Base Sonic, with just all, like, he can fly, and all of the visual flair is cranked up to 11. And, like, I love that, because, like, the fight starts, and immediately I already know how to fight him. I just run up and I do it.
Yeah.
And also, like, I like how, because it tells you, like, okay, you're invincible, but you're on a time limit now. And all of Giganto's moves are, like, meant to stall you. Like, how he, like, knocks you away, and then, like, shoots the laser that you gotta reflect, and it stalls you. And it's, like, it's a really cool fight that still, like, keeps the stakes and the pressure on, even though you're, like, all-powerful at this point.
Right. And it's, once you understand what you're supposed to do, it's a pretty easy fight, and Giganto doesn't really do a lot that is, like, makes the fight really harrowing. But it's just the visual spectacle and the really crazy music that makes it so exciting. It's a perfect, like, first boss.
It's such a great first boss. And we'll talk about it in each one. I didn't realize this when I fought the boss. There is a technique you can do. You can use the Psyloop on the boss.
Yep.
And it has effects. However, you can Psyloop them a second time, and it gives you additional effects.
Oh.
So, if you Psyloop Giganto, it launches him into the air, and he's stunned, and you can get off a lot more hits. However, if you Psyloop him a second time, it slams him into the ground, and he is stuck there for even longer.
Oh, that's how people do that. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't know that. I didn't think to try it, because there's so many things you can try with this fight.
There's a ton of stuff, like the fact, like the really, like the button mash quick time event from the laser. As the laser's coming, you can just dodge and like skip that entirely. There's so much like stuff you can do to the Titans that's like not spelled out up front. And so in my case, I was just so intimidated and so caught in the hype that like I was pretty much just mashing the standard attack button and parrying and nothing else.
I think halfway through I tried the Sonic Boom against him, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I can use all of my skills.
And can we talk about the parry animation?
Dude, it is so freaking cool.
Sonic, like, spin dashes across his face, like, knocking him with an uppercut. And then he does, like, it's basically Shadow Clone Jutsu from Naruto, like, multiplies into a bunch of supersonics, and then they all just rain down.
Yeah, well, it's the fact that, like, your punches are, like, the giant after images of them, and, like, the kicks. It's so cool. I put this, like, later on a different fight, but, like... They let Supersonic feel so much more powerful in these.
Yes.
Like, because before, Supersonic kind of always felt like he can fly at really fast speeds, and then he can just ram himself into people. And, like, that was Supersonic. It almost felt like a worse Sonic, but, like, it's Flash. It's Sonic is a Super Saiyan now, and that's the extent of it. This is like, oh my gosh, there is no limit to what he can do. Like, he's so freaking powerful. And it really is just, well, he's on a timer, and that is quite literally the only flaw that he has, is he just has to have that timer. But also, in a lot of these fights, you still see a lot of Sonic as, like, Sonic's personality shine through, like that cocky attitude.
Yeah. And then, as far as Giganto specifically, can we talk about that finishing blow?
Oh, yeah.
That finishing punch, that full DBZ punching straight through his chest, Piccolo style. And just the sound effect, like the explosive sound of Sonic punching through, and just the recoil on Giganto. Like, you've been landing all these crazy punches and kicks. Some of them, like, knock Giganto around. Like, the parry is, like, one of the only ones that really has the strength to, like, knock him off his feet. But then, like, just that recoil of just, like, him, like, reeling back as Sonic punches through his chest. It looks amazing. I
watched a Let's Play, and it was so funny because at that part, they're like, tear through him, Sonic. And then he's like, I was joking.
It's so good. I love, this is just the most, like, spit out your drink finisher. Like,
and it only gets crazier.
And it gets crazier. So you want to move on to the next one then?
Yeah, the Wyvern.
The Wyvern.
I will say, design-wise, it is the most distinct of them all, and it is so freaking cool. Because, like, I appreciate that the climb is a little more challenging than Giganto. Because, like, it made that fight that much more special.
Yeah.
And, like, this fight is so different from all of the other Titan fights.
Because before fighting Giganto, you were just in the canyon, you had this set arena where you were facing him. With the Wyvern, you're chasing him through the skies. It's
like I want to call it a rail shooter, but it's not a shooter. It's just like an on-rails.
It's on rails, yeah.
And, like, the thing, too, is how, like, there are rings there for you to collect, which I needed because this fight is hey, if you haven't learned how to parry yet, you are going to learn how to parry in this fight.
Yep.
And it's, dude, the counter. Just grabbing him by the tail and throwing him into the mountain.
It's just the purest, most insane, like, Mario throws Bowser, but like amped to like 10,000.
It's so cool.
And the Wyvern fight has like, out of all the boss themes, this one has like the heaviest music.
Oh yeah.
This
I
one,
will
like,
say...
they open with like the screaming and the really like Sonic gents. There's gent music.
Yeah, I will say
go nuts.
This song goes a little harder than what I usually listen to, but when the Phase 2 chorus hits, oh my goodness, it's so good. And the double side loop thing on him, it chains him in place with these chains of light. It is so freaking cool, and I love just how versatile Supersonic's powers are in this fight.
Yep. I have some fun memories of like with friends that do like art streams and stuff. They're just like out of context in like a group chat, we get a message just like a link to the music for this one, and just like they were so aggressive and so like, I'm doing Sonic fan art, be there, everyone be there. They were drawing like, I think I sent you the one. It was the picture of the Titans, like Super Sonic and the Titans. It's just so like, be at this stream, and just like they were blasting it the whole time, and just like, yeah, Sonic. Oh, and so like that's just one of those things I associate with the music, but like the camera work.
Oh my
during
goodness!
This fight,
yes,
there are those moments when you start like catching up to Wyvern where like where both Wyvern and Sonic like dip down and start like kind of going through the canyon. And just the sense of speed is super exhilarating.
Oh yeah. Well, especially I didn't realize this when I played, but watching other people play, you can parry the missiles that he fires and then hit the boost button to speed up. When you parry, it speeds you up faster, and so like that feels like a roller coaster. It is so exhilarating.
Right. Cuz Supersonic will do those like teleport things where like he'll just like teleport to a boss. And that's usually like after you parry and stuff, but it's the sense of speed on this fight is just insane.
Oh yeah. And like backtracking a little bit, like the build up to the fight, cuz there's the tower that you climb. There's two of them. I climbed the wrong tower. And so I had to drop down and climb the other one, get to the top, jump on, and there's that whole cutscene of like Sonic barely holding on, and then still like it is a fight to get that emerald, and then once you do, you are rewarded with like one of the wildest fights.
Just the shot of like when Wyvern like unloads all those missiles and just Sonic like running from them or flying away from them.
Yeah, or piling them all into a big ball to kick at his face. Like,
yep.
Oh, it's so cool. It's so flashy and over the top, and I love it.
It's so good. And now,
oh my gosh!
And now we're just on to the next one.
Yeah, and then the night. Oh my goodness, the night. Okay, first and foremost, I'm so glad they brought Tyler back.
Tyler is so good. Like, Infinite was like far and away the best song in the first soundtrack, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're like, okay, we're doing heavier stuff for this soundtrack, of course they're gonna bring Tyler back.
Yeah, well, and the fact that it's both Tyler and Kellen, together, they sound so good together.
They do.
And just like, I'm gonna say it, like, Sonic is so anime. It like, the shonen anime style to this is so freaking good. I like how this boss fight escalates. Like,
yeah,
the knight throws so many different things at you, and just like, it's so cool. I have no words. It's just so cool. Oh, and the double side loop for this one, you impale him with chaos spears.
That's right. Yeah. I have seen that one.
Yeah. Well, and then just like the second one is just more spears, and it just pins him, and it's so cool. Oh my goodness, I freaking love it.
I love also like the parry animation of the thing, how like Sonic flies around and like hits all of the knight's legs and knocks him over. And then just unloads on the dude. The uppercut and the crazy axe kick. And the
axe kick is like my favorite thing that you do as Super Sonic. It's so cool.
Oh,
and then
man.
Not only that, but like how like the shield, you ride the shield, which is mechanically the same thing as like the weird little UFO thing that you encounter on the island. Like, it's introducing gameplay concepts like before the boss fight, and then they're just cranked up to 11. I keep saying it, but like... And then, of course, as we said in Metal Gear Rising, mass is just a number. The limits on Supersonic are now gone. Like, it's so...
He's got this massive blade, and Sonic just, like, he takes a big swing, and Sonic just catches it.
He catches it. When it hit the side of the mountain, I was like, please let me Metal Gear Rising this.
Mm-hmm.
And it did! We freezed him!
Mm-hmm. I think the one, like, the line from the song that, like, really sells this one is, like, you thought you were the best, but you haven't met us. Like,
it's so good.
Just where it's so, like, the song just has this attitude of, like, alright, look, buddy, you're strong, but you are not on my level.
Yeah, it's like, your first mistake was letting me get that Chaos Emerald. I appreciate that this Emerald was probably one of the easier ones to get, because at this point, we're experienced enough with the Titans, we know what to expect, so we're like, yeah, no, just get the Emerald.
Mm-hmm.
So then we gotta talk about Supreme.
Well, hang on. We didn't even mention the finisher on this one. Like, I would say
sorry, I did, but...
Oh, did you?
Oh, wow, sorry, that's what I was referring to with the sword. When I said we freezed him.
Yeah, you're right. It's coming back to me now. I'm tired.
It's late. But
late. I just want to say with the night, it feels like this boss fight is where most of the budget went.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because just the ending and the... it's crazy.
It's so cool.
It really is. Just the hype, the guitar solos are insane on this one. The chorus and everything. It just...
Yep.
Okay, but we do need to talk about Supreme, and this one is the interesting one.
Yeah, so I'd argue that of all of the Titans, Supreme has the best design.
Yay, me too.
I love... It's that shot of, like, him pulling out the sniper rifle.
Yup.
Is so cool.
This is... So, I guess I'll get into my feelings about this one. Conceptually, only conceptually, this is the best one. And I have very specific reasons that I feel this way. So, like you said, the amazing design. Supreme looks awesome. It's just like an absolutely chilling, like, nightmare fuel, yet hype. The fact that it's got the gun and everything. I love all the weird, like, spines on its neck and everything, and just like the armor, the sort of jetpack on its back.
The second phase wings.
It's when you get to the second phase, and you get used to them doing like the lasers and just like shooting out a bunch of lasers and crud during phase 2. For this one, the fact that it shoots out the lasers, but then it turns into wings and it sort of majestically like spreads the wings and then rises slowly in the air. It has this real like grandiose feel to it.
Sorry, the cats are wrestling while we're gushing about this, but yes, they're being good. They're far away. I'm just worried that the sound's picking up. Right. But yes, it has so much grandiose. Like this fight looks great. The problem that I have with it is so easy to cheese.
Mm-hmm. When we get to more of like the mechanical side of things, the actual execution of the boss fight, This one feels way more underwhelming than
This
the
one
other
feels
ones did.
rushed. Because, like...
Yeah, rushed is a good way to put it. Like, even if you don't level up Sonic that much, it has next to no health.
Yep.
And, like, the way that you fight it is kind of, like, confusing. How there's, like, the little mini things that are shooting the bullets, and you're supposed to destroy those before you attack Supreme. But, like, it doesn't explain that, and, like, it's easier to attack Supreme since he's a bigger target.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like very confusing. There's not as many like crazy cinematics to this one as there was like with the Knight, so it feels like a step down from the previous fight.
The parry mechanic is reused from the Giganto fight as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then there's stuff like where he shoots Supersonic with the laser, and there's like the QTE thing where if you get it right, then Sonic just immediately flies to Supreme, and it's like you don't even see the laser, and it's like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, it's weirdly confusing.
Like I thought there was a shot coming. There's a lot of this stuff that just is like not very readable. So like it's really easy, but you can also just kind of sit there and like not make progress on the fight if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, the worst part too is I feel like in any other game, this would be an amazing fight.
Right. But it's just the
but
context
because of all the great stuff that precedes it, it really brings the fight down.
Yeah.
And it's so frustrating. And
I do want to get to, though, like some more points about the fight conceptually that I wanted to talk about. Another thing that really got me was the arena.
Oh, yeah.
I love that it's just the two of these powerful entities just, like, flying over this, like, forest. Especially during, like, the Phase 2 when, like, you kind of rise up higher. It just looks really pretty. I absolutely love the arena. Like, appearance-wise, the arena that you fight in is my favorite. And also the fact that during this fight, unlike the other ones, the music does the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance thing.
Yes.
Where it starts with instrumental, and then you get to Phase 2 and the vocals kick in after. And like, oh, that got me.
that second... So I'll admit something.
Yeah.
Initially, when I heard I'm Here,
yeah,
I did not like it. Just because I had the same problem with Fist Bump.
Yeah.
Where... Because Tomoya Ohtani wrote the piece and then got us, like, picked a singer to sing the lyrics.
Yeah.
And it almost felt like a stylistic disconnect. Like the singer wasn't a good fit for the song.
Okay.
Just my initial gut feeling. But then after listening to it over time, both tracks, it grew on me over time. And with both versions, go figure, it was the addition of that second verse that really made it grow on me.
Yeah. Now with I'm Here as a song, I can say this. Before playing the game, one of like the only two things that I knew, there was like a demo soundtrack before Frontiers released that was on Spotify that had like 4 songs. And as far as vocal themes, the 2 songs that they'd released were at that point were Vandalize and a short version of I'm Here that only had the first verse.
Yep.
And so those were like the only 2 vocal themes that I'd heard. I still hadn't known anything about any of the other Titans. So I didn't know how hard the rest of the music was going to go. But between the 2, I did kind of end up liking I'm Here a bit more. And so getting to this point and seeing like, this is the last island, this is the main theme of the game. And then in hindsight as well, like hearing Tomoya Ohtani talk about like producing the soundtrack and his specific thoughts on why he wrote I'm Here the way he did. And As a track, I really like this one because I feel like it fits the vibe the best. Like the metalcore stuff during the other Titan fights is very like juxtaposing and surprising, and it's like, whoa, this is harder than I thought it was gonna go. Whereas I'm Here fits the feel normally that Frontiers is going for. I love the rock orchestra combo. It feels like a mix of like Nightwish and like Fallout Boy and those like early like 2010 kind of like edgy emo AMV songs.
Yes.
And I live for that vibe. So like hearing that here, and again, like Supreme as like in its animations and everything, it kind of has it carries itself with a bit more dignity than the other Titans. The other ones are more like aggressive, and there's the metalcore music, and it's more like screaming rage. This one has a bit more class to it, so I like that it's just like the orchestral rock.
Yeah. Well, and for me personally, because like all of these, you blow them up, you take them down in these big epic cinematic ways. With this one, it is a slow like bow of defeat.
It just kind of like recoils for a sec and then just slowly drops to its knees.
As well as like the fact that like the music cuts out and it's just the vocals, like really sells that that bit.
There's like the vocals, there's like really soft piano in the background. There's kind of that one last swell of the orchestra, and then it just like cuts completely.
Yep. I don't know. It visually like leaves an impression.
There's also just the fact that during this fight, it uses like bullet hell style attacks. That was something that got me really excited again, because bullet hell in 3D is not something that is done very often. I can't say that Frontiers is the first to do it, because just a little bit before that I'd seen the game Returnal on PS5. And that game kind of did crazier like bullet hell attack patterns, so I was kind of hoping it would get crazy like Returnal, and it didn't. But it was still just like the shot of like with you flying over the island, there's the little like diamond things like shooting out the bullets, and then he does those big slashes that shoots like the waves of bullets at you. It looks super cool. I just wish the fight was a little better.
Yeah, honestly, I just wish he had more health and it was like more of a fight. Because that's the other thing too. If you do level up Sonic's strength, you can tear through his health bar pretty quickly. Like I did it first try, where I died a couple of times on the others. Sorry, you were gonna say something.
Sorry. Yeah. Since you bring that up about like wishing it was a little more difficult, there is a little project that I want to plug that's pretty interesting. For PC players, and sadly currently only for PC players, there is a mod. I think it's still in development. Like I think it's out and it's playable, but like there's going to be more like adjustments and stuff in the future. But there's a mod to the combat in Frontiers called the Hedgehog May Cry mod, which is a great name. That just in general is trying to like spice up the combat. Most notably, like turn the parry back into like a timing based thing instead of holding it. So it will require a bit more skill of the player. And the main focus of it is to overhaul the Titan fights to include like unused animations and concepts from those fights, as well as just to pump them full of more health and make them more difficult. And I was watching somebody doing like the modded version of the Supreme fight, and it looked way tougher. So it's like, okay, there is a version of this that's exciting. I still haven't gotten to it yet because I've kind of been troubleshooting stuff with my gaming PC. But like, I do plan to get this mod and like experience these fights in like a new, more challenging way.
Interesting. Okay.
So I did want to plug that.
That's cool.
Yeah. But then after Supreme,
I love Sonic's like, is that it? Because it's almost comical with how easy that fight was for me.
I felt that too, yeah.
So this is interesting too for me and you, because I just played on hard mode, whereas you played on an easier difficulty and then went back and did hard mode.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, because for me, my initial gut reaction is that this was a disappointment. However,
right,
over time, it has grown on me to the point where I actually really like it a lot.
Right.
What are your thoughts on the end?
I never played Ikaruga.
I didn't either.
Anyway, so to move on to the next... no, I'm just kidding. This is a very interesting ending because, again, this is really where you start to see the budget issues and the fact that it's not just like a normal final boss, even though that's what was hoped for.
Yeah.
So my experience of just seeing, like, going from that fight where I was like, is that it? That felt like kind of a victory lap, but it was the main theme of the game, so is that it? But then, you know, we find the end, and Sonic and Sage have to work together to stop it. And on the normal one, it completely cuts out that last fight and goes right to the QuickTime event at the ending. As well as there's two different end credit songs that play based on your difficulty setting.
Yep.
And that one I got Vandalized, which was the song I was already familiar with. So like I did that and it was cool. I very much got excited by the music. I was expecting a boss fight and there wasn't one.
Yep.
So I was a little confused by that, and it was just like, is that the ending? Oh, there it is. That's the ending, I guess. And so then right after I did it, I sent you a message and I was like, that was kind of a weird ending. I am not sure how to feel about that yet. And you're like, well, don't think about how you feel about that just yet, because there's more if you do it on hard mode.
Yep.
And so when you go back through, it plays out the same way. Like, you get Sonic and Sage flying into space and you see the end there. But before the QuickTime event, you get one last of those little, like, hacking mini games where it does the Ikaruga gameplay. And so knowing that this was something extra made this a little more exciting for me, because I thought before we got to this that, like, there was nothing else. And so to see that there is something else, like, that excited me.
Yeah.
Whereas in your case, you just experienced this raw, and so it probably seemed kind of disappointing on initial playthrough.
For me, like, I was really excited about it because it felt like a first phase. And I was like,
yeah.
Oh, there's probably going to be, like, one of the Titan fights afterwards.
I really thought they were going to Dark Gaia this with, like, starting with playing as Sage and then switching to Supersonic. And I was so... my expectations were so set, and then it didn't happen.
Here's the thing. I think this would be a phenomenal final boss in any other Sonic game that didn't have these phenomenal Titan fights before.
Yeah.
Because, like, you can tell that it's a reused asset, and thankfully, like, Sonic Team has admitted, yeah, we were pressed for time, and, like, that's kind of why this is the way that it is. We're like, okay.
There is an official statement from them that they didn't have the budget to execute all their ideas.
Yeah, which I appreciate the transparency, and I very much am willing to forgive them for that. But like I said, over time, this has grown on me because I've just kind of accepted, well, this is the game that we have.
Right.
And I don't know, like...
This is one of those things where, like, it's sad to me, just generally as a Sonic fan, to see a Sonic game, like, not stick the landing when it's been so good before that. And it's sad to see so many people disappointed by this. So there is kind of that sad side of things. But, like, let's be real, I love the bullet hell genre, and I love rail shooters, and, like, I've never played Ikaruga, but just doing this, I'm like, I would love this. I love this fight. I love the vibe of it, the music, the terrifying voiceover from the end.
Yes. the end. And one of the coolest things, too, is Sonic Team's statement about what the end is, sort of, is it is an entity that it takes on the appearance of what the person looking at it perceives death to be. So, like, when we play the game, we just see, like, this floating planetoid, but, like, Sonic and Sage are seeing different things.
Mm-hmm. I have always wondered if what we see, like the moon, is specifically what Sage sees. Because we're playing as Sage during that fight, so I have to wonder if that's true. That's Sage's perception of death in some way. But sure as heck ain't Sonic's, and so that begs the question that the whole internet has been screaming about. What does Sonic see when he sees the end?
And it's such a cool, like, it's this cosmic horror. It's so Kirby is what it reminds me of.
It's really Kirby.
like right down to the gameplay style shift at the end of the game. Like,
the random shmup fighting against an eldritch horror.
Yes. And it's so, man, it's so cool. And like, so okay, I have this quote here about the end. So Thanks Ken Penders is a blog that I adore and I follow them. You should follow them. They posted their whole big long review of like their thoughts on Sonic Frontiers, and this is what they had to say about the end. I actually have it right here. I wanted to read it because it's really freaking cool. And I agree with a lot of their thoughts. And they said, Sonic Frontiers is in many ways about moving on. A fitting theme for what the game represents for this series as a whole. Not running from the past and its sorrows, but accepting it, learning from it, and knowing that you still have to move forward anyway. Sonic and friends help the lingering spirits of the ancients trapped within the Coco move on. Sonic's friends, too, grapple with their own prior shortcomings and decide they need to move on with their lives, even if the past is filled with regrets and the future is uncertain. Sage wonders how Sonic can keep moving forward the way he does, fighting on as he grows more and more corrupted, even though she's run the numbers and believes his fate is already sealed. The end is the epitome of this. It is the embodiment of entropy. It's the void, the destroyer of countless other worlds. It's the antithesis to the teeming chaos of creation. It's the nothingness at the end of everything. How do you keep pushing forward when you know the end is coming? What can one mote of golden light illuminate within the abyss? But Sonic isn't a mere mortal. He's an ideal. He's a force of nature. He's the unwavering determination to keep going no matter what, to fight for your friends with everything you've got, because that's love. I read that and I was like, holy crap, this is so freaking cool.
Wow.
And like, it is like, the end is such a fascinating concept. I've heard other people talking about it and like how this is what Infinite should have been. And I really hope that Infinite, because I don't think the end is dead, and I don't like it says in its dialogue, it can't be destroyed. Like, this vessel might, but the end comes for all.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, what if it found Infinite? Because Infinite was finite.
Right.
His story, like, he was very much defeated. The end is, as it says, is infinite. It's all-consuming.
It's truly infinite. It's not just a namesake. It's actually infinite.
Yeah. But also, the fact that Sonic is a concept. He is the embodiment of freedom as much as he is a character.
Yeah.
And so just like, it's so cool.
Wow. Yeah, I've never even considered any of this on that level. That's insane.
I can't say anything. I'm just gushing at this point.
Right. You want to hear me bring this back down to talking about it from a gameplay perspective?
Yeah, please do. Sorry for just throwing that in there and then
just hitting us with the hard philosophy here. I mean, I'm here for it, but
sorry. Like I saw that and I was like, I have to read this on the podcast because it's so freaking good. Go follow Thanks Ken Penders.
Yeah. So to talk about this specifically from my perspective, because like I said, everyone else around me is like, oh, this is a disappointing final boss, or like it's too hard to make it fun, or like the gameplay shift is really jarring or depressing or whatever. And then I'm over here like, oh, I love bullet hell. So like I'm right at home here. The thing that I specifically want to comment on, so this is very directly a reference to Ikaruga. The thing, for those who don't know about Ikaruga, it is not a Sega game. It is a game developed by Treasure. And I personally, I don't know much about Ikaruga. I just learned like, oh, this is the mechanics, this is the gameplay style, and this is kind of like the vibe of the game. So this particular game I don't know much about, but Treasure as a company is one of like my big favorites, and they were even kind of, I was feeling like these guys did like the games that had the Metal Gear Rising Revengeance vibes before that game came out. I wouldn't even be surprised if like developers from Platinum were either from Treasure or very inspired by Treasure as a company. But I will say, like, the thing that Treasure has made that I know very well and that I'm a huge fan of is Sin and Punishment. And this ending is so unbelievably Sin and Punishment. It is like the vibes that I get from this. It is so like weirdly like philosophical out of nowhere. It's so intense. It's like the most crazy like cranked to the nine battle happening in space between like celestial entities. And so like seeing this and knowing that even though Sega ran out of budget, you know, this, like, they put together this last, like, super boss for the players, and the fact that it's a tribute to another, like, very, like, a game studio that puts a lot of heart and care into their games, they did a tribute to that studio, that, like, really speaks to me. I really do appreciate that, and so I really appreciate this final boss on that level. And again, just the music, I'm with you, that plays during this fight. It is so emotional. I love how beautiful this song is. And this is another case of, like, it's not surprising metalcore. It's not even a vocal theme like the other boss themes are. But it's just this really beautiful piece. And then how it all wraps together with the final QuickTime event where we get that repeat shot of a Titan throwing Sonic, but this time it's not throwing him as an attack, it's throwing him into the end. Mm-hmm. And you get that shot of Sonic just like revving up as you do the QuickTime events, trying to go faster and faster and make this last impact.
Yeah, can I say specifically, it's like, because you're right there from Sonic's perspective when the QuickTime events hit, and then when you hit that last one, because like you hear the speed like ramping up as he's building more and more speed towards this thing, and then it cuts back, and there isn't the sound, you just hear the piano of the background music, and it's just this shot of like a shooting star, like Sonic has become a shooting star, and it is one of the most beautiful shots in any video game I have ever seen.
Mm-hmm. And I have to say, I'm kind of torn on which version of like the finishing blow I like better, between the normal ending and the hard mode ending, because it plays different parts of the music, depending on which version you do. Because the music starts already like at its crescendo when you do the normal mode, and so when you see Sonic boosting, and you do like the QuickTime event, the music goes like at its peak there. It's the most intense. It's like this do or die moment. Whereas if you've been doing like the whole like shmup fight on hard mode, the music gets to its quieter point at the end of the fight. And then you do the QuickTime event in Sonic while the music is very soft and somber. And And I like the intensity of the normal mode one, but like the way the music cuts after you do the QuickTime event is really jarring. Whereas everything flows more smoothly in the hard mode ending.
Yeah. Well, and then there's
there's kind of some give and take, but
there is also if you botch the QuickTime event.
I did my first time playing. It caught me off guard. It was too fast. I wasn't ready for it. And just the fact that Sonic, like, you have this intense, like, beautiful music, this really insane encounter, Sonic's charging with all his might, and then he just kind of fumbles and like, whoa! And then just smacks into the end.
It's so funny. It's so funny. Like, I love that Sega has stuff like that in there.
It is so funny. And I've been meaning to see them, but there's a lot more of those, like, insta-kill animations on
none of them are quite to that level, but just like
I mean, Giganto munching Sonic is really funny.
That's the other one is that, but oh man, the fact that they put that effort in there, which is one of those things because one of the complaints about Sonic Forces is that like if you fail a QuickTime event, you kind of fumble, and then the game just you win anyway.
The game keeps playing itself.
Yeah. Whereas, like, here, like, no, there's real consequences. You gotta do that whole fight over again. But yeah, and, like, I love, too, that, like, the health bar stays on screen. And so, like, Sonic does, like, this big hit, and you're like, oh my goodness. Did he do it? It's still holding on, and then it decides to self-destruct.
Yeah.
Which, oh man, I like that shot too where he pops out the other side and he has like that confident look and he looks back and then he sees that like, I didn't kill it. Yeah. And then we get Sage's, somehow from the beginning of the game, I knew it was coming.
Really?
Like I could just feel it that I was like, Sage is gonna start liking Sonic, but like she's clearly working with Eggman, which means she's gonna sacrifice herself, and it will. I didn't know if she could be saved afterwards, but I knew she would sacrifice herself to save Sonic.
Mm-hmm. I did not see this coming, so I respect your foresight. But I was still kind of like not making too many predictions about the direction the game's plot would go. True. I was kind of just letting it happen. Because I was very much trying to gauge like what is Mr. Flynn trying to tell us with this story. But like about that, I just want to say you remember what I said in the previous episode about Gamma's story. And like how I've kind of loosely touched upon how I feel about the ending of Sonic Adventure 2, but like Sonic characters used to be able to die. That was the thing. And so like seeing this here, I remember thinking like, I'm not worried for Sonic's life. Like the cyber corruption's not going to kill him. He's going to just shake it off somehow, or the power of friendship or whatever. And then he does. And I was like, yeah, see, I was right. And then we got to that moment. And that's when I realized Sage is a new character. There is no like supposition about this character. No one has any opinions yet because her arc isn't complete. Oh crap, she can die. And it just oof.
It's it's the look after father too. That just it's especially because like Eggman too, like, you know, where he's like, it's specifically the two lines for him are like, go fulfill your function, and the voice crack that Mike Pollock gave that line, as well as like the be careful dear daughter. And like you brought it up, but like there's a weird parallel to Sonic Adventure 2 and its ending, and like oh dude, I wasn't okay. And here's the thing too. I've seen some arguments about like, wow, Sonic didn't react to that at all when he reunites with everyone. But here's the thing. We cut from him falling to him arriving there with his friends.
Right.
And so we don't know what transpired on that long descent back to Earth.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's funny you brought this up because there's like the thing of like hedgehogs hiding their pain, being an extra thing, and it's like Sonic's character arc of hiding his pain from his friends. If you want to get even more specific about like how Sonic feels about those like sentimental moments of losing friends, in Sonic Adventure 2, he waits till everybody else leaves the room.
I know!
Before expressing his sentiments. We won't get into Sonic Adventure 2 because that's a planned episode at some point. But like, yes. I'm just saying he waits until he's alone to express his sentiments. So like, no, we don't see Sonic talk about that with his friends. He's trying to keep the mood light. And the first thing he does when he gets back is he cracks a joke. Like...
Oh, yeah. Well, he goes and he, like, hugs his friend. That's the other thing, too, about this ending. Is, like, how Sonic, all of his friends are now freed from cyberspace. And he comes back. He transforms back to normal. He hugs his friends, high fives Tails, gives a fist bump to Knuckles. And it's this very, like, sweet ending. And then you see Eggman alone and by himself. And it's the thing, too, is it's that opening shot of Eggman and how he's like, the secret of the ancients will be mine, and all of their hidden technologies. Eggman got exactly what he wanted. And it is the most bittersweet thing. It's just that shot of him alone, watching the stars fall in the Starfall Islands, the pieces of his daughter that he lost.
Yep.
Oh, it is so heartbreaking. And then, of course, the music kicks in. Dear Father breaks my heart. Like, because that's another thing, too. This keeps happening to me because I'm now a father, and so I'm experiencing these games, and I'm experiencing them from the perspective of a father.
Mm-hmm.
That broke my heart.
Yeah.
Because I think, what if that was my little boy?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel for Eggman, because this is, like, the first time that, like, he's had something that he's, like, truly, genuinely cared about that wasn't himself.
Mm-hmm. This is pretty much the first time he's ever loved anything or anyone.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, that ending hits hard.
Mm-hmm. I have to imagine, I would love to hear Mike Pollock's thoughts on this, just because he too is a father, and so like his perspective on like portraying Eggman this way.
Oh man,
I have to wonder what he thought about this ending, but it was so just like, again, like I already kind of expressed this about Eggman. It's not the direction that I'd want to see him go, because I like to see him as the really hammy, fun big bad. But like when it got to this point, like I got it. I got the message of what they were trying to say, and it's such a gut punch.
It really is.
And the song is really beautiful.
The fact that it's also the song that Sage sings, like, when she has that emotional realization of she just wants to be a family with her dad.
And that was the thing. I misinterpreted that scene when I first saw it, because I thought what they were trying to express was that she wants to be loved, and Eggman is not a person that loves. And so she was experiencing, like, pain of rejection. But, like, the fact of the matter is, we learned by the end of the game she was not rejected at all. Eggman did love her. And so the fact that we see the other side of this relationship now, and it's just heart-wrenching.
It's so heart-wrenching.
And like, again, I see this and I'm like, this is a Sonic game! I love that this is in a Sonic game! I love that we're allowed to be emotional again.
That it's allowed to take itself seriously and tell a serious story.
So that's our credits 1.
Yeah.
But there are two parts to the credits. So we get a little wrap-up scene for Sonic and Friends. I don't have too much to say about this. I just like that it establishes the kind of vibe of like, okay, this is where we're going into for the next Sonic game. But I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about it?
Just the fact that we casually name drop Styx as now part of the main canon.
That's right.
like it's the fact that Ian casually name drops Styx. And so like, okay, she's now part of the mainline canon. That's awesome. And also that there's the voice line about Tangle from the comics and now being in the... Like, the fact that now... It's funny, Aaron Weber would say it as a joke. Because people would be like, well, what's canon? And he's like, everything's canon. That OC you made, like, in 3rd grade, like, that's canon.
Yeah.
That, like, like, everything's canon. Stop asking about it. You know, as a joke to get people to stop harassing him. But, like, now it's real.
Now everything is canon. Including our Sonic fan characters because of Sonic Forces.
Exactly. Everything's canon. That's what makes it so funny.
It's funny. But yeah, that was... Because technically we did see Styx in Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games.
Yes.
Which is, like, not really a canon Sonic game, but it was Styx there with the modern cast.
Well, and, like, she has official, like, Sonic Channel art and stuff. Like,
right.
We knew, but we didn't know, and so it's nice to finally know.
So it's... Yeah, that reveal was a bit... exciting.
Yeah, it's just it's how casually it's just dropped in at the very end of the game.
Yeah. This game definitely does treat everything like it's already established and acknowledged, which is interesting.
It's really funny and it's fun. If you're a longtime fan, it's just fun. Yeah. And I will say, as much as I dunk on Sonic Boom, Styx is the one part of the canon that I'm actually happy is carrying over.
Yeah, I'm totally okay with Styx being there, but with the modern versions of the cast, and hopefully written by Ian Flynn.
Yes, please. But yeah, and then we get our second credit song, which is different depending on what difficulty you played.
Right. So this was not your experience because you just played on hard mode, so you got the second version.
What was really funny from my playthrough is because I knew Vandalize was in the game because I saw the promotional material.
Yeah.
And so this new song starts and I'm like, this is awesome. How long are these credits?
Are they also going to play Vandalize?
Yeah, and then they didn't, and then that's when I had to look up, and I was like, okay, I get it now.
That's funny.
Yeah.
My experience was, it was just playing Vandalize, and I was like, this is what I'm expecting. But I had remembered that you said something about, like a favorite, or like a cool Sonic song that came from this game, and I was like, which one was he talking about? And then I saw during the credits when it was doing the track listings, there was Vandalize, and then below it just said One Way Dream, featuring Nathan Sharp, and I was like, I don't hear Nate Wants to Battle anywhere. Like, is this going to be Sonic Colors? Are these credits just going to go on forever? And then I didn't, and there was nothing, and I was like, is it a hard mode thing? Do I have to beat the game on hard mode?
Yup.
Went and got back in touch with you, and you confirmed that for me, and so I was like, okay, there's going to be a new song when I play this, and then sure enough, when I beat it on hard mode, I was like, all right, there's another song. But with that, first talking about Vandalize, how do you feel about Vandalize?
Yeah, I like it. I'll be fully honest, because, like, it's a licensed song, and they sound great. I guess spoiling things a little bit, because I'm gonna talk about it more, but like when we get to like favorite songs and stuff, this is my favorite track. And I figured I'd save my big rambling speech for when we're talking about favorites. But like for that reason,
hold on, you mean One Way Dream, right?
Or sorry, One Way Dream. Vandalize is the other song.
Yeah,
I like Vandalize. One Way Dream is my favorite song, and I'll talk about it more. Mm-hmm. But, like, because of that, I just prefer it over Vandalize, because Vandalize, again, it was a pre-licensed song. I will say, though, that Tomoya Ohtani has mentioned, like, hey, now that I've worked with them, I would love to write new stuff with them in mind and have them work on it. And I'm like, yes, do that, please.
Yeah. I will say this. I kind of feel of two minds about this, because Vandalize, I feel like it fits the vibe that Frontiers as a whole is going for.
Yes.
But it does not feel Sonic-y in the slightest.
Yes. I will also say, because I've seen the cutscenes, like, the fact that cutscene plays out with no sound, with Vandalize, and then the credits roll and it starts playing that. Whereas when One Way Dream starts playing, it starts playing in the middle of the cutscene and then into the credits. And it just...
It's like as
better.
The plane is taking off, the guitars on One Way Dream start. And yes, I would agree, it feels a lot better. So then the case with One Way Dream, we'll talk about it more because, like you said, we're going to bring it up again in the favorites section. One Way Dream feels a lot more traditionally Sonic-y. And I like that that's the note the game ends on, because we've been playing this whole game where it does not feel like a traditional Sonic game, and then we come back to something familiar, and that's the note we end on. I like that. I heard those cat noises.
Yeah, they're fighting right now, and I'm like, don't you come near this power button.
The kitties come near and they're like, would you like to borrow a ride?
No.
Okay, bye.
But yeah, you were saying about One Way Dream and Vandalize.
I think that's enough for now. Like Vandalize, Vandalize is weird to me also because it's a licensed song. And there's not the in-game version, but there's an explicit version of the song that uses F-bombs. That's weird to me because that doesn't seem to fit the vibe of Sonic, but this whole game doesn't fit the vibe of Sonic, and it is going for something more mature, so like that's the kind of thing that just would not work in Sonic Forces or Sonic Lost World even. Here it's kind of more like, oh, I can see it. I guess that's believable. It just doesn't feel right for Sonic because like Vandalize is a song about like a toxic relationship that's like ruining a person's life.
Yeah,
and
never
it's,
mind
like,
the
making
fact
them go
that
crazy.
the song that is like played before this is Dear Father, which is like the exact opposite of that.
It's like that is like the tragedy of a broken home in 2 acts. Like, oh man, but I don't know. It's edgy and it captures that early 2000s AMV vibe that like I like that the rest of the games got it. So like I welcome Vandalize into the roster of Sonic vocal themes. But it still just doesn't fit quite like the others do.
And it's what's the band's name? One OK Rock, or like I welcome them into like, hey, Sega has their number now. Put them in more projects because they're really good.
Right, because the performance on Vandalize is insane. The vocals are like really amazing. And again, it's not death metal, but it's very incredibly performed.
Oh yeah. Not to mention, I've looked up some of their other stuff, like, because of this, and I'm like, oh my gosh, these guys are really good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so here's hoping we see more of them, and they get to do more, and again, I don't mind Vandalize, but I'm just saying, like, more appropriately Sonic-y sounding.
Yeah. Like Tomoya Ohtani said, like, I'd like to work with them on something specifically for Sonic.
Yeah.
Would be really cool, instead of just, like, licensing a song.
Okay.
But we get our second credits theme, like scene.
Again, do you want to talk about One Way Dream here, or do you want to save it?
I'll save it. Because
I think in the
I'm just
going to
repeat
it might be better. Yeah.
I'm just going to repeat it there.
Okay.
But
right.
We get the little stinger at the end with Eggman.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this?
I like it. Because I still feel like I got the emotional gut punch of like Sage dying, but it is like she's an artificial intelligence built by Eggman, so it makes sense that he'd be able to salvage her. But it's kind of this like, again, Eggman's not completely the bad guy, so like a happy ending for him is kind of like, oh, that is sweet. But then there's still the implications of like, this means Sage is part of the main cast of Sonic now. What are they gonna do with her?
Yes,
the possibilities
exactly.
are really exciting. So I appreciate it for this.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, because Sage clearly had an emotional connection with Sonic, enough to the point that she sacrificed herself to save him.
Mm-hmm.
And we see that Eggman salvaged her AI, but we don't know how intact it is, and
right.
what might be missing. Oh my gosh, you cats.
That's a good sound.
It leaves a lot of questions, and also I'm so excited to see what comes with the DLC.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Time will tell whether or not Sage's inclusion in the franchise was a really good one or an okay one. But at least for this game, I very much like Sage, and so I was happy to see, like, okay, Eggman brought her back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
should we go into favorites?
We've reached the end of this. It's getting super late.
Yes, it is.
I don't want to take a lot of time, but I have an important story to share that I feel like I didn't want to talk about until like we get the context of talking about all of the game. But this is very relevant to why Sonic Frontiers is my game of the year.
Okay.
So, a little context. I guess for those that haven't known me for a long time, because I know I do have some like new viewers to like my stuff coming in. I used to be very, very passionate about game design to the point that I wanted that to be my career. I have since moved away from that, but I definitely still have a lot of like old notebooks and text documents and stuff about like my ideas and like my, types of games that I wanted to make. And there was one like specific game that like if I had ever reached the point of being able to have a AAA studio at my disposal, or at least being good enough to make really high quality games, I had this idea for like a dream video game that I really wanted to see made. And so the strangest thing that I've come to realize about like Sonic Frontiers as I've looked back through my experience, I didn't realize it too much as I was playing. This is more of a hindsight thing, but Sonic Frontiers is very similar to this concept for this dream video game that I'd wanted to make. And I kind of just want to talk about some of the parallels of that. Because this game is something that I invested a lot of time in. I was writing a lot of like lore and like working on characters and things. But basically, I wanted to make a game that had sort of a strong combat focus with a very fast character. The way that I was particularly going to do it is like the character's body was like made out of lightning, which allowed them to like zoom around at light speeds. But it was very Sonic inspired in that way that like movement would happen. And a lot of the ideas that I had, there was things like the like very open, like wildernessy environments to explore that would have like very soft orchestral music. But then like major fights and stuff would juxtapose it with, like harsh metalcore, to make the fights really intense and catch the player off guard. And as we can see here in Sonic Frontiers, that was a thing that happened. And again, like the lightning motif that I had for my character, we see things like when Sonic like maxes out his rings, there's the little animation of like the lightning surging around him and he like opens his eyes. There's a lot of moments in this game where I noticed like I had ideas for like shots, like camera angles or dynamic things that would happen in this game that like almost shot for shot were things that Sonic Frontiers did. So it awakened this really surreal feeling of like, this is a thing that I just came up with on my own. And I'm clearly not insinuating that these were like very original ideas. Like a lot of what I was thinking was based on cliches for things that already existed. But it was just such a weird feeling. Like there's other stuff too, like the Wyvern fight. I had lots of images in my head of this like aerial battle where you're rushing around really fast, past like a ton of scenery and everything, and so many more. And then even beyond like the combat stuff, what I was thinking about for the story and the characters, I wanted the story to have a very strong focus on like mental health and like the well-being of the characters. And so I had thought about like a lot of scenes of characters like checking in with each other and having like sincere conversations about aspirations and hopes and worries and fears and all these things, in between like the crazy combat. And once again, this is kind of something that Frontiers did with its storyline. You can argue that like maybe the cutscenes are a little less exciting because it's just characters standing around talking, but like they have these very sincere conversations that again evoked this feeling of like what I had hoped for in making this dream game. And then like the real like kicker, the cherry on top of all of this was this idea that I had of this main character for this game being pushed to their absolute physical limits to the point where you would see the exhaustion visibly wearing on them. Even like as you progress in the game, their idle animations, them being like very weary and like stopping and breathing heavily. Maybe even like I might have like pushed it a little bit farther with like attacks like slowing down and having a segment where like you literally can't fight. But at least in terms of the animations and the direction of the story, this idea of like a main character like pushing through intense amounts of physical stress, and just having to endure, like this happens to Sonic. It is such a strange experience to see this play out. Like, in a way, this game sort of fulfilled my dream of seeing this video game I had in my head get made. But then it's just so weird that it's Sonic doing it instead of the character that I'd come up with. Like, it was such a strange experience to me, but at the same time, like, it kind of brought me some peace because, again, like I said, I sort of gave up on game development as a career path because it was a bit too hard.
This is so funny to me because, like, knowing you and growing up with you, I know exactly what idea you're talking about because you told me about it. And so, like, all of a sudden realizing that, I'm like, holy crap, dude.
Because we have had some conversations about this idea that I had for this game. But yeah, like really getting down to it, it sort of put my mind at ease because it's like, even if I was not the person to make it, there is a video game that exists and one that's quite popular. That tries a lot of these ideas and succeeds at most of them. And so like, there's just something really captivating about Sonic Frontiers that I really connected to on a personal level once I started realizing the parallels to like what I had written versus what was in this game.
That's so freaking cool. What the heck?
So that was I just had to comment on that because it was such a surreal experience for me.
Holy crap, dude.
But I was also like, I didn't want to like put that in final thoughts necessarily, like because it would just come out of nowhere. But like I was just like, where do I talk about this?
Yeah, no, okay, because I remember you sent me the text like, I don't know where to put something, but I'm gonna
I got
put
a story.
It here. That's so cool.
Okay. But now it's time to move on to favorites.
All right, favorites.
It's time to put the faves in Tradin Faves.
We're here.
Reaching far across these new... This is the third time I've done this.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with favorite character.
For me... If it were anyone other than Sonic, I would be disappointed in myself.
Yep. I was going to do the typical, who's your favorite character and why is it Sonic?
once again, this game, and again, the way Ian writes Sonic, I freaking love it. But like, it's Sonic's selfless nature and just how good he is and how willing he is to put himself through hell to save his friends.
Yeah.
And, you know, it shows just how much he loves and cares about his friends. And I think that's one of his most admirable traits.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have an honorable mention towards Eggman. I think he really shined in this game. Like you said, in a very different way, but I really liked being able to explore this angle with his character.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you can appreciate, as you said, as a father yourself, this
story.
This story for this character, in a way that probably to me, still not having a child of my own, that still doesn't hit the same for me. It's just kind of like, oh, well, that's an interesting take on the character. But like for you, I can see like, yeah, that's probably a big deal.
Yeah, it very much is. I love everyone in this game, but like,
yeah,
if I have to single them out, Sonic is in the first place spot, and Eggman is like, he's the runner-up. He's the silver medal.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
So for me to comment on this one, because I don't know how much I expressed this in like our Sonic Adventure episode, but in terms of the entire franchise, my favorite Sonic character, it's a tie between Sonic and Tails. And in fact, I'd just say Sonic and Tails are my favorite, because I most prefer when they're together. I love the dynamic the two have, and we see elements of that in this game. As I'd expressed before, I was a bit frustrated that more of what happened with Tails was setup than payoff.
Mm-hmm.
So for me specifically, for Sonic Frontiers, I will say my favorite character is Sonic as well. Again, I'm still leaving the door open. There's DLC where we will get to play as Tails. I really, really hope that there's some story that goes with that, because I have wanted for so long for Tails to go back to being my favorite character. But he's still not quite there yet. And it's not even just like the hard emotions that Tails is dealing with. It's just the fact that he's not able to do anything cool. I want to see Tails be like a major contributor to saving the day again. So for now, it's just Sonic, but you know, for all the reasons that you said, just his desire to sacrifice, his ability to endure such like horrible and hard things. I love that this game touches on that, and I love the attitude that Sonic has in this game. I haven't felt this way about Sonic as a character in so long, and it feels so satisfying to see him this way.
Yep.
All right. Favorite island?
Okay. So for me, I'd probably have it, I think Kronos Island is my favorite. It's really easy to explore. It is a great, like, introduction to this game. Yeah. The music is so good. I will die on this hill. The fourth movement for the Kronos Island theme is so good.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, just I love Kronos Island.
Mm-hmm. Kronos Island is a good one. It makes a very good first impression. I know I said stuff about like the tutorial and everything, but it's like once they take the leash off of you,
yep,
the sense of freedom is exhilarating.
It's so good.
I can definitely give you that one. So this is a very interesting point that I have to make, because we talked a lot about all the different islands and the pros and cons. And how, like, none of it was necessarily a deal breaker, but I did have more things to nitpick about certain islands than others. So for me, the one that was most consistently enjoyable from start to finish was actually Rhea Island. where we
so
climb the towers and
fascinating.
get the plot dump. I've never heard any other Sonic fan have this take. I continue to have trash opinions about the Sonic series.
I would argue, because hearing what you had to say about it, you definitely convinced me to like it a lot more. And so I'd argue your opinion is not trash. It is very valid, and I totally agree with you.
Yeah. It's just, like, I got so into the game at that point. I was so invested, and maybe it was just because, like, I couldn't do that whole island in one sitting because I kept having things to take my time away from playing the game. And so I was like, oh, but I'm so invested, I just want to see it all. And then when I finally got to that point of, like, I think I'd done the first tower and then I had to take a break, and then it was like a day or two before I could get back to playing. And, like, I just marathon the rest of the game from that point. Like, I love the atmosphere, the intensity, again, Sonic just really being pushed to his absolute limits as a character. It got me. It really got me.
Oh, man. Okay. So next up is favorite cyberspace level. Tell me, do you have a favorite?
I think I do. There's one that comes to mind that is, like, really stand out. There are two in particular. Like, I was able to narrow it down to a favorite, like, remade level and a favorite, like, brand new level.
Okay. I have two as well.
Okay.
So, I had as my favorite, because it was the one that left the most distinct impression on me, was 2-6, which is the Sky Rail.
That is
level.
one of mine as well.
Heck yeah, Mr. Good Taste. Because that's the thing is, I actually missed a couple of levels, and I had to go back and unlock them and, like, play them.
Yeah.
So this was the first one. Like, you could argue, I saw, like, classic Green Hill and, like, you know, Sky Sanctuary. Like, you know, those levels have been reused a bunch in Sonic games, so, like, I didn't think anything. But when I saw Sky Rail and it clicked for me, I was like, oh my goodness, this is incredible.
Uh-huh.
I really love that level, and it left a very distinct impression, because then for the rest of the game, I was looking for remake levels like that. The other one, though, that I have on here, hilariously enough, it made the list last night, was 1-2.
Aha! He likes it!
Here's the thing, too. It was so brutally difficult, and then you gave me some advice, and it helped shave off, like, 5 seconds. I had another, like, 7 seconds I had to shave off.
Yeah.
And just, it was such a trial and error, trying and trying again. Because, like, for whatever reason, this second stage is brutally difficult on the time limit. There are others where, like, I would flounder about, and I'd still get an S rank, and I was like, dang, like, I barely tried on that. But this one pushed me to, like, maximize my skill at the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I screen capped it, I took a picture with my phone, I sent it to friends, I was like, I finally did it, this is amazing.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
So, I am inclined to agree. Skyrail was one of my favorite ones. I did talk about it a little bit, and just, like, how, like, Boost feels good on the momentum-based grind rails. It feels like this level was really built for Frontier's Sonic gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I didn't talk about it too much, but the music on that one is, like, really, really good.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite Cyberspace level themes. But I guess since I've already talked about it, the other one that I want to talk about a little bit more is 4-4, which, again, it's one of the original ones. So I just kind of refer to it by, like, the name of the track, which is Wishes in the Wind, which is the very, like, chill, it's got, like, a very smooth, like, bass to it. It's like a city stage with, like, a sunset.
Okay.
And that one, it's just got a lot of, like, crazy, like, quick moves you can make. There's like a lot of like grind rails that lead to alternate paths, so it's like really open, and there's like a lot of fun like dash rings. It's kind of hard to explain everything, so maybe like you might have to just like go back and see a video of it at some point. But 4-4 is really solid. As far as the original levels, it's one of the ones I enjoyed the most. I will also say I also liked 4-9, which is the one where you get the skateboard.
Yes, that was a lot of fun.
That one was really neat too. But then there's so many others. Like the Metal Harbor one is really great too.
I know. All of the Adventure 2 levels just made me so happy.
I wasn't as big on which one was it? The Radical Highway one, because it was only like parts of Radical Highway.
Yeah.
So it was a little too short. Kind of
I
same
really
with
like-
Cityscape, but it's Cityscape,
I really
so
liked
it's
Green
awesome.
Forest.
Yeah, the Green Forest one was really cool too. How they used the pulleys to recreate the vines.
Yes, and it was so fun.
The way they recreate the shot of you grab the pulley and it lands you down, you just barely stop before you hit the spikes, and then it pulls you back up and slingshots you.
It was so good. It was
really
brilliant.
cool. The Sonic Adventure 2 levels are the best because they feel so good the way they remade them.
So, the next category I have is favorite combat ability.
Favorite combat ability. I forgot to make a note of this, so I'm thinking about it.
Okay,
but
well,
I think I've got one. But you go ahead first anyway.
Okay. So, hilariously, mine is actually the Psyloop.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Honestly, it's one of the best additions to Sonic's toolkit. And like, most people, they find ways to have fun. They draw an Amogus.
Right.
I've like so many people, that's their first instinct.
Yeah.
Is to draw stupid things with it. But like, genuinely, I found that it is like the thing I've used the most. I'd farm rings with it. I would. You use it on like enemies to do different. It's such a fun way to interact with the world, and it's a standout that I'm like, I hope it comes back because it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can see that. Even the fact that it is so reminiscent of Knights and the Paraloop.
Yes. That might be the other reason, like, subconsciously that I thought about it, because it very much works the same way.
Because Knight's gameplay in general is just delightful. So anything that reminds us of Knights is good. For me, there's one, it definitely took me a long time to figure out how to appropriately use this one, but once I got it, visually it's one of my favorites, is the Wild Rush, I believe it is. Where you dodge and then attack, and it, like, Sonic jumps back and then does, like, the dashes in the air. That kind of, like, zigzagging motion. That is Wild Rush, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah. So for me, the fact that you have to, like, dodge and then attack, that was kind of confusing, and I couldn't figure out how to pull it off. So I didn't really, figure it out until I was at, like, Island 3.
I still haven't figured it out.
It's basically like you just dodge and then kind of like wait for like the dodge animation to finish and then you attack. The timing on it is kind of particular and it's kind of weird, but just visually it looks super cool. I love watching Sonic zigzag around, and that thing I'd mentioned about my dream game with like the lightning abilities, obviously like a zigzagging motion is one of the things I had planned for a combat ability, and so just seeing Sonic do it, it's like, yep, that's what it would have looked like.
That's so cool.
So it's I like it for that reason. I will also say it's not a combat ability, but the fact that with the stomp you can hold the stomp button to do the bounce.
Yes.
And it kind of works like the bounce did in Sonic Adventure 2. I really appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. It was great.
It's good for platforming, and sometimes when you got to do precise platforming, it's like the best. But okay, so because of that, I'd forgotten to make a note about that. My list has deviated from yours. What do you have next?
I have favorite boss.
Favorite boss.
So favorite
Okay.
Titan, I guess.
Okay, so I have favorite mini boss or the
Okay.
Guardians.
We can do favorite Guardian first, and then we'll do favorite Titan.
And then favorite Titan. Yeah. Okay.
So for me, my favorite Guardian, I have it down as just the balloon, because it's not the traditional one where it gets the name, but it's the one that like traps you in the water, and then you gotta like stomp your way out.
Yeah.
But like I also didn't know if that counted as like a standard enemy or like one of the Guardians.
I think they counted as a standard enemy, but it's distinct enough. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, well, I wrote a different one of like the Guardians, like their name flashes on screen and stuff. I put down Sumo.
Oh yeah, Sumo.
I really liked Sumo a lot. It was the one that I found that like, you know, even after I'd like opened all of the portals and stuff, and if I'd ever bump into him, I'd still be like, yeah, I'll fight you. Like, you're a lot of fun to fight against.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see it.
What about yourself?
So for me, I actually kind of already talked about the two of them because it's hard to pick just one. But obviously Asura. Just because, like I said, it's the best introduction to what Frontiers is going to be, and the music is so hype. The only reason I can't like say it's far and wide my favorite is just because it's pretty easy. Because it is a more of a tutorial mini boss. So the one that gives me my kicks for difficulty, whereas Asura just kind of gets like the presentation win. The other one is the Ghost, because of, like I said, just how amazingly tense it is. I love when video games can get me super tense and super like, do or die, I gotta move fast.
Cat.
There's some cat shenanigans.
Yep, we're good. We're safe. But yeah, so now, favorite boss. I'm gonna be honest, this is the toughest decision on this whole list.
Is all four of them are good in some shape or form.
Yeah, so I will say, because I said it before, but like look wise, it is Supreme.
Mm-hmm.
I think Supreme has the best design. However, I'm not sure. I'm torn between the Wyvern and the Knight.
Yeah.
Because, and the reason is they're both so distinctly different, and they do different things well.
Yeah.
Because I like the on rails style to the Wyvern. Oh, cat, get off my notes. But like the Knight has a little more like flair, and the fight like changes itself up a bunch, and so it's I'm weighing between which one I like more. What about you? You might help me decide.
Nope. Because my answer is that I'm torn, and I have some good things to say about 3 of them. But it's okay. So technically, on a very technical level, when you add up the sum total of good things I have to say, it's Supreme.
Mm-hmm.
Because I love I'm Here is a song. I love visually the design of Supreme. I love the animations of, like you said, the shots with the where he gets the sniper rifle and it looks really cool. I love the bullet hell vibe. I love the environment that the fight is in. Everything about the fight I love, except gameplay wise the fight itself. Which I'd argue is the most important thing about the fight, is how the fight actually goes. So that's why it's on a technicality, it's Supreme.
Yup.
But now the question stands in terms of actual like mechanics wise, which do I like more, the Knight or Giganto? Because Giganto was the first, and so the shock of what I was seeing for the first time, like I would give anything to experience the Giganto fight for the first time again.
Oh yeah, just go back in blind.
Just have no clue what's coming, and then just be blown away by the metal. And the really crazy guitar solos. But again, it's not as interesting mechanically of a fight because it's the first one. And so, like, it's amazing to me because of the shock of what's happening, but it's not necessarily an interesting fight. Whereas the knight is very interesting mechanically. And it's like, as I said, it feels like that fight is where the budget went, because it's where the craziest stuff in the game happens. And the really insane finisher, just full Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, mass is just a number, grab the massive sword and split the thing in half. It's so hard to pick between the three. I think the best I could say, from a gameplay standpoint, it's the knight for me. Everything else, presentation and design and conceptually, it's supreme. But gameplay-wise, I gotta give it to the knight.
Yeah. I think of the two, because I'm there with you on Supreme. I think I gotta give it to Wyvern. Just because, and it's so close, and I could very easily be persuaded to be like, no, change your answer to the knight.
Right.
They're all good. But like, I think my favorite thing about the Wyvern is that it very much is the moment where you will learn to parry, which was very helpful to me. But also, I loved that there were rings for me to collect, because like, I was still learning how to parry. I hadn't fully figured it out. I was still trying to do it timing based.
Yeah.
Instead of holding it. And as a result, like, I was running low on rings, but I was able to salvage the fight by like grabbing more rings. And so I liked that aspect of it. And just, again, the camera work on it is gorgeous.
And the Wyvern fight feels like the closest to a traditional supersonic fight, because it happens on rails. It's almost kind of like the 3D interpretation of like a Doomsday Zone sort of deal, where you're trying to catch up to the enemy and collecting rings along the way.
Yep.
So I could see it.
Okay. So music-wise, I'm gonna have you go first.
You're going to have me go first, because I'm going to list every song in the soundtrack except yours, so that way you can talk about that one.
I guess I can go first.
No, I mean I've got some honorable mentions, but I do have an overall favorite as well.
Okay.
Just the one, we kind of already talked about this a bit, so I don't need to gloss over it too much, but just so people can look it up, here's the name. It's Cyberspace Transparent Highway, which is the Skyrail one.
Oh man, yeah.
The other Cyberspace one that's pretty good is Dropaholic, which I think is 1-5. That one is just all build up and no release. As far as commenting on like the island movements and the more orchestral stuff, I really love Chaos Island 7th movement. Which is, it's very like triumphant, and it has these very beautiful like brass instruments, and it feels like it represents like Tails coming to terms with, you know, his past and everything, kind of like we were talking about. Like the music feels like it fits that very well, and just Sonic's sense of like, okay, it's time to fight the Titan, and like the way the music swells. Plus, it's your reward for surviving the pinball minigame, too, so very good. But if I had to give it to any one song in this soundtrack, I wonder if anybody's caught it by now, because I keep bringing it up. I'm Here. This song speaks to me on such a weirdly deep personal level. Like I said, the orchestral rock, it's very different than a lot of the other like boss pieces and stuff, but this one also serves as the main theme. Something about I'm Here, just, it gives me that excitement for a new era of Sonic. The fact that it starts with just the very slow, very soothing piano, but then like those like very tense strings like dig in, and then just the metal guitar. Just, it goes. And what's his name? Mary Kirk Holmes, the vocalist. I love his vocals on that because it's not quite screamo. It's not full on like scream shout singing like it is with the other boss themes, but like he gives it his all on those vocals. There's so much soul to it. He does like the beautiful moments contrasting with his heavy singing. Sound really amazing, but then also like the heavier stuff with the heavier parts of his singing sound really beautiful too. And then just the fact that like with the ending where they completely cut the background music and just like where he hits horizons. And I know we kind of did this in the Metal Gear Rising thing. I promise I won't actually sing I'm Here because that's way out of my vocal range. His voice pretty high as well. But it's such a beautiful song. Like, I have listened to that song almost daily since the soundtrack's release. And, like, last night, I was thinking about, like, us going into this recording session, like, talking about this game. And I was just sitting on the couch listening to I'm Here. And, like, I started tearing up because it's just such a beautiful song. Like... It takes a lot, especially for like Sonic music, which is usually so high energy and fun. It takes a really special Sonic song to get me emotional, and I'm Here just really does it for me.
Oh, that's super cool. Okay, so as I said before,
wait, can I say one last thing?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Sorry to cut you off. There's just one more thing that I thought of, and this kind of applies to all the Titan themes in general. I had heard a fan theory that I very, very much ascribe to, or subscribe to, whatever the term is. Somebody posited the idea, what if the lyrics to all of the Titan battle themes are from the perspective of the original pilots of the Titans? And when I listen to those songs now, I think about that because I could see them fit super well.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love that.
There's like in Giganto, there's like the pride that comes from undefeatable. Break through it all is like the fighting against the odds, never say die attitude. With the Knights, it's like the like teamwork and like, yeah, we can do this. No one can stop us. And then I'm Here is like the reassuring like comfort of the leader that piloted Supreme and everything. I heard somebody pose that and I'm like, I believe it. I'm on board with this one. I love it.
Yep.
But then at the same time, the lyrics can also like fit Sonic as well. Yep. So it's kind of, they're open-ended enough, but that's just one last cool thing I want to comment. Okay, please take the floor. It's all yours.
Yeah. Okay, so as I was alluding to, One Way Dream is my favorite song in the entire Sonic franchise. Not just this game. This is now my number one favorite Sonic song ever. Setting aside the fact that it has that beautiful piano. I am a sucker for the piano, and you throw in guitars and just like this upbeat, like fast tempo. Like that is my ideal song to listen. That's my genre of music that I love listening to.
Yeah.
Set aside the fact that it is Nathan Sharp, who I have been following his music career forever, and the fact that they got him to do this song. And he performs it so wonderfully. I am such a big fan of Nate. I still have my copy of his album Mangled, and I still listen to it from time to time. Setting all of that aside, it's the fact that this song is a message from Sonic Team. And I had that article. I'll send it to you so you can put it in the description.
Yeah.
But it was an interview with Tomoya Ohtani just about the soundtrack, and he just talked about how much work he poured into this game. And they asked, like, oh, if you have a message like for the fans, what would it be? And he said, please play through the game on the hardest difficulty, so you can hear the true secret ending,
because that song carries a special message from Sonic Team to the fans. And the lyrics to this song speak to my soul. They are so just bright and optimistic in spite of everything that was pushing Sonic and Sonic Team and Sega to fail. And specifically, it's the second verse. The lyrics are, "They said we'd break, they said we'd lose, but here we are, what else is new? Stronger with every fall, faster with every mile. You and me were built on trust, that's why we can always get up. Even if they laugh, we'll never bite the dust." And it's cheesy, but it speaks to my soul. Mm-hmm. Like, I love this song, and I love that Sonic Team and all of the people involved in this game oozes the passion and the love that they have, and it fills me with this optimism for the future of Sonic. And so I cannot, like, as wonderful as this soundtrack is, because I adore all of the songs on here, and like you said, I'm Here is really good. All of the crazy boss themes, all of the EDM, like the Cyberspace tracks, all of the amazing island themes, they're all so good. But this one carries a message from Sonic Team that they're not going to give up. And listening to it fills me with the sensation of, if they're not going to give up, I'm not going to give up either. And it just gives me the energy to push forward when things get difficult. And so I can't give it to any other song.
Yeah, I totally can see it. And it's one of my favorites too, because I feel like the opening chords, mm-hmm. And the guitar kind of, like, the guitar comes in really strong, and then I can't really tell if it's a choir or if it's strings, but there's some kind of like backing like chords. Mm-hmm. Again, like, it's hard to tell if it's a choir or strings, because it sounds like a choir, but I'm not sure. But there's this really beautiful like chord progression that eases us into the song that just like has such like a beautiful, like, this is a new era of Sonic feel to it. Mm-hmm. And again, like you said, just the message behind the lyrics.
Yeah, it even like narratively works with this game, because like you could argue this is technically from Sonic's perspective, but also anyone's. The way that, like, in the final battle, the end, refers to Sonic as one little golden mote of light. What can that illuminate in the darkness? But in here, in the context of these lyrics, I'm a spark that won't go out. Mm-hmm. And what that carries is that, no, I'm going to burn bright and illuminate everyone around me, and show you that, like, the future is just as bright. We don't have to give in to the nihilism, the fear that the end is coming, because we still have a future.
Right.
And then just the cherry on top is just the ending verse, where it's just the piano and Nate's voice. Mm-hmm. It almost brings me to tears every time. Yeah. I freaking love it.
Mm-hmm. And again, like, with their analogy, it's Sonic Team's message about, like, everyone counted them out and, laughed and made fun of them and assumed, like, oh, they're gonna fail again, like they always do. And their drive to, like, do better, like, but here we are, what else is new?
Yeah, stronger with every fall, faster with every mile.
Right.
Like, and let me be clear, that's never coming back, but it does put me in the thought process of, like, back when I used to make AMVs.
Oh, yeah.
And, like, I'm like, oh, if I were to make one, like, in my mind, I can see, in Sonic 06, that shot where he's holding Elise, and he's, like, almost gonna make it to the edge of the cliff, and then he starts falling, and then the explosion, like, sends him flying.
Yeah.
in my mind, I see that shot when I hear that line.
Mm-hmm.
That's stronger with every fall.
Right. But with that, I want to comment on something specific about that line and kind of what it means to me, because it definitely has the vibe of, like, don't count out Sonic Team. They're going to keep trying. But I also think about this line in the context of Sonic fans, because people are so unbelievably vicious towards Sonic fans.
Oh, yeah.
And it's certainly, there's a case of a few, bad bananas spoiling the bunch.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, there's this idea that all Sonic fans are these, like, degenerate furries who complain about everything, but also accept any trash that they're handed, and that they're, terrible fetishy artists and whatever. And it's like, that is so far from the truth. Sonic fans are so deeply moved by this character and by the concepts that this series has constantly been built on. And they are some of the most talented and passionate people I have ever met in my life. And even the ones I haven't met, that I just see what Sonic fans are creating. There's artists, there's musicians, there's game designers, there's modders,
storytellers,
right? There's
that's the
so
other thing
many
too.
Facets.
Ian Flynn, before he was working on the comics, was just a fan.
Mm-hmm. He was making, like, fanfics and fan comics and stuff.
Uh-huh. And then, eventually landed his dream job of working on, the comics. And now he's, like, that's another thing about this game. I'm almost moving into final thoughts, but, like,
right.
Ian especially being on this team, this feels like the passing of the torch to the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's very much, he's someone who grew up with this franchise, and now he's bringing something new to the table and moving the franchise forward. And, eventually he's probably going to pass on the torch to somebody else in the next generation. And I think that's so cool.
Yeah. But yes, because we're getting so sentimental about this end credit song, we're getting dangerously close to final thoughts stuff, but we're not done with our favorites yet.
Yeah.
So one last time, what was your favorite moment from your experience playing this game?
So in the actual game, I would say that is the Titan fights.
Yeah.
They are without a doubt the standout part of the game. However, I think my favorite moment from this game is just what this has done for the franchise. Like, it just, Sonic feels bigger and better than ever, and I'm so optimistic for the future of Sonic because of this game.
Yeah, for sure. For me, I feel like I want to say it's just all the Titan battles, because all the Titan battles are amazing. We all want to say it. The sense of surprise and wonder.
Yeah.
Really, it's just something very special, and it's amazing. I think there is something else for me, though, and I've still been, like, hitting on this, and obviously you can see why, because it's something very personal, but I think my favorite moment in my experience with this game was that realization about that dream game that I wanted to make, and how similar this was to that. I think I've got a few more comments on that, but I'll save them for final thoughts.
Yeah.
But as far as, like, what's actually in the game, it's the Titan battles. Come on. They're so hype.
They're so good.
Even the disappointing, like, Supreme fight, like, that's still pretty good if that's your worst one.
Yeah, like, compare that to, like, other final battles in this series, and, like, it's still a great fight. It just feels worse because of, like, what came before it.
Because we got better stuff earlier in the game.
Yes. And that's, like, the only reason it feels like such a low point.
Yeah, I almost kind of wish they, like, held off on the night, or maybe like the Wyvern or something, and then port it all into Supreme. But
Yeah.
even so, it's good. This game's great.
So good.
Okay, we're coming up on 6 hours. This is pretty impressive.
My goodness. I didn't think we had quite this much to say, but also... Final thoughts.
You want to go?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
Because I think Sonic Adventure 2 is still my all-time favorite.
Yep.
I don't think, and part of it too is the nostalgia factor, and I don't think you can discredit nostalgia. I don't think it should be, because
it's an important thing.
It's an important factor. But this is definitely up there for me as one of my absolute favorite Sonic games. I said it at the beginning, but if you have no experience with Sonic, play this game, you'll probably enjoy it. I think you'll have a good... I've seen a lot of people that are I think I played Sonic 1 when I was a kid, so this is Sonic now. This is interesting. I like it. And so, I'm yeah, the casual person will definitely like this. But, if you, like me, are a longtime fan, what this does for the franchise, and I think, contextually, this game, it just fills me with hope for the future of Sonic. And, it very much was setting things up. But it set them up beautifully, and now I just can't wait for the next, and we've still got DLC coming out for this game, too.
Yep.
The future is bright, and I am so excited.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, now for mine. I've already, made a couple of these points in here, during our conversation accidentally, so I'm gonna see if I can omit anything for time's sake, but I have prepared quite a few thoughts on this, and I'll just try and be smart about it. But also, if you're here listening at the almost 6 hour mark, then you're in it for the long haul, so
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess the first thing I want to comment on is the fact that a lot of people look at this game and say Sonic is back. I think people sidestep a lot of the great recent Sonic media that's been out.
Yes.
When they say Sonic is back.
I was going to make that comment and then I forgot to, so I'm really glad that you did. I don't think that Sonic ever left, at least not for me, because I've stuck with him.
I will also say, again, just noticing the trend of the Sonic cycle, people would tend to say that the Sonic cycle is about the release cycle of the games. I say it's more about how the fans react when the games come out. But people say Sonic is back every time that a good Sonic game comes out. And it happens more often than people think, so that just kind of cracks me up. But I don't disagree that this is one of the best Sonic games we've had in years. I'm kind of with you on the Sonic Adventure 2 probably still just barely beats it for me, for a lot of very nostalgic reasons and a lot of very personal reasons, but it's one of the best. And even with everything we said, there are some pretty glaring flaws in the design. I agree. It lacks polish in certain areas. And there's a lot of weird, questionable choices the devs made. And it's sort of got the biggest problem that I can think of is the weaker ending, because they ran out of budget when working on the end of the game. And not to make this too much of a Game of the Year compare-y thingy, but Kirby and the Forgotten Land was also a very great game. And Kirby's game, it starts kind of slow, but then really builds and pays off with a satisfying ending. Whereas this game, on the other hand, it starts really amazing and really gripping, and then it runs out of gas before the end. So you'd kind of wonder then, why is this my Game of the Year if... it's got these flaws and Kirby kind of stuck the landing better. But for me, I never loved Sonic because of super tight game design or because every aspect of the game was perfect. For me, one part of Sonic is that it's our thing, yours and mine. It's something that we share as a bond, but it's also just about the heart that goes into some of the best Sonic games. Because, like, I love a bunch of indie games that don't have a AAA budget, and it's the same thing. They've got a lot of heart. And I think even with, like, Sega's missteps and, like, trying to guess what the fans want, not being able to accurately hit it, and even after the weird release of stuff like Forces, I always knew Sonic Team had it in them to make another, like, really special Sonic game that would reach me the way a lot of others did, because so many others did, like Sonic Advanced and Sonic Adventure 2. Or heck, even like Sonic 2, Sonic Adventure 1, like we talked about, 3 and Knuckles. Like, heck, I'm thinking about all the great ones. There's like Heroes and Riders and Unleashed and Black Knight and Mania.
Rush and Rush Adventure.
I didn't play Sonic Rush.
I did, and they're some of my favorites.
Okay.
I just had to like throw them in there. But yes, like this franchise is so good, and
heck, I'd even throw it out there to like Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and the OVA and the second Sonic movie. Like, those also were like deeply moving to me as a longtime Sonic fan. And the common tie between a lot of those ones that I bring up, Sonic has always been at his strongest when he doesn't apologize for being Sonic.
Yep.
Those are the types of like Sonic games that always reach me the most. And with this one, like, we've gone on about it, the crazy soundtrack. It's one of the best soundtracks a video game has ever had. The cool factor in like all the animations and the crazy boss fights, the wildest moments make me feel like I'm riding on a roller coaster when I'm just in my living room sitting on a chair. And like the story itself, it's pretty simple, and it's like not much happens story-wise. But I just love seeing the characters that I've grown up with for years having more like sincere, heartfelt conversations about, you know, things like feelings, fears, hopes, aspirations, instead of just like cracking quips like the homogenized Mickey Mouseified versions of the characters from the meta era. Like, it feels like this game was made by people who care about what they're making and who they're making it for. And I guess just what I want to say to close, because I'm going on way too long about this, but it's an important game. Above all this other stuff about whether or not the game's any good and what it does and doesn't execute on, there's the personal connection that I have to the game for being so similar to my dream game. From back when I was into game design. That used to be a big passion for me. It used to be a big part of my life. And then I kind of walked away from it. And it was kind of sad. It was kind of like cutting off a limb, like losing a part of myself. But then like seeing a lot of those ideas come back in this game like really moved me. And it could go either way. Like, if I ever get back into game design, then I know that my dream game is possible to make because I've seen it happen. It's been done before, and I have a template that I can follow. But if I never go back to it, and like I really do decide, like, no, game design isn't for me, I feel satisfied knowing that a game exists that has those core principles. And even better yet, out of any series that could have been so similar to my dream video game, it's one of my biggest inspirations in game design, and a series that means so much to me. It's the Sonic series. And so just like this game really had the power to move me in a way that like any video game has not done in so long. Like I said, I was tearing up listening to the soundtrack because it's just so amazing. Like, I'm really excited for the new direction, the new stuff they're going to do with Sonic, what's going to happen in the future with DLC and future games and where it all goes. But I have the feeling that like long after the fact, even a decade later, I'll still be thinking about this particular game and my experience with this game. Because more than anything what this game proves is that Sonic truly is a spark that won't go out. And I think that's...
Well said.
Yeah, that's what I gotta say.
Dang. Way to say everything that was in my heart, but far more eloquently.
Like, I'll be honest, I wrote out a lot of my thoughts yesterday. I didn't even say everything that I wrote out, but like, I have some very deep feelings about this game, and I needed to express them.
This game, and by extension this franchise, means so much to the both of us. It was so influential to us, and so
right.
It feels good too to see Sonic succeed.
Yep. It was a really satisfying end to the year, and I'm really glad that this very in-depth, very fan-spammy, but also very heartfelt conversation we've had gets to be our opening for the podcast for the new year.
Yeah. Oh boy.
And I'm amazed that it even happened, because my PC was dying on me, because I didn't know it wasn't compatible with Windows 11. We had all these technical issues with the RAM.
Oh, man.
It was a nightmare. I didn't think we were going to get to record this, but I was so excited, because I just wanted to gush about it.
Because it's a good game.
And the stars aligned in such a way that we could have this conversation.
Well, this is what you get when the stars align.
Now face it, you're just an enemy. They start beating the crap out of you. I don't know. I think you're the Sonic in this scenario, so you beat the crap out of me.
I was the Sonic Frontier the whole time.
Maybe the Sonic Frontiers was the friends we made along the way. Okay, but we do need to tease our next time and wrap up, because
we do.
It's getting
Welcome
quite
people
late.
Back.
Let's see though. So once again, it's my turn to pick a game.
Yeah.
Feels like it's been a second since it's just been a game that I was able to pick.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
No, I'm not mad about it, because all the conversations we've had have been super fun.
They have.
But this one, I'm very excited to do the teaser for. So, next time on Tradin Faves, a dark, malicious force rages across the galaxy. An amorphous manifestation of pure, deep-seated hatred goes about consuming planet after planet, absorbing people's souls into the all-consuming mass of reincarnated negativity, while on the other hand sparing some so it can possess their minds and make them useful servants. How would you even stop such an unknowable, all-consuming force when it approaches your world? Do you use weapons of mass destruction? Do you try reasoning with it? Running from it? Praying for a miracle? Well, for Kirby, the answer is to gather a bunch of the cutest little animal friends and go on an adventure. Team up with Rick, Kine, and Koo to stop dark matter. There will be friendship and rainbows all along the way in Kirby's Dream Land 2. How did I do selling the game?
Phenomenal. A+. Give me 12.
Yeah, we're gonna do some Kirby. So we're gonna take a quick break from all the Sonicpocalypse. The Sonicpocalypse isn't technically over. We just figured since Kirby was a short game, this would be a decent palate cleanse.
Yeah, I also was the one who suggested that we do something else, just because I knew, like, going into, I was like, dude, we're gonna talk so much about adventure and so much about frontiers. Like, we need a break.
Definitely.
Because otherwise I'm gonna get burned out.
As well, like, there's some crazy life events on the horizon for you, and so we figured just a short, simple game would kind of be a good, like, buffer. Well, you get some things sorted out and we can figure out your schedule. But, like I said, this is just a break from the Sonicpocalypse. We do have big plans for a really exciting finale. Hopefully all that stuff pays off. But in the meantime, we're just going to talk about a quick little fun Kirby game.
Heck yeah. It's going to be good.
Oh, man.
I am exhausted.
Yeah, we did it.
I feel like I've dived one too many times into cyberspace.
I went off this wild ride. Okay, but I do gotta come up with a stupid outro to make everybody laugh and, you know, land the plane, make it a super cool ending. So, listeners, hereby instruct you into the Tradin Faves fan base in order to you to like, comment, and subscribe. Understand? How's that for an outro?
I mean, if that's how you want to spin it, Mr. Cheeseman.
Oh, I hate us. Three, two, one, go!
Yeah, okay.
You did it in time with the go, right?
Yes. So there's like a nice.
Time to face your fear.
There's a night. Oh.
That's what
I get it. Sorry, there's just this nice little like blank pause as I'm just listening to you do that, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm recording now. I keep thinking about the fact that we're like, well, now that we've talked all about like Sonic and everything in the big Sonic episode, now I can just refer back to it, you know, assuming that people actually watch that 8-hour behemoth of an episode.
I mean, it's gotten more views than Tradin Faves stuff typically gets. Like, it got way more views than the Game of the Year. Yeah. So, somebody, even if they're just watching for a little bit and then clicking away, like, somebody's into this.
It might just be people watching it in chunks, because maybe one day we'll be professional.
You know, 2 years from now, we'll have, like, the best podcast, but until then.
But for now, you get this.
But for now, it sucks. Okay.
Humble beginnings.
You ready to start?
I was born dangerous. That's a callback.
Great!
Great!
Great! Oh, I wish Silver was in this game.
Dude,
anyway.
Hey, real talk though, could you imagine playing as Silver, but like, in this game?
In Frontiers, I could, especially since the Project 06 version of Silver was a thing.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I want to play as Blaze so bad.
I know.
I also want to play as Tangle.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's true.
Just
the new characters. I just want them to make a spin-off game and put the IDW Sonic characters in that, just to like test the waters.
Please just give us a Chow Garden, but then put like everyone in there.
This is kind of silly too, but like I guess more than anything, I want to be able to play as Metal Sonic.
Ooh.
Wouldn't mind being able to play as Zavik, but I could live without him. Like, he's one of those ones that's like, if he's there, like in a party game, it's like, oh, neat.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Look, now that Ian's writing, like, I'm game for anything.
It's true. Starline.
Oh!
I want to play as Starline.
Oh my goodness! He's so fabulous!
I would really like it.
The heel spurs!
The Crest toothpaste hair. Okay, but you know what we're not talking about is Sonic Frontiers, and we're already 6 minutes in. So.
Hey, we did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to take a quick break because I just coughed and my nose is bleeding. So I gotta.
Oh my gosh.
I gotta stop this real quick. I'll be right back. Do you hear that?
A little bit, yeah.
This is freaking stupid. Trying to make a point here. Anyway.
I'm so tired. Alright.
Yeah. We're done. Okay.
I don't have any brain power for any goofy afterthoughts.
No bloopers. Just hit stop.
Okay, I'm stopping now.